The past few months have seen huge additions to my industrial settlement established 6 months ago using crate mod and mine colonies. From new factories to artillery, a massive oil refinery and a working tank, you'll find all this and so much more right here in one video. If you don't want to miss out on future uploads, make sure to drop a like and hit that subscribe button down below. But now, sit back, relax, and enjoy 1000 days in Minecraft crate mod. All I wanted was to make a gunpowder factory, but the lag had other ideas. Last video, I thought I found the source of the lag in the crate mod autocrafters, and that I could easily solve the problem by removing them and using a different mod for autocrafting. Boy, was I wrong. But don't worry, I do find the source of the lag and build a gunpowder factory. It just didn't quite go how I thought. Oh no, look at all this lag, guys. It's so overbros. Well, what am I to do but take my pickaxe to this automation and bid it farewell. So far, I'm not noticing a big improvement, which is not a good sign. I have discovered another source of the lag problem, and this time it's kind of unfortunate. Apparently, my use of storage drawer pieces on a large scale has contributed massively to the frame rate problem that I'm experiencing right now. I have just completed a bunch of testing and discovered that the big culprit now is basically all of the drawer controller slaves, the trims, and then the smaller number of controllers themselves. Which is not great because, well, all the item logistics in the new parts of this area are done with storage drawer systems, as you can see here. While I was correct in part, my solution was not a good idea because what I decided to do was add Ender IO because item conduits would be easier to use. And it seemed like the problem was solved for a little while. Quite smooth. We're at 70 frames even over here. I even made a bunch of alternators. I made these Ender IO machines. I was basically just playing Ender IO at that point. I'd even gotten all of the storage drawer systems converted to item conduits, and it was looking good. Things were looking up. Lag was gone. It's been a wild ride. And we started out obviously from, oh, we're going to add thermal dynamics or foundation or whichever one it is, and we're going to have that autocrafter because we need to replace these things, which are back now. And it was going to be great. We're going to replace it. It's going to not be laggy. It'll be great. Awesome. And then it was like, uh-oh. Storage drawers are laggy. Storage drawer slaves, controllers are laggy. All of that stuff. You can see lots of it there. It's all laggy and terrible. And it's also back. And then it evolved again, which is where I am now, because I swapped it with Ender IO, obviously. And we started playing Ender IO. It was pretty cool. I fixed everything and made it Ender IO capable, and it was working. Then this morning, I get on the world, and the world doesn't load. And I'm like, uh-oh, the world corrupted. And that is what happened. And so I removed some mods, and it doesn't work. And then I remove Ender IO, and magically it works again. And I'm like, uh-oh, Ender IO corrupted the world. The mod I thought that was going to solve my storage problems corrupted the world. That's not going to work very well, is it? So it seemed like a good idea just to come back to the backup of the world from the end of the last video before I'd even taken anything out. Everything is still here. It's the exact same way that it was at the end of the video. And I tried something. Came over here. I didn't remove any of the crafters. I instead removed all of the storage drawer stuff. And what would you know? The lag went away without removing the crafters. So apparently this whole time the vast majority of the lag was not the crafters after all. Not to say they can't cause lag in large numbers, but the lag I'm getting right now is mostly these pesky things. So what to do now? Well, I am not using Ender IO because I don't want it to corrupt my world again, and I can't use these things. These things in any large number, gotta get out of here. I still have to clear these out, unfortunately. So I threw in the towel. We have applied energistics now. We're gonna do the thing. I guess I was trying to avoid it, but I think it's going to be the best option. If I can still use these crafters a decent amount, I honestly don't need thermal. And it did occur to me that probably the least laggy and the simplest of all of the item logistics things I could do would be the item transmitter, the wireless item transmission. This thing is just the ender chest basically. That would be the easiest of everything to do. And I should probably do it for the longer distance things around this complex like charcoal and wood. I think it would be a very good idea to automate precision mechanisms. It is the hardest part of making the transmitters since you have to do it by hand, but now these mechanical hands can do it instead of mine. Great. Well, that will just do its thing, I guess. So I need a lot of ender pearls, which are not fun to get. Great. All that for 10 item transmitters. Yikes. Any remaining lag is going to be 99% from the iron farm over there now, which I just turned back on, because I have cleared out all of the storage controller stuff. Gunpowder. Gonna need it in large quantities if I ever want to have my rumored shoreline batteries, autocannons, massive cannons, even small weapons, like from this add-on for Crate, which is also a Flans add-on, which is pretty cool that this exists. And I'm gonna build a gunpowder plant right here. And it's just gonna be for gunpowder, so it doesn't need to be huge, but you may be surprised at some of the weird things I have to do to make gunpowder. So it can be done in several ways. This is one crafting recipe, which I will not be doing because I can't automate the sulfur crystals, at least not very easily, and I just don't really want to do that. And I don't really want to use coal or bone meal to do that. Then, of course, we have another way where you can fill with a spout. You can use cinder flour and put harming potions on it. But the last thing I want to do is make another potion brewing setup. That just feels a little bit lame. Although that was initially why I was going to bring the netherrack back. But I'll have to just use that instead for maybe making blaze cakes or something like that later. No, there is another way to make gunpowder. Where you use a mixer and you use nitrate dust, charcoal, and sulfur dust. A different kind of sulfur because there's multiple that haven't unified. Charcoal is way easier to get. I have charcoal already. Right over there. And the sulfur dust you can get from processing oil. You can put heavy oil in a distillation tower and you will get sulfur dust from it along with other things. Now, we're not setting up an oil refinery today. That'll be pretty soon. But it's not hard to get the sulfur by mining as well. You can also just find it in the nether in large quantities and then crush it. And then you need nitrate dust and you only get that by crushing dirt. So, funny thing is I need to make a dirt farm in the gunpowder farm. The gunpowder farm actually will be partially dirt farm. The way you farm dirt actually blew my mind. So it takes 2 dirt and 2 gravel to make 4 coarse dirt, but you can turn that 4 coarse dirt back into 4 dirt by plowing it. So you can turn 2 dirt into 4 dirt, basically. It just requires kind of a weird machine in order to do that. I hope I'm not going to get run over. I should probably not stand on this track. Actually, I should just go design this in creative mode so I make sure that it's big enough to have the right kind of farm, and I have to make the farm to begin with. I need to develop a machine that can place down coarse dirt with deployers, then run over it with plows, with mechanical plows. Oh, I can't even put it down. Which will till it into normal dirt, and then drill it and destroy it to collect that dirt, and then put down more coarse dirt. So I think I can do this all in one moving machine, but it's going to be interesting. Let's see. I think a good place to start would be with gantry shafts. So gantry carriages will move along the gantry shaft until it reaches the end, and then it sits there. And then if I reverse the rotation of this, it moves backward. So hypothetically, I would want a machine that it goes forward and it plows the dirt, and then it comes back and drills the dirt. So the drill is going to be active when it goes this direction, and the drill shouldn't be active when it goes the other direction. No, it's not. Okay, now watch this. That does not work how I thought it would, although it might still work. That actually kind of worked. So what if I do this? Based on the gantry shaft length, if I put 5 coarse dirt in there. Cool. Very cool. And then it comes back and it has 5 dirt in it. So that right there actually works kind of well, seemingly. It is just a matter of getting the timings correct. And I would need to find a way to put an exact amount of the stuff in there. How does one prevent gantry carriages from immediately disassembling their contraption? Because if it immediately disassembles the contraption, then it can't interface. I'm not seeing an option to do that. Okay, so I've completely ditched the gantry carriage stuff and decided just to switch to a mechanical piston because I couldn't figure out how to get it to not disassemble. It was a huge pain. Anyways, this is better. So it reaches the end. I actually don't need that anymore. And then it connects with this and it sends off a redstone signal when it detects the dirt getting dumped out, which then depowers this long enough to put 2 things of 30 coarse dirt back into it, and this is 60 here. So it gets exactly as much as it needs, and then it sticks it down and then comes back, it dumps the dirt, and then collects more stuff. In order to not run out of coarse dirt, it has to split exactly half of the dirt that it makes and put it back into making coarse dirt to refill it each time. But now, let's go ahead and build the building. I did the thing. I built the whole compound, the whole factory, and it's about to become a schematic. Wow, I'm just annihilating my microphone. Gunpowder Factory. Sure. Save and upload. Now let's take a look at this. So it will deposit gunpowder into a train from right here. Not necessarily this car, but either way, you'll use this train. You can come along in here. We've got this room in here, and you can see where the dirt farm is. It got smaller by 1 block, very sad, but it still produces 90 each time, so 45 new dirt that doesn't have to go back into the system. It's just doing its thing. Right, and then over here is where it will pick up sulfur and maybe charcoal. I can't decide if I want to teleport charcoal in or also deliver by train. We'll see, but I'm just going to have like ports right here. And then it needs its own power plant. Not very big because it's not going to need a lot of power, but just enough to run some crafters and some crushing wheels to make the nitrate from the dirt. So let's go over to the other world and build this thing. Gonna be funny, I get to use a gunpowder using machine to build the gunpowder factory. Ooh boy. Lag, but not as much lag as last time. 14 pages. Oh no. Good thing I already have most of the materials and chests left over from the other builds. So you can have the gunpowder, and I don't have any more room. Fine, I'll make another chest, but I don't have any wood. You gotta be kidding me. Barely fits everything, and good timing too, because it's time-lapse time, and they're mowing outside, which you might be able to hear, but you won't in the time-lapse. Here's the gunpowder factory. However, I made the mistake of not deforming, disassembling the machine for the schematic. So I don't actually have the machine. I have the part for the machine, but no machine. So now I get to try to rebuild it from memory. Hopefully without trying, or without having to go back to the other world, which would be kind of annoying. I already don't know what I'm doing. Hold on, let me check my recording. One rewatch later, and the machine's back. Now I have to just build the crafting return system for dirt to coarse dirt to put it back into the input. The idea here is to split the outputs evenly. I'm probably going to want at least 2 crafter walls, and boy is it obnoxious putting stuff in crafter walls. I really need to get power here first, but I wonder if it's not possible to have these be next to each other and even go so far as to connect them like that. What do we think? What do we think? I don't know what I think. Right now I'm thinking I need power. It's a good thought. And now it's here. Power's here. Charcoal's here. Being teleported in, because of course it is. I know I'm not supposed to use belts, but I need to see if this works. Oh, good. Good, it does work. Here, watch. Let me do it again. Yes! Last step is to make it run at the maximum speed. That should get the job done. So if I stick dirt here, it will get distributed into the different slots for it in the crafters. And where am I putting the gravel making area anyways? And how am I doing the gravel making area? Ugh. I hate making cobble farms. What if I teleported the gravel? What if I just magically teleported it? Well, here we go. Gravel away. And if you're wondering, the gravel is coming from my iron farm, which has a huge gravel maker. So now I just have to put the coarse dirt back into the input somehow. I think we're good to go, actually. So check this out. If I put this dirt in here, it's gonna go over here and start crafting. There it goes, up, and around and into here. Now, can it create 90 of it fast enough? That's the question. Only one way to find out. Here goes nothing. I wonder what I did wrong. We'll find out, won't we? Well, for one thing, it didn't pick up anything. Wow. It actually cares about double chests. What I'm trying to say is, it's putting it in this chest and it's not taking it out because it's in that chest, not that chest. It's actually very specific. It's a bit cringe. Oh good, it got coarse dirt. It's definitely making the dirt fast enough. Although, I will say it's not currently splitting it. All of the dirt is being reserved for that. It's not yet using half the dirt for the other stuff, so I shouldn't be too hasty, probably. It's working! Look at this. It's taking out 45 of the dirt at a time, and putting it in here, and I just discovered there is a really simple way of using crushing wheels, connecting them. Which is way simpler than I was doing before, but we're gonna pretend that never existed. It obviously creates the nitrate stuff and it puts it in here, and then you can see up here. What is it doing? Has it filled? Oh look, it has filled it all up with nitrates. Great. At least I'm not gonna be drinking it. And then over here, I moved the charcoal, so now it dumps charcoal into here. And all it's missing is sulfur. This is for the sulfur. It's a sulfur port when we have trains bringing sulfur from oil refineries soon. Let me provide this belt with power. How about right here? So now it is gonna make gunpowder and dump it off into somewhere random. Splendid. And as I mentioned, it also comes from crushing sulfur blocks, and you can find sulfur blocks in the nether, at least that particular type of sulfur. If I go to the nether fortress, there is sulfur right there. Look at that. So what happens if you use fortune? Doesn't matter. Ow. Ooh, you can insta-mine it as well. I didn't fully realize that. And there is a lot of this stuff. As you can see, these mineral veins, these deposits are quite common. Now I'm just gonna have to use these crushing wheels and hope that it's quick. Bruh. Jeez. So, I have a ton of sulfur, so I can put it all in here. And here it goes. Look at that. It is also putting gunpowder in here. Look, we have a little bit of gunpowder. Yeah, nitrate is by far the bottleneck here. The final step is to just add a chunk loader so it's always running while I am gone, but that is where we're gonna have to end it for this video. What good is a gunpowder factory that I made last time without a way of exploiting that gunpowder? None, of course. So today, I'll journey far and wide to secure the special materials needed to make a rifle from a crate mod add-on. First, I need to find crude oil and refine it into weapons parts. Then I need netherite for the rest. And I need to come up with a way to make bullets quickly. Let's get started. So I have a flans mod add-on that adds a bunch of obscure historical guns, including several advanced ones that you need special blueprints for. And I've already collected the blueprints for the Sturmgewehr 57, which is what I'm planning to do today. So it requires gun parts, and it is basically one of the most advanced weapons from this flans mod add-on. So you have to make a special experimental workbench, and I already have these blueprints. You find them in dungeons. I've got that. I don't have polymer ingots. Where do you get polymer? Well, you get it from liquid polymer, which you get from some kind of liquid, like just water, and then ethylene, and then a catalyst. And then you get ethylene from fractional distillation of crude oil, which you get from, I'm gonna assume, oil sand. And oil sand is only found in deserts. And the nearest desert is somewhere over here. So I have a bit of a journey to go on. There's no waystones over there. I will find waystones in villages though. I was hoping to take my horse, but my horse is down there. But I may be able to do this anyways. Let me teleport here. Shoot, I don't actually know where now. I gotta try to find it. Hold on. I am actually stupid. The horse is not parked there. I forgot that I rode it all the way to the swamplands a long time ago. I am Should I do it, guys? Should I should I airlift it across the ocean? This is a very safe place for horses, by the way. Hello, Borb. Speaking of birds, there's actually, in real life, a robin that has made a nest right outside of my front door. And I will put a picture of it on screen. Maybe somebody has suggestions for a name for it, because it's sitting on eggs. There's at least 3 eggs in there last I saw. It might have more now, I'm not sure. But I think it's going to be there a while, and then it's going to hatch a bunch of baby robins eventually. So if you have names ideas for the robins, it's a female robin obviously, I would be happy to take a look at that. Ooh, look at this terrain. Whoa, and there's a big mountain right there. And a village, I think. No, that's not a village, that's a mine colony's abandoned thing. Darn. But look, we are in the desert and it's a big canyon. This is sick. Imagine if we had, like, a plane, like, with propellers, and, like, we flew it down the canyon. That would be pretty cool. Oh, and it's just dry land. Oh, there is an Applied Energistics meteor up there. I'm gonna go grab that. Like, look at this. Look at these canyons. There's, like, lava. This is some, like, old school train generation, kind of. Oh, yeah, I forgot. This is where you get the budding amethyst from. And you need flawless ones. Although, I think I can mine damaged ones. I don't know. Oh, there's a village right up there. Let's go to the village. Get the waystone, spend the night, go mining. Oh, look at these banners. That looks sick. It looks like it's supposed to be a phoenix. Azure Mirror. Awesome. Oh, here's everybody. You guys have a lot of wheat here. It would be a shame if somebody took it. Just kidding, I don't need it that badly. Well, let's get what I came here for, which is crude oil. So, crank up the brightness, go underground, and see what we can see. Oh, look, there's some literally right there. Right below me, in fact. This is what I came for. Actually, it's oil sandstone, not oil sand. I found a heckin' fossil under the village. I kind of forgot those existed. But I have a couple stacks of oil sand, so I will... Yeah, I'm gonna say that's plenty. And I'm gonna ride my horse home because I want my horse back at home. No! What the heck? This is not good horse traversing. Ah! This is not good horse traversing land. It's pretty crazy though. You have to admit, it's pretty sick. Just not for my horse. Whoa! Look at it. Only way is through. Just kidding. I think we made it. Safe and sound. Let me get the stuff out of here. Yeah. I like how it gives you all of them at one time. That's awesome. Put these somewhere out of the way where they can do their thing. Time to distill some oil. So let me get 2 fluid tanks. And I need a thermometer. So then I put, I think, 5 of these. And then I use the thermometer. I'm not trying to make like a whole oil refinery today. I didn't think I needed to make a whole oil refinery. It's supposed to be less complicated than the other one. Cool. What the heck? You have to put a thermostat on every single one. Why am I not surprised? That's better. Cool, this should work. So put the tar in there. And it is going to make crude oil. Oh good, it already put it in there. So if I give it power, it should start working. Yeah, look. 25 bitumen, 25 diesel, 25 kerosene, and 25 ethylene. And I need 250 ethylene to make 1 polymer ingot. Yay! So look, it's gonna put it into here, into these tanks. And then I can scoop it out with buckets. Here, look at this. I put water and ethylene in here. Oh, it doesn't have a catalyst, which requires crushed zinc and crushed gold. And it doesn't use the catalyst, by the way. Here. There, now we make polymer. And I need to get only the polymer out of here. Oh, good. So, watch, I can put the polymer in there. Boom. 4 polymer ingots. So I have 8 polymer. So I can go make the gun table. And I want to use Duraplastic, don't I? How do you make Duraplastic? You take the polymer and you mix it with stuff instead of compacting it. So I take this out and I put it in here. And now I take crushed obsidian. Do I have crushed obsidian lying around? Oh no, I do. So I can just replace this with press and press it into ingots. Here, looky, I've got 5 of the blueprints when I only need 3 of them. So to make this, I'm going to need the simple table. Now to make the experimental STG workbench, here we go. STGW. Why are there villagers everywhere in my house? Select recipe, yeah. In order to make templates, I have to run iron sheets through a saw, unless I can do it also in a stone cutter. Let me check. No. I have to just cycle through everything. Oh, I got a bolt action. I don't need a bolt action. It's gonna be every single decal now. Fluid decal. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, there's fluid in there. What the heck else am I supposed to do with all this? Oh, I think I've got everything. I don't have the revolver action, but I don't need that. There's gonna be so many dumb random decals everywhere now that I have these. Fluid decal. I think that's a fluid. So now I need drawing presses to make ammo casings, and I need a stamping press to make the gun parts. Stamping press. So I put that there, and I put the handguard here. No. There we go. Duraplastic handguard. Duraplastic stock. Grip. Boom. Now I need 3 netherite plates for the other pieces. Where am I going to get that? The nether. That's not the nether. Neither is that the nether. And no, I'm not going mining. That would be cringe. I'm going to go finding bastions and get netherite stuff out of bastions, like this lodestone that I could even make into netherite if I really want to. Good. I found one of the treasure room ones, so that will probably have netherite in it. Where did you people put the loot. Not the cringe, but the loot. I said the loot, not the cringe. Oh, I guess that's kind of nice. Pig step, more like mid step. Okay, if there's not some netherite here, I'm going to call the manager. Oh look, there's netherite. That's 1. 2, nice, and some scrap. I will not be calling the manager. I only need a small amount of additional netherite, and then I'm all good. There's my netherite. Come on, netherite. Yeah! Got everything. Here we go. 3 netherite sheets. So, upper receiver. Oh, nice. There's 2 netherite sheets. What a shame. Goodbye. Give. There. Incomplete upper receiver. Netherite lower receiver. Boom. There. Netherite upper. So, that is everything. I can craft the weapon. There we go, look at that. And it's got these upgrades because whichever material you choose, you get different upgrades. Increase damage by 60% and then 30%. So, there is our rifle. I have no ammo for it yet, but I do have the Sturmgewehr. So now that I have the weapon, I need rifle bullets. I don't know if it will make a huge difference for what I'm doing, whether or not I have armor piercing, or I assume that's probably hollow point, or just normal. I'll probably just do normal for now. I have about 6,000 gunpowder total, so let me go ahead and take some of this and go make a temporary ammo loading area, ammo creation area. Here, look, this is going to be quite simple. So first we start with a metal press, and then we have a drying press, and another drying press. Oh, I'm going to need 2 deployers. Oh. Iron nuggets. And watch, if I put 1 brass ingot here, it gets stamped, and then turned into those things, then turns into pistol casings, then it turns into rifle casings, then it gets filled with gunpowder, then it gets filled with a nugget, and you get rifle bullets. So 1 piece of brass gives you 4 rifle bullets. So if I put a stack of brass there, it's going to turn into 4 stacks of rifle bullets when it's done. Great. So I think the only complaint is that there's not a good way to store these bullets that I found, unless there's some kind of ammo pouch that I'm not aware of. They take up a little bit of ammo, mainly because there's not magazines for some reason. So I think my complaint is, can we please have magazines? You can quite clearly see this has a magazine. Even the loading animation includes putting in a magazine in there. So imagine if I could get the guards to use one of these. Then we'd be unstoppable against the barbarians. Well, that is where we're going to have to end it for today. We've got our gunpowder factory and our rifle. And now all we need is a munitions plant, and we'll be ready to supply any kind of guns that I want munitions plant to make. Uh-oh. That's so good. A munitions plant not only to make small caliber bullets, but also artillery stuff, autocannon shells, artillery shells for big cannons. We'll have to do brass for that. We're gonna have to do oil stuff because we don't actually have the sulfur done. So there's a lot of stuff. Oil refineries, munitions plants. Without oil, I can't continue producing gunpowder. And without steel, I can't produce oil. So today, I'm gonna make a steel foundry. But not just any steel foundry. I'm gonna make an ultra realistic one based off of an old but real life steel mill. By the end of the video, I'll have steel and 2 blast furnaces. One small and one massive. Let's get started. So I may have added another mod.
Yeah, boy.
You're an archer, aren't you? You use projectile weapons. You want a better projectile weapon? Why do you have no arrows anyways? Here. Take that. I don't think he's gonna use the rifle. It's not looking good, bros. Fine. You can take your stupid bow. Uh-oh. Guys, let's make a weather deflector. I don't want my place to get destroyed literally immediately. But I do expect this will solve our rain problems. It's not gonna just rain constantly. It'll be localized rain. It'll be so much better. Weather deflectors are very easy and they prevent block damage. Please don't form a tornado right now. Please don't. Don't tornado. I don't know the range of these deflectors, and it's not giving me an option to kill the storms or prevent block damage, but it also hasn't killed the storm, so it better prevent block damage, otherwise we're gonna have problems. I want the colonists to be able to make their own fishing rods, because that's how they're getting their own food, and I want to make like a cow farmer for them as well, so that I can farm beef, at least for me. I can't unlock a Fletcher, which is how you make fishing rods with the colonists. I have to have a level 2 university to research it, so I'm trying to upgrade the university, and I've been upgrading houses over here. Most of these are level 3 now, actually. Just a matter of collecting these annoying materials. Cowhand's hut, moo. Let us make the cow pen. And I guess to feed the cows, they're gonna need wheat, so they would need a farm as well. Did I already make a farm at some point? Apparently not. That's fine. Let's make another farm. Okay, this is a cow hut. What kind of cow hut do I want? I do not want that one because I'm not using dark prismarine. I like dark prismarine, but it's just not fun to get. That looks more like a stable. Maybe I should put it somewhere else, actually. I don't know, this might actually look the best. And it doesn't look as farmy as I thought it would. Speaking of farmy though, this looks like a great design. It's got different greenhouses for different crops and everything. I think I'll go with this. Well, my build... What? Where are they? Where are the guards? Why are there pillagers here? Bro, what the heck? Where were the guards? Okay, I was busy looking at this farm, and it's got room for fields. It's like a bunch of greenhouses. You know, this is sick. I want to do this. Oh yeah, I also stuck the cowhand's hut up here and started a building. Oh no. 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 I reserve the right to kill the storm if it starts like ruining my colony. Oh wait, it's over. That went away in a hurry. Let's go see what it's doing. Okay. Well, here's our first tornado, guys. It's going for the train. But I don't think it's gonna be a problem. Did the weather deflector like just shove it away? Oh, there go the animals. I wonder if the weather deflector just like made it go wee really far away or something. Oh wait, is it taking out the gravel? Oh, come on. Bruh. Why can it take out the gravel but not the dirt? Okay, this is kind of cool. Cowhand, cowhand. Here we go. What the heck is herding cows? It's a funny icon. Right, so there have to be cows. So I'm going to put cows in that pen now. Let me get out my leads. Moo. Come hither. Would you like some cows? You need an axe. How ominous. I can't imagine why the cow herder would need an axe. Epic job. That took an excessively long amount of time. I hope you're happy. I don't know if I'm happy. It's a level 2 university now. Oh, wait, did we just get an? Oh, we just got another researcher. I forgot you get two. So I actually can do. What would it be? Probably technology. Yeah, unlocks the Fletcher's hut for, and the sieving thing. Both of those I need. Here, this is what I needed. I want the Fletcher's hut because then the Fletcher can craft fishing rods, and then they can stop yelling at me about not having fishing rods, so I can make that go away. Steel. I need steel very badly for a lot of reasons. First reason is to make any kind of good cannons, you need steel. And additionally, you need steel to make the distillation tower and pump jack stuff in order to refine oil properly with the actual oil that we're going to be doing. And we can't make an oil refinery, we can't collect oil without steel. I've selected a nice empty spot for a steel mill. I'm going to be modeling it after a somewhat, well, yeah, it's a pretty famous steel mill. The Bethlehem Steelworks steel mill that is in Pennsylvania in the United States. Now, it's not actually active anymore. It's been closed down, mostly demolished for several decades. But they still have the blast furnaces left, and for a long time it was the largest steel mill in the United States. Now the part that's left are the blast furnaces, and apparently there's 5 of them that are left. I'm not going to be building all 5 of those, one because it would take a really long time, 2 because I don't need 5 blast furnaces. Well, I might, but like not that big, if you know what I mean. So we've got the river on the left. We're going to have train tracks that go here. These train tracks will go along this way and then just somewhere else. I honestly have no idea at the moment. It's more just future planning. Basically, there will be train tracks coming from here though, and I think I can make a train drawbridge. I will try it in creative mode, but I think there's a way. So water, train tracks, and then somewhere around here, steel mill, blast furnace like buildings, which is where we're gonna make coke, and we're going to make coal coke, and we're going to make steel. And then there'll be, I guess, warehouse buildings where we, I don't know, quote unquote, mill the steel into cannons and other stuff. We probably won't do that today. This is probably going to be a multi-video thing. So in order to make steel, you have to use, well, you get molten steel, which is kind of cool. You get blast furnaces. It's similar to immersive engineering, but a little more complicated. So basically, you make this blast furnace, and you get molten steel, you get slag, which is fun. And it takes a blasting mixture, which takes lime sand and crushed raw iron. So my iron farm is not actually helpful, because I need some kind of raw iron. Lime sand is just crushed limestone. Coke dust is you take coal coke, and you take just coal, and you put it in a coking oven, and then you get 20 coal coke, which is unusually good. A couple byproducts, including creosote. You can make hardened planks, the equivalent of treated planks. But the next step is to go figure out actually figure out the building. I am going to go design it. I'm going to go pull up the pictures. I'll put them on screen, and we're going to go to my creative world and see what I can figure out. Oh yeah, and I'm also going to try to figure out that drawbridge. That is a shame. You can make it with a physics bearing. Then it renders it, it moves the tracks up and down, but I can't figure out how to reform it back into, like, it's not the same as the other bearings. It has a locked and unlocked state, but it doesn't seem to just unform it. Like, it won't remove the physics entity and put it back into block form. And when it's the physics entity, the train has no idea that there's tracks there. Maybe somebody knows of a way to make this work? Well, that's enough of that. Time to go build a steel mill. overboard, didn't I? But I mean, I built what was in the picture. It's what I said I was gonna build. I need to stop doing this to myself if I don't want to make weekly videos. This is not a good strategy. And yes, I think it looks pretty sick. Not gonna lie. It's just way more than I thought I was gonna be building. Yo, that looks sick at nighttime. That looks sick as well. And I'm extra happy with that. It's even brighter with the shaders, which is intentional. It's meant to be extremely bright. And this is just, I saw a video on Twitter a while ago that people were saying was basically the slag output of a steel mill or something. And it was like this big front loader that had like chains and everything on the wheels and like heat shielding. And it was just driving up and like grabbing this molten slag and debris from like a big, I don't know, like room kind of that looked like this. And there was just like a fire everywhere. It looked sick. So that's kind of what I imagined it as. No idea how realistic that would be, but it's here because it looks epic. So this thing is, I believe, it's meant to be a conveyor belt, and the real thing, it would be a conveyor belt, I believe, that would load, presumably, whatever you're putting into the blast furnace. Some iron stuff, probably some coke. I don't know if both would get loaded here. I would have made it a real conveyor belt if you could put conveyor belts at this slope, which you cannot. But since I can't, it's not actually functional for that. In here, in this part, oh, and the view up here is super cool. But in here is a catwalk, and this is, I guarantee this is utterly unrealistic. This is just another feature that's like, it looks sick. So you can look down here, and it's like, ooh, look at the molten stuff. Got a staircase, you can go to another level up here. And we can see even further down into the blast furnace, air quotes, and then there is a ladder over here. And you can go all the way to the tip top, where the view also looks pretty epic. I wish this was like some kind of giant like city server or something, where there was like a ton of people and everyone's like, I need steel, and then I'm not actually gonna make it myself, but let's go build a giant steel mill to produce ridiculous amounts of steel for everyone. Because look, I could make this thing make massive amounts of steel, but I don't need, what would I do with it? Ultimately, I don't need that much of it. That horse that was on the ledge, I don't know what happened to it other than that this might be it, but I'm also not sure how it got down without taking damage. So I love having the wind. Makes the smokestack seem so much more alive. I need more bullets, but this time I'm actually gonna make hollow point. I'll just give it a shot. I mean, if this were real life, it would be better. I don't know if that is the case here, so we will see. Well, where to actually put the schematic? Honestly, maybe like right here. Let me just crash my game real fast. Right back down to 9 frames per second. Oh, what the heck. I hate when the rain breaks my schematic. Darn, that's such an oddly specific problem. Oh, no, you don't. I'm having way too much lag for this. Go away. Take your rain so I can see my schematic again. And I can have more than 10 frames per second. Oh good, I can see again. Well, I got a position in the right spot. Now to see how bad the material list is. Ready for the verdict, guys? How many pages do we think? Do we think 20? More or less than 20? I feel like less than 20, but more than 15. Okay, well, both was wrong. It's only 13, but still. 1100 frame slabs, 900 frame stairs. Oh, look, guys, it's not good. It's kind of over. Although I realized I can make tough automatically with the diorite and andesite I already have, plus some lava. I have to make cement and another block that I haven't made before, which is hardened planks. Cement is pretty easy. It is just crushed limestone and clay mixed together. But hardened planks, which I used a lot of for the roof, are not so easy. Because you need creosote, and that's what you get from the coking oven, which is something that's supposed to go in the steel mill, but I'm actually going to have to build it ahead of time to make some of this. So how much do you get? It says only 4 millibuckets, but when I was testing this, I think it is wrong. I think it's definitely, I was definitely getting more than 4 millibuckets per thing, I was getting a lot more. Eventually it'd be a good idea to automate this. I have no idea what the properties of cement are, other than that it falls down when you place it like sand, and it doesn't seem responsive to water. So I'm only missing hardened planks and hellbark planks. And the hardened planks, that's the creosote stuff. The hellbark planks are actually just things you find in the nether. And what biome is it? I think I've only found it maybe one time. I think it's the undergrowth biome. Like this over here. There's one near the portal. I will go in that direction. This should be the biome. See, look at this. Hellbark. But you really don't get very much per tree. Unless this grows a normal sized tree, this is not going to be farmable, really. The things I will do for a slightly darker gray plank. Okay. Go away. I'm going to send this through a sawmill so I make sure I get all the planks I can. 6 in this case. Wow. You did a great job. Gotta get out of here. The iron farm turned on and the lag is mounting. So coke ovens. Very easy to make, surprisingly. I think I deploy cast iron onto industrial iron. Yeah, and then I get coke ovens, and each one is 3 by 3 by 1. Or 3 by 1 by 3. Something like that. It is a multi-block technically, but it's a little weird. Let me get a bit of coal. Not very much. No idea where this should actually go in relation to the thing later, so let me just put it out of the way. It's not a huge problem to tear down. So watch this. I have to... Wow, coke oven invalid. Really? I think I whack it on one side. There we go. Internal storage item count. Okay, so now what I can do is I can put coal in here. So look, I could put 1 coal in there. Oh, and now... Okay, I'm getting progress. See, look, it makes like 4 mellow buckets per tick. It's not 4 total, so it's already at a bucket of creosote. It already completely filled up the creosote. I need to get that out of there and then use it to make hardened planks. Here, I don't know how fast that is, but look. Well, that's pretty fast. So, what's this thing gonna do? Okay, watch this. It's kind of cool, actually. Look, it like opens these doors and then dumps the coal out, or the coke out. Here, check this out. I probably can do 2 at once now. All I need now is we'll go get the gunpowder, a lot of gunpowder, and then I get to start building. Here goes nothing. Uh-oh. Blast furnace? Also blast furnace. It's done. It's all done here now. So I have some stacks of coal coke, which I will crush over here. Also have some iron ore. I don't know where that guy's going, but I don't think it's gonna be good. So I made the blast furnace and I made the thing to extract the liquids, but I'm having some problems, so I'm gonna go test in a creative world to see why it's just stealing the blasting mixture and not doing anything. If I chuck this in here and it gets completely wasted instead... Oh good, now it's working. So it did just eat some of my stuff and not do anything. Oh yeah, looky there, it's getting stuff. Look at that, bucket of molten steel. Let's fill that up and look at what we got. We got molten steel. It's like a brighter yellow lava. That looks pretty sick, not gonna lie. So up here, I dumped molten steel. That actually looks pretty good, as is. And I need 2 buckets of molten slag now. Yay! Slag. Gib. Here, we can come over here. Put some slag up there. Put some slag up here. So now I'm going to swap this out. Now I'm going to make a casting basin. And now I can make an ingot mold, and I'll make a block mold. I'm not sure what I'm going to need to do with that, but we'll see. Anyways, back over here, watch this. And then an ingot mold. And I will reattach that. There we go. Ooh, look at. There we go. So, I have a steel ingot now. First steel ingot of the series. So, I've got steel. I can do lots of stuff with steel, like make pump jacks to get crude oil. And I can use it to make better cannons, bigger cannons. But that is where we're going to have to end this video for today. Next time, we'll take this stuff behind me and actually incorporate it into the giant steel mill over there. Last video, I built a giant steel mill, but it was quite the resource drain. And while I'd love to jump right into making the internal systems, I think I'd be better off developing some new technology and resources first. That's where this building comes in. Today, I'm going to upgrade this factory with the Applied Energistics mod in order to cut back on lag and greatly improve automation with Create. By the way guys, quick community announcement, my friend Kevin, who I've done several videos with, including the first ever Create video on the channel, has been having a rough time with some medical stuff recently, made worse by long waits for tests with Canadian healthcare, and he's got a GoFundMe that I thought I'd shout out because he's trying to get enough funds to get a test done sooner privately to try and figure out what's been going on. If you got a little extra to throw his way, I'm sure he'd greatly appreciate it, and if not, even just checking out his channel and maybe dropping a sub would also go a long way. I appreciate you all. Let's get started. So there's a lot of things I need to do, like I need to work on the thing behind me, but there's some other like back-end problems, like food production and the colony, and also fixing the lag over here once and for all so that I can finally harness the massive power potential of my manufactory. And that requires ME systems. And I'm trying to figure out right now, am I making the upgrade video for that factory behind me so I can get rid of this lag? Or am I like working on other stuff? I guess you'll have to see what this video is when it gets uploaded, because I don't know yet. I'm editing now and I know what video it is. It's the Automating the Factory video. Wow, the title definitely didn't give it away, but that's what I'm going to do. It's also going to come along with upgrading some stuff at the colony here. Couple things. I want to make this farm so I can get wheat and other stuff. I want to get wheat so I can get my cows getting bred more, because there's a cow hand up here, but there's no wheat. I want to make my Fletcher's hut, which I can build now, so I can automate fishing rods so that my fisher can continue making food for the colony. I have no idea how much they have left. They might be almost out. And I want to go get the pure Cerdis quartz stuff so that I can grow that and make a farm for that automatically. So I need to get some meteors. I know for a fact there is a meteor right here that I can get some stuff from. You can actually see it. Oh yeah, and I might just kill the wither right now as well so that I can get a beacon. Why not? Oh, this is so much better than I thought. I didn't think it would be this easy. That was one mag. Okay, I'm probably still gonna die, actually. What? No. No, no, no. Well, guys, if you want to kill the wither quickly, just mag dump with the Sturmgewehr and it will get annihilated. But make sure you bring golden apples. Here is my beacon, and I don't actually know where to put it. Would it fit on top of my roof? Yes, it would, in fact. Is it just gonna, like, ruin this island over here? Here, look what I did. I'm back on a copy of the world, and I found a setting to change tornadoes to not do any block damage at all, because I was getting really close to removing them. But now they do none, and I'm happy to keep them in. Rise and build stuff. It's time to build the Fletcher's hut, everybody. Aren't you all excited? Although I don't know if anyone is unemployed. I might need more people actually to run this place. Okay, so the Fletcher's hut's just kind of another town looking building. This seems like a good spot because I'm trying to make a cool like street here. Already got a house, already got a courier's hut. This is the hospital. Good news, the Fletcher's hut is done. And the Fletcher, I'm gonna make you be able to craft fishing rods. Let's come over here. Done. So it's very important that I get more houses because I need more people to staff my stuff. I need more guards. I've started laying out more of the town here. This is the farm that's built now, but I don't have any farmers yet because I think I don't have any unemployed people. I just need more people. I need a lot more people. There's only like 20 colonists, which is not actually that much. Bunch of progress here, which I will show. We have these buildings here, which are both upgraded to level 3, so I think all of these houses here... Well, no, this is level 3 as well. They're all level 3. Over at the farm, they are actually farming stuff now. Allegedly, he's harvesting wheat. My colony's gotten a lot of attention. Now to give some attention to the lag factory. Essentially, that means let's start playing applied energistics. Because I also want to use that in the steel mill. Where is it? Here is the cart assembly. Oh my god. So the first step is to go to fallen meteors and retrieve flawless Certus quartz crystals. So this stuff will grow Certus quartz crystals forever without decaying. And I'm going to transport it the same way I did mob spawners, using minecart contraptions. Yoink. So there were only 2 of these in this entire meteor. Maybe start by going to these unloaded chunks and see if I can find anything. Because anywhere that there's unloaded chunks where I can make new chunks, there may be a meteor. Whoa, look at it. Whoa, this is cool. This is some old school generation. You get these big overhangs and these dark areas with the grass. This is awesome. Glad to see I stumbled across a terrain generator that brought back some of that nice old generation that slowly just disappeared over the years and became boring. If it were not for mods, I would not be playing this game, and let alone making videos on it. Oh yeah, look, see, there's a meteor right there. That's what I was hoping for. What we got? What we got? How many? Is it always 2? Ooh. Is that actually 4 flawless ones in 1? Let's keep looking. It is with great displeasure to say that I did not find any more meteors. Big oof. The only thing I found though was this giant grotto that went all the way under a mountain for like 1,000 blocks or something. That was kind of fun, but it was not a meteor. So these are the original ones that I collected, and only the big crystals actually give you the crystals, which is the important part. So there's a couple things I need. The first is a crystal growth accelerator, which will vastly speed up the growth of the crystals as it suggests. And I also need a way to charge these crystals. So there's some things that I need because we have to get into electricity, and there'll be better ways to do this later. But for now, I have to make copper spools, which are quite easy to make. I just have to make a rolling mill, which is just a little 1-block machine, and you run copper through it. And then I have to make alternators. Here's a rolling mill. So to make a bunch of copper wires, I just chuck copper sheets in there. Okay. Yay, alternator. Good. There'll certainly be an opportunity to make a real power plant in the future, but right now that's not really needed. It's kind of overkill. One side of these things takes in rotational power, the other side outputs electricity, and then you can move it around with wires and connectors, kind of like immersive engineering. Oh, so I can also put that directly next to that, and then I can do whatever I want with these wires, but this charger is charged here. Because I've already industrialized a lot, I have massive amounts of redstone and nether quartz already available to me for helping to make the fluix stuff. Here, look. That's one of the very important things, is you have to make fluix crystals out of Certus quartz, which is water, and then this stuff. Most of you probably know what applied energistics is. If you don't, it's basically just a way to digitize and centralize all of your item storage in one place, and then to interface with a massive variety of other machines and systems from other mods and Minecraft in general to move items around and then autocraft them. Which is what I want to do, because it should be a lot less laggy than belts. I need ME glass cables, which is quartz. So I need Certus quartz dust. Let's make some quartz fiber, and then so quartz redstone, and charged Certus quartz into the water. Nah, look at that. It magically turns into fluix. So I can then take that and get 4 ME glass cables. Quartz glass. Growth accelerator. So the question is, does it need power or does it need an ME network connection? Uh-oh. Future me knows that it does not need a network channel, only power. But past me thought that it needed a network channel, so I decided to make a network controller which required silicon and then turning it into like silicon electronics, which is what you use the various press molds for. And then let me do the same thing with an engineering press with the diamond and then hit it again. I add that and then I add the redstone. And then I hit it with the hammer, and we get an engineering processor. Sick. Great. So, ME controller. Sweet. And there it is, the very rainbow glowy unnecessary controller. Anyways, time to bring out my minecart contraptions and reform my pure Certus quartz into real blocks. Great, and so that's 5 flawless budding Certus quartz around this growth accelerator. So look how fast it's growing now. It's super fast. So how to do this automatically? Well, I actually kind of have a plan. Whether or not it'll work is a little bit different, but it involves positioning a smart observer facing some of the crystals set to only detect the fully grown crystals and then to emit a signal when it does. If I put it right here... No. So I orient it like this, and I put a clutch up here, and then I attach a redstone link to the side of it. And once I create the channels and invert the signal with the torch, when it detects a fully grown crystal, it will turn off the redstone and allow the deployer to break the crystal. Okay, what's it got? Oh, look, it's got stuff. It's working. See, look, it's gonna break it, and then it just doesn't show up, but it's got it. So I just need a way to get it out. I guess one of the easiest ways is with funnels. So give it back its pickaxe, and that its pickaxe. Great, now it should be in order. It should be mining the stuff, outputting it, and sending it down the hopper chain. So I've done a bit of research while I was somewhat unwell. Well, a little unwell. This video, like, I did select a quote-unquote easier one for me to do this week due to some IRL stuff going on, so I did take the opportunity though to do some research, some reading up on applied energistics systems, because I really don't know very much. I've used it before, but not even very well, and nowhere near its full capacity. And one of the first things I learned is that I don't actually need that controller. All I need is just to input energy into the growth accelerator, and then it's fine. So what I didn't understand is these things have their own channels. They come with just like 8 channels. I thought the controller was the only thing that created channels in the entirety of the mod. This is why I don't actually know. Anyways, let's move on and start turning this Certus quartz into some crafting components and also some like actual building blocks or resources for making ME systems. Let's start with fluix dust. Let's start with charged Certus quartz. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this, which probably won't be the best way to do that, just so you know. Not to mention I may still be slightly retarded from anesthesia a few hours ago. But here, storage drawer. I'm going to use locked-in partition storage drawers to handle all these crafting components, accessed via one single controller that the network can interact with. And it seems like a really good idea as well to set up an automation system right now for the different electronic processor crafting components that are not fun to make by hand. So to make silicon, the only option is Certus quartz gets smelted into silicon. Great, so silicon comes in here. Then it gets divided into 3 outputs. Here, but let's see if this is gonna work right now. Right here, I'm gonna put my silicon, and it's gonna go here and get divided up. Nice, and then the new thing will get deployed onto it, and then it'll get pressed and be all good. Okay, I might have totally confused what I was doing initially. It's got more steps than I thought. So, technically it's 2 steps. 3 if you count the silicon. So to make like a logic processor, it takes redstone, a printed logic circuit deployed on printed silicon, and the printed logic circuit is made in its own thing with 1 deployer and 1 press, and that's where you have the actual logic press template. So I added another row up here, so it's literally just going to fall down. But here, watch this. Let's give this redstone and quickly filter that so it only takes printed logic circuits. After a small amount of encouragement, it starts working and producing logic processors automatically-ish. 32 formation cores, 32 annihilation cores. This stuff it's just crafting components, essentially. 2 storage buses. And 1 storage bus is gonna get hooked up here. We need to make a subnetwork for this, because otherwise it's not gonna have enough channels to support. I'm now adding power to this network, and I'm gonna try to make it output to those 2 millstones where we can get crushed Certus quartz and crushed fluix, and also to that charger that can charge the Certus quartz into charged Certus quartz. So basically what I wanted to do is I wanted to export quartz crystal. So let's see. Is it gonna do its thing? Yay, look, it put it in there. But it is not receiving power. Okay, there, now it's receiving power. Although that's not the way I'm gonna want that to be, but it's basically... Oh, it just took it out. Because it's working. Look, it's putting it in here. Wow, I'm something of a crafting maestro myself. All because I'm making a pattern encoding terminal. Because I'm switching over, I'm trying to make a sub network. I don't know if this is even going to work. So here, this is actually the first look at the ME system itself. It's a pattern encoding terminal, but you can also see the stuff. It's just looking at the contents of these drawers here. And I should be able to request a crafting, but the pattern thing, but oh no, I can't. I'm missing some stuff that I don't want to build right now. I'll explain it later. So this thing, I'm just following like a tutorial on the wiki for automating of the fluix stuff. So it uses an annihilation plane and a formation plane to like dump the correct items in the water to make it form into the fluix. It has to do that with one of these patterns, which means I have to set up enough stuff to and connect it to this to actually be able to handle auto crafting requests, unfortunately. Over here I'm gonna have a storage drawer wall of mostly crafting components, because I found a very easy way to just have basically item pipes. Like this thing here, it just is connected to export buses on those vaults, and then it uses a storage bus to just push it into the storage drawer controller. And if you come over here, you'll see that all that it is just an import bus, and just imports nether quartz until it fills up with 500 in the storage drawers. So we're importing quartz, we're importing redstone, and we're importing glass. Additionally, I moved the fluix generator down a little bit, but I still haven't tested it. And now that the millstone for making the pulverized Certus quartz is working, I can send it over to the furnace area, the lava area, and turn it into silicon automatically. Connect that, and it should start putting silicon there. Yeah, look, there it goes. Now silicon is being turned automatically into printed silicon. Oh, that works. There, look it. So it's fine on the other side of the belt. Thanks to subnetworks, things are coming together, and they're about to come together even more with these crafting computers, which is how I'm going to handle making the fluix. So I should be able to handle a craft now. Although it's not giving me an option to craft, which I don't like. Why? So I connected it directly to this, and now it's showing me the option to craft it. So let's see if it's gonna work. No, it's stuck. Why? That's gonna be a problem that I have to solve. But I also need to make it auto-stock this stuff. So in an ME interface, you can add a crafting card and then set it to try to pull that stuff into the ME interface. And if it doesn't already have it, it will craft it if it can. So that is one way of auto-stocking. Here, check it out. It's working now. And I had a really hard time getting these always sucked into the planes that would retrieve the items. They get stuck in the corners. But I have a fan and a redstone clock. So it alternates the motion of the fan and pulls them back or pushes them forward, and eventually it's gonna get it somewhere where it needs to go. Like, watch, eventually that thing is gonna get hit by the right fan direction. There we go, see? It sorts itself out and then resumes. The issue is if it doesn't detect all the items that it's supposed to make going back in, then it just sits there and won't do anything. So it has to collect every single one. Hence the fan. So now that Fluix is automated, I mainly just need gold, diamonds, and wool to continue making the stuff, because everything from just Certus plus the stuff that's already in the factory is all good to go. You know what? I think I'm just gonna make an underground wool farm. One right down here. Here you go, guys. I'm gonna go get even more of you because I need a lot of sheep. It turned into... Whoa, no. One sheep made it. Another one didn't make it. Here guys, take a look at what I've done. So, I'm directly under the iron facility, the iron crafting part facility, which is right there. That's the iron transmitter. And it transmits the iron over here, and then we get shears, because I added this little thing to make shears. And so it will auto-reload the shears into this big wool farm. And it looks a little bit complicated, but it's not. It's actually the extremely simple wool farm, just with a auto-loader for shears. Down here, let me turn this up so you can see. Here, so you can see something. It's got just a minecart down here that goes back and forth, and it's got an auto unloader over here that doesn't do anything yet. Then it's got the it's the observer triggered wool farm. If I did everything right, I can put this here and it will pick up stuff, and then it will run off of rails immediately. That was intentional, 100%. And now the last thing it needs are the sheep, and I've actually got 64 different slots here, plus another 12 over there. So technically I'm gonna have 4 different sheep per color, although actually 16 sheep for white wool. Here, look at you, we've got wool. We've got 8 of the 16 colors going in now, in no particular order here, but all the sheep are in, which was really not as annoying as I thought. I actually thought it was gonna be worse. It didn't take very long. All I really need to do is go over to this controller and then put an import bus on it and then filter it for white wool and then shove it into the crafting storage up here where it can be accessed. And then I'll have everything I need to do the crafting recipes for covered cables, which is one of the last things I'm going to do in this video, other than coming over here and finish retrofitting all of these machines here. I can make the cobblestone farm less laggy using annihilation planes. I'm going to plan to do that and overhaul all of this stone automation here again, and also add a gold automation segment to it from the granite, because then I'll be able to automate the logic processors, which will be pretty cool. Of course, to do some of this, I'm going to need to set up a basic ME system above me as well. Here guys, want to see my first and amazing attempt at like a ME system to craft stuff? I'm sure it's the best that you've ever seen in your entire lives, undoubtedly. So I have 2 controllers here, and I probably don't even need 2 controllers. I just wanted to because I have 2 alternators. I think that looks kind of cool. And I've made some dense covered cables. I have a crafting terminal here, and I've hooked this up to the network so that I can see everything up here plus everything downstairs. I was just testing to see if I could get it to craft stuff using resources from down here, but then facilities up here and storage up here. So I was trying to craft quartz fibers, and I actually got it working. So I have 1 molecular assembler and 1 pattern provider, and then I have a crafting computer over here. So if you come over here and sort by craftable, I can go to quartz fibers and let's craft like 2 stacks. So the stuff is available, and start the crafting. So look, you can see it's ticking up there. We should be able to see it in the assembler itself. Yeah, look it. It is busy crafting. You can click on this and you can see the status of the crafting, and it's pulling the materials from down here. So if you look, you'll see the glass is depleted along with the Certus coarse dust. So that is actually working. The last thing I want to do is I want to implement the little stocking system. Okay, I think I found a workaround, or a better solution. Auto stocking that doesn't involve interfaces. So I saw that the crafting card can be used in other machines or other pieces in the interface elementer and the export bus. And I moved it to an export bus. And it seems like the export bus can ask to craft stuff if it notices there's room in here for something that can be crafted. Like, look, if I take out a bunch of these things, then watch what will happen. Look, it starts refilling it. And you can even set it to not, do not use stocked items, so it won't pilfer stuff from here to try to refill it or anything like that. So look, it just refilled it right back to 512. That seems way better, actually, than doing the interface. So I might even be able to come down here and swap this, because I was using this to stock Fluix. But if I take this out and I put an export bus right here with a crafting card, do not use stocked items, and export Fluix, that should cause it. Yeah, look at it, just made it start crafting, and it should dump it into here when it's done. At least that's, yes, it's dumping it in there, so I don't have to use a MF interface. Look at this, all it takes now is just putting crafting patterns into those molecular assemblers, and all of a sudden they start crafting. Wow. This is a lot better. I had no idea annihilation planes would be that fast, and I even enchanted them with efficiency, which only saves on energy consumption. That's so much less laggy. I rebuilt this, and it's a lot cleaner and smaller. And this also includes the gold automation. It's pretty slow, but it's working. We still have the granite, we have the andesite, and then diorite is back here. I moved most of the items around now with the ME system, so that's better. Everything that is being made is available in this terminal here. I have added some more stuff to be automated. We've got barrels, crafting tables, drawers, and drawer upgrades here. You should be able to watch these assemblers here. They should be doing stuff. Yeah, you can see the items up here. It's still working. It's still making those dense cables. But oh yeah, before I forget, a couple of videos ago, I mentioned that there were these 3 robin eggs that were in a nest outside my door. And then that was a couple of videos ago. I forgot to mention them in one video, but now I have a progress update. They have all hatched. There's 3 baby robins, although they're quickly increasing in size. I'll put some pictures up on screen. They're actually getting quite big now. I think they will probably be leaving the nest relatively soon. And I had asked for names for the baby robins in that video. And, well, somebody suggested 3 names that I could not pass up. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. I have to pick those. That is a great suggestion. Thank you guys so much. And I will continue to add an update. Like, I'll attempt to do it once per week. Probably by the time the next video comes out, they may be trying to fly. We'll have to see. They're getting very crowded in there. But anyways, I can't wait to automate even more stuff here and over in the steel mill with Applied Energistics. Having just upgraded my factory using a combination of Applied Energistics and Create Mod, the next logical step is to use my upgrades to automate everything in Minecraft.
For legal reasons, I did not in fact automate everything. I just hit the arbitrary number of things that allows me to include the word everything in the title.
It's pretty straightforward. The things I need most are building blocks and machine parts from Crate and AE for upcoming large builds, which is why today I automate everything from cogwheels to diamonds and limestone. Seems like a great idea to start by expanding the storage wall by adding extra shelves where I can put lots of storage drawers to store all the stuff we're going to be automating today. So I can actually grab this now. I have a bunch of these drawers that have been sitting here with materials in them, so I'll bring them over. I'm going to use bigger storage drawers here for things that I want a lot of, mainly building blocks. I don't need to store like 16,000 repeaters or something. That's a huge waste of resources and time. Pretty sure once I put a trim there, then it'll actually go into the rest of the ME system. Yeah, look at that. You can see the andesite now. Granite, you can see that stuff, but it's not going in automatically. That's the problem. It's also possible that I may run into limitations with the way I'm sending auto-crafting requests in the ME export bus, because it might run out of slots eventually. I guess I'll worry about that later though if I have to, and instead move on to making some covered cables, which you can dye with different colors to differentiate them and keep them separated. I had to fix some stuff at the Scarlet area, and I seem to be hitching a ride on the train. I may also fall off though and die unceremoniously. Okay, this is a little bit better. Come on. This should look nice. I just realized I can put my my terminals, set them into this wall, and then it will look kind of epic, I think. So I'll put the pattern access one here. Here, now look, it's set into the block, so that actually, I think that looks a lot cooler. Also, how come it's showing all of this stuff on, like, including the orange? I thought it says on the wiki thing, 32 channels per face. This thing is coming out of a completely different face from the orange dense cable. So why is it showing? Is it going to add up to 64 or is it going to cap out? That's what I'm worried about. So I'm now importing the wool directly up here, and it's no longer being imported down here at all. And all the colors are going here, and I discovered that a cool thing I could do is provide substitutions for using the covered recipe. So it can use all the wool types to do it, not just white wool. It still makes white wool a lot more, but it will use all of the above. So it'll be much faster making covered cables now. I'm making this more efficient down here as well. This used to have glass, now it has cobblestone, so that I can use cobblestone as a crafting ingredient. It's because I'm actually crafting granite up there now, because all of the granite that's being crafted down here is being turned into gold, and I want granite for building as well, and I have insane amounts of cobblestone and quartz, so might as well craft some up there. Also, I decided I'm going to craft andesite up there as well, because I'm about to use a bunch of the andesite here for andesite alloy, very importantly. I'm going to make andesite alloy over here. I'm using a very simple ME system here to basically just create an item pipe that pulls nuggets from the hopper and sticks it into the basin where it's making andesite alloy from, I think, 1 nugget, and 1 andesite gives you 1 alloy when you use the mixer, which is way more efficient than crafting. There we go. We're back in business. I have to build a separate, or I want to build a separate facility right here specifically for handling these things. These are all basically the most important build materials left that I use frequently, other than bricks, which I can kind of automate because I've got clay that comes in from my Scarlet Mountain facility. I have to make blackstone out of cobblestone, which I'm going to do right here. It gets split in half, and then the other one goes into a ME network basically for storage in case I want blackstone by itself, because remember, we're automating everything. Almost. Bruh. Do not run anyone over again, or else I will write a strongly worded letter. Ooh, here it goes. Look. There's the blackstone. What about this? Come on. Oh, there we go. Great. So look, there's now blackstone in there. And then it went also into this storage drawer. And since that blackstone is used for making deep slate along with basalt, I'm going to need a little bit of ice if I want to make a basalt farm. And then I got distracted and automated dripstone, which only took about 30 seconds because it's really easy. That feels really good. Finally being able to make dripstone automatically. It is heated, it has water, it needs clay, and then it turns 8 cobblestone into 8 dripstone. And now one of the more important building blocks that I need is all done. Which means next up is 2 lava water liquid farms. One of them is going to be for limestone, which is very strange, involving honey. And then the other one is just going to be a basalt farm for basalt on its own, also as a crafting ingredient for deep slate. Is it lava on water? Or is it water on lava? Not that. Water on lava? No. Okay, how then? Time to go to the wiki. Liquid honey. Limestone is produced when lava flows into a liquid honey source block or onto flowing honey. What a recipe. Does that mean I can put honey in a bucket? Or do I have to melt the honey and deploy it with a pipe? Okay. Honey bucket question mark? No honey bucket. Then if it's gonna make me deploy the honey without a bucket, then I better do this right the first time, because it's gonna be annoying. The way that I plan on breaking the created blocks and collecting them is with annihilation planes from Applied Energistics. These things are really good at things like cobblestone farms, any farm that involves breaking and picking up blocks. I have no idea what the flow rate of honey is, so I'm just gonna have to experiment. Here we go, look. Honey. Let me try one more time. Bucket. Oh. Honey bucket. Why didn't it work last time? And why is there no honey bucket? Oh, I guess I could have looked here and it just doesn't show. Whatever. Okay. I'm just dumb, but fine. What? Put the honey there. No, do not flow that way. So what happens if I put lava then? There, look, limestone. Okay, it seems to be just fine like that. I think I'm all good to go. Let me just melt down the rest of my honey. All I need now is to activate those annihilation planes and that'll get started. But I will do that momentarily. I'd now just rather set up the basalt farm. Here comes the basalt. A little bit more annoying actually. Nice. Look at that. There's our limestone. That's so much nicer with the annihilation planes. Oh my goodness. So much less laggy. All this stuff has quite full. We're just missing the tough and we're also missing the deep slate. Tough is actually really useful because it's how you automate zinc and copper. The final thing that I need here is lava. So I'm gonna make a pipeline to bring lava all the way from over here. In case you didn't know this was a fluid tank, there's the fluid decal there, right? You definitely didn't know that. If it weren't for that, you would have no idea, obviously.
I'm gonna need so many fluid decals.
I don't actually know if I need this last pump here. Here, let's see if I don't. Is it gonna go in here? Oh, look, it is. Look, it's loading it with lava in both of these, and I think these things cause a ton of lag. It's, anyways. Everything here is working quite splendidly. I'm making most of the building blocks I could ever want. It's a little laggy, although I did find a few fixes, actually. For one thing, if I shut down the entire factory, then my frame rates will go back up to like 45, which means that a massive amount of lag is just all the animated textures from Create Mod. Now, obviously, I don't want my factory shut down, but I can shut it down occasionally, like if it's all done doing stuff, which will take a while, but I don't need it all the time, and I won't be over here all the time anyways. And I guess some lag, at least for now, is the price that I pay for infinite resources. Over here, we're collecting lots and lots of stuff. We've already got 12,000 basalt, 10,000 limestone. That's pretty awesome. We got a lot of wool as well, which is really nice. Then over here, all this stuff is also being crafted. Some of it is stacking at 512. Some of it is only stacking to 64. Like, this stuff is only stacking to 64. So the next big thing that I'm going to want to do is automate diamonds, which is pretty easy. Easier than you might think. Also going to need to actually automate smelting of deep slate because I mostly use the smelted version of deep slate. Splendid deep slate. It's doing the thing. And we're at 27 channels, although it's counting all the other stuff, which it shouldn't be. I don't know if we'll even get to the max channels today, so we may not find out. But diamonds, how to make diamonds? Well, you can do it with lava, coal. Well, yeah, lava and coal, and then you get a diamond. And it turns out you can make coal from crafting with charcoal. So that's awfully convenient. Convenient because I have a ton of charcoal, because I have basically an infinite amount of wood. Need to use 4 mechanical crafters. Then I can combine everything, everything back here. And if I add a hopper, I can put a hopper here and then make it the charcoal network. And, oh shoot. If I move it right there, it can go straight into here. And then I have to get the blocks out of here into one more basin where it gets turned into diamonds. And then it's in line with the lava, which is perfect. And then I can put a press right here. Right down here is the lava pipe. I don't know if I'm going to need another pump or not. I would love to not have another pump. Ah, yes. There. Blocks of coal. And there we go. Look at that. Diamonds are being made automatically. You love to see it. So I only feel like I only really want to store 64 diamonds because they're honestly not that helpful to me outside of a crafting ingredient. It's not a server. It's not currency. And if it were anyways, having a diamond farm would be basically the same thing as the Federal Reserve printing infinite amounts of money. And we all know how well that works out. And if you don't, I highly recommend figuring that out if they're in the US. Last step here is to just import diamonds. Right, so that's that done. Let me see. So that means I can go down here and I can automate the engineering processors, which takes like, it's got storage for 500 of those. So that's gonna be more like 500 diamonds in storage. I had to rearrange where the diamonds were being stored in order to get this network to pull the diamonds in, but now it's making engineering processors automatically up to 512. Next thing I want to do is make slime for sticky pistons, because sticky pistons are a useful crafting ingredient in several applied energistics things like the very important storage buses. Not to mention, slime is good for lots of other things, for crate mud. This means I'm going to have to make wheat farm for dough and a cactus farm for green dye to turn into lime dye in order to craft slime. And I bet I can get white dye just from composting the seeds from the wheat farm, and then cactus for the green dye. So I'm going to make 2 relatively small farms down in the basement again by the wool farm. I'm going to make one for cactus and one for wheat. All in order to make slime so I can make sticky pistons and anything else that needs slime. So there's this great thing called organic compost, and what it does is it turns into rich soil, and then when you plant stuff on it, it acts like it bone meals it every so often. A lot of this is rich soil. You can see it's much different looking, and if I were to harvest it, it would almost like bone meal it every so often for free. So I figured to speed up the wheat production even more, not that I probably need to, I'm going to mostly fill it with the rich soil. Basically let it sit outside by water and sun and then mushrooms if available. So I can certainly put it in the water and in the sun. And after a little while it will turn into what I need. Alright, check out what I got. So this little system here, I'm getting better at making these very compact, but it takes in wheat and seeds, and it just dumps the seeds straight down into a composter, and then it sends it into a little storage system here. So we get bone meal, we also get the dough, and we get the green dye. Green dye is just coming from here from this cactus farm. It's just a vanilla cactus farm. I even have a bubble elevator, all vanilla. You'll love to see it. And then the wheat goes here, it gets turned into flour, and then you also get seeds when you do that. So it sends, okay, it sends the seeds over here to the composter, then it sends the flour over here. And then that just also goes into the storage drawer system. So all that needs to happen now is, well, actually I should put that there, but I just need to connect this with an ME line basically and import the stuff up into the area up here, and then I can auto craft it into the correct dye in the slime. Well, there we go. I think it should have started crafting already. Yep, look, slime balls are getting made. Now to craft sticky pistons. Next up is going to be making polished rose quartz automatically, which are used to make electron tubes in order to craft most of the more advanced crate machines. Anything that's a smart anything needs an electron tube. Anyways, all I have to do is just make a pattern here for rose quartz, throw it in the terminal. Now I can make another pattern for electron tubes. Then to get that working, I need to come down here, turn this on, and crush some diamonds, and then make 6 pieces of diamond sandpaper. Ooh. And over here I managed to squeeze in some very nice automation. I think each diamond sandpaper has 1,000 uses, and it goes on this deployer. Now all I need to do right here is I have an export bus, not polished. I filter it just for rose quartz, and it should stick it. Let me get rid of this temporarily. And look, it already made it. It already made it. Filter this for polished rose quartz, and now watch what will happen. See, it'll use the sandpaper, the diamond sandpaper. I need to import polished rose quartz from here. So that way I didn't have to have a separate import bus. I could just load it into the quad storage drawer. Another thing done. So now all I need is brass and copper. Then that'll take care of everything from crate that I want to automate, basically. And I can get both of those things from crushing tuff. And if I can't get enough copper from crushing tuff, I'll do the viridium. But if it's plenty good just from tough crushing, then I won't bother doing Viridium now. So let's give it a shot, shall we? Oh, look at that. It's already working. Oh, I mean, it's going a stack at a time. But still. I think it's pulling it out of the main system for some reason, which I didn't think it could do. Yeah, it is. I didn't think it could do that. Well, this is good for a small amount of copper and zinc. Not a lot, though, for the amount of tough that it consumes, so we'll see. It may not be worth it in the long term. Okay, this is not worth it. It's using all my tough, and I don't want it to do that. And it's so slow anyways. It wouldn't even be good for making brass, because I'm gonna need so much brass for other stuff anyways. I might as well make brass elsewhere. And look at how much stuff needs brass. There's no way I'm gonna do that here at any speed. But I won't tear this down. I'll just shut it down. And that way, if for some reason I want this to be active again, I don't have to rebuild it. I can just flip a lever. Oh, by the way, baby bird update from last time before I forget. The baby robins in the nest outside my door that I've mentioned a few times. Last time they were pretty darn grown up, and literally like the day after I uploaded that video, they were leaving the nest and already trying to fly around and hop around outside. I got a couple pictures of them when they were like in the bush near their nest, but later that day, most of them just disappeared and I haven't seen them since then. I thought they were gonna come back to the nest, but they seem to just be gone. So hopefully they're gonna do their thing and be okay wherever they are. But this is probably the final baby robin update. But there's one more thing I would like to do before we call it a day in this great epic of automation. I am going to turn this storage system right here into an ME system. I'm going to MEify it by simply having a storage bus connected to a tiny network with a crafting terminal where I can view everything and I can craft stuff directly out of here. So I'm trying to just give it power now, and apparently it needs a minimum of 32 RPM to function, and this is half of that speed. Oh my god, that was so annoying. There's 8 water wheels. 8 of them. But it's working. Anything I could want that's anything in my storage unit I can access here. Anything I can craft, I can do it right here. Like, oh, I want to craft some acacia planks. Oh yeah, we'll craft some acacia planks. That's pretty cool. And that, my friends, is the conclusion of automating everything. Almost. In Minecraft Create Mod. But I'm super excited now to get in some big building projects, some construction of infrastructure, some vehicles, defense installations, more factories. I just finished automating everything, which means it's time to start building again. Today, I'm gonna head over to the steel mill and begin adding railways, fixing up the terrain, and building auxiliary warehouses for future steel forging. But most importantly, I'm gonna assemble a monorail system for moving molten steel out of the blast furnace building and over to the forging areas. I only need 7 more beef, and then I can upgrade the colony to be able to support 50 colonists. I know that seems kind of strange, but I have to research it in the university, and it costs 64 steak. I think that was 6 from 1 cow. Oh good, there's my steak. Let's go upgrade the colony to have 50 people. Yes, I would like an outpost, and the steak increases in quantity all the way to 500 steak. But anyways, there we go. Hello. Hey, it looks like it got the thing. Your researchers have made conclusions about outposts. That means we can now have 50 people living in the colony. I don't know how many there are right now. I think it's probably maxed out, but we'll go check. Oh look, we already have 27 people. We need more housing, but there's 3 children right now. So it's time to start on the steel mill area, which includes actually the interior of the steel mill. I'll see what I can get done on that as well. And another thing I want to do, I want to build, let me go into just spectator mode here. I'm going to build a railway that goes over here. This little estuary in the river is going to get probably completely covered up and replaced with a railway. Need to build the stuff under here. It's just floating. Going to be fixing up the outside of this. Going to be doing the inside of it, going to be doing the railways, and also I want to build the at least one of the other warehouse buildings that's gonna go here, where we're gonna have other stuff. And it also seems like not a bad idea to have my eventual copper, zinc, and brass plants over here. I'm gonna add a mod that adds molten versions of that stuff, so that I can kind of like deal with all molten metal the way that you get molten steel out of this, and out of blast furnaces. It seems like it would fit the theme. And I'll move my cannon casting over here and make better cannon casting systems. Oh, and most importantly, I'm gonna make a monorail, although it's gonna be a weird monorail. It's not one for riding on with passengers. It's for carting big containers of molten steel. It's gonna look pretty cool, I think. Quite a good amount of landscaping here. Now to figure out where the rails are gonna go before I start doing more landscaping over here. I've been using cobblestone as a layer under the grass, mainly because I never know when I'm gonna be replacing a bunch of stuff with sand or gravel that I don't want to fall down, so that's why it's actually 2 layers here. But anyways, I'm gonna come over here now and attach a new rail from here. I guess it's probably gonna go right off of this part over here and then start angling that way. Although it's going to be a little weird because it's going to stay elevated here, and then part of it's going to curve over here, and there'll be an elevated rail very close by here, and some other stuff that I have to figure out, and then 2 rail lines here. Don't know what they're going to do, what they're going to be for right now, but I guess we'll find out, won't we? I sure hope I have a lot of rails left. Okay, I've got 2,000 of them. That's pretty good. I actually had no idea how many I had remaining. Well, this should be fun, shouldn't it? Let's start right here. Come on, can't connect from a turn. Oh good, there's 1 connection. Now seems like the perfect opportunity to show you something that I cut out a few videos ago, but is extremely relevant now. Well, you guys were right. You suggested for the drawbridge that I use phantom rails because they're invisible. They don't actually move with contraptions, but they might as well not be there. Now there's one test that might screw it up, which is sitting right behind me. And we'll try it in a sec, but look, it's on the drawbridge right now, and the drawbridge is assembled. You can just raise it up, and no problem. Train's still there, train's just floating. So, there's one question. What happens when you drive a ship through those invisible rails? No, you're not connected to 32,000 other blocks, you dingus. Here. Yay. But if you're wondering how this is done with Valkyrian Skies, Clockwork, and Eureka ships. This is mainly why I care about drawbridges. Obviously there is no problem. We just went through the train and we went through the rails. I could probably drive through the entire bridge if I wanted and it wouldn't matter, but that would be unrealistic and cringe. That means over here, I am at liberty to make whatever I want. Any kind of drawbridge. The drawbridge is purely aesthetic, which is important. Aesthetics are very important, okay? But, okay, so now that you know what my plan is, this is not going to stay here forever. I just kind of want this for now. And I will swap this out with phantom tracks once we actually get to building the drawbridge. In the meantime, how bad is it going to be trying to make a 45-degree turn that way? Is that as sharp as I can make it? All the way over there? How's that position look? Not good enough. Hang on, let me go over here and see just what it would take. Maybe I can shift some stuff around. So I don't really want these 2 tracks over here, probably any closer than that to the building. And I'd prefer it even farther away if I can get away with it. That's probably about as good as I'd want it. So I need to get a track, let's just say from right here. Let's go diagonally first. Okay, something like this. That will be hard pressed to go up there and make that turn, let alone the track that's even farther on the outside. But here's an idea. What if I had a double line of rails on the drawbridge and then the other one went over in that direction so that you could go back into the main network? That might be a good idea. Might kind of solve the problem of the spacing. So I plan to have the railway come over here and run next to this catwalk. So where I eventually can unload stuff like unload materials to go to the blast furnaces. Well, I solved the rail situation, even if it's a little bit weird. There's this track here, which goes over here, and it only goes up 2 blocks. I decide on that. Then it goes over here, and there's lots and lots of room where the train should be able to park just fine. And then it's going to back out of the station, hopefully. And then it can go back the way it came if it wants, but then actually that way. Alternatively, it could go over here and then follow this all the way around, and then it just kind of stops there. So if you look on the map, maybe there'll be some kind of other warehouse or something. Maybe there's a future use for the track over there. Right now it's going to kind of dead end and it's more decorative. But what I may as well do now is, before this tornado shows up, I see I have already been pulled off of this. Before the tornado gets much closer, I'm going to go and grab a machine that I haven't used in a little bit. I'm going to use the track lane machine in order to deploy a ton of gravel. Part of which needs to go here because the rail yard got trashed by, you guessed it, a tornado in a few videos ago. In fact, it was the first tornado that ever happened on this world before I got rid of block damage. There seems to be one small problem though. There's 13 gravel in here. Here, it's connected. It doesn't actually even have a train station. I should really do something different with this. Well, that's not terrible. It's a little uneven. I'll have to fix it up a little bit, add some more gravel, but not bad. Current plan is to fully terraform all of the ground here. Basically, we're going to just be doing one layer. Turn it from nasty cobblestone, empty spaces, broken shoreline, floating rails, and grass. We're going to turn it into something nice. I'm going to lay out the foundations for 2 buildings. One building over here, I may have to clear out more, and then another building over here up until this railway. Let's not waste any time. Let's get going. Not gonna make netherite armor. I like my diamond armor, but I will make netherite tools because I really want that durability when at least a netherite shovel when it comes to mining that much dirt. Oh yeah, you need smithing template upgrades for netherite now. That's the thing I completely forgot about. That's fine. It only costs diamonds, and I have infinite diamonds from my diamond printer. For the first time on this world, I'm actually planning on using mud as a building block, or more specifically, what's it called? The packed mud? Yeah, I'm gonna use that. I don't have any mud at all, so I have to go dig some out of the ground. Even though I could technically automate it with my dirt farm, I just don't feel like doing that right now. Good thing I've stolen a lot of hay bales recently from villages, so I have a bunch of wheat just on hand, ready to turn into packed mud. I've added a new mod that should help a lot with building as well, and it especially adds these randomizer bags, which from my testing are going to be really nice, really helpful for building. It basically does exactly what it sounds like. So we're going to make the diamond randomizer bag, and it seems like the way this works is you basically get some blocks that you want. Like here, let's say I've got terracotta, brown bricks, and umber bricks. You can open the bag. Then I can put some bricks in here, Like, we'll put one of each brick in there. And then as long as the blocks are in my inventory, I can right-click with the bag, and it actually just randomizes the placing of these blocks. All I have to do is click with one thing, and it randomizes it. So right now it's basically 33% of each of these block types that are in here. But if I added, oh, I don't know, like a bunch of extra umber bricks, then it's going to mostly place umber bricks and only rarely place the non-umber bricks. So the percentages are basically however many things you have in here. It's going to be what it is. So this would be overwhelmingly umber bricks, but this over here is 33%. So that's going to make any kind of randomization, like the way this, I wouldn't have to do this manually anymore. I would just load it up with one of each, because that's about meant to be 33. Then I'd throw it in their bag, and then I'd just start right-clicking, and it would just work. Same with down here. With these blocks, it's not applicable for all randomization circumstances where I want it to be random, but in big groups, like over here. So it's not always going to work. But in some cases, it will massively speed up what I can do. Why is there just a gamer girl colonist visiting? Like, all the other colonists are like normal looking, maybe, I don't know, 18th, 19th, early 20th century clothing, and then there's just gamer girl here. Why are you even here? You want an enchantment table? Oh my gosh, are those even rabbit ears? Okay, go sell your bathwater elsewhere. So I've got part of the interior done here, but it's extremely rough and needs a lot more work. But more excitingly is this building over here, this gigantic factory warehouse area that now I could fill with tons of stuff. I don't even know if I'll have enough to put in here. But I think it's a pretty cool looking building, and it would have been so much harder if it weren't for that randomizer bag. That was a massive blessing. Some of the windows are covered with bricks, others are actually exposed. And I'm really happy with the randomized textures for the windows. I think that looks really nice. It's just a giant space to do whatever I want, like cast steel cannons. But I need to move the steel over here, so this is where the unrealistic part comes in. My monorail is not going to be for personal transport. It's going to be for moving tanks full of molten steel around. If you've seen Attack of the Clones and remember the droid factory scene where they fall into like these giant buckets basically that carry molten metal, that's basically what it's going to be. That's what the monorail is going to be for. And that part's not necessarily unrealistic. The unrealistic part is having it come out right here and then like float over the train tracks and everything. That just would be a horrible idea for safety, but this is Minecraft, so I can do dumb stuff like that. So I'm going to cut a very realistic hole here. Hopefully that's going to be big enough, but let's go actually make some monorails now. So I can do it with the first section of this. Let me just get rid of that. And I put brackets here instead of the nuggets, and then sheets, and then I think I put the girders there. Yep, that is exactly how it's done. Definitely wanted to tie up as possible, and I would like it to go all the way to the back like that. In fact, I might even need to execute a turn with it. If this comes too annoying, these hay bales here for the campfires, I can move it all up by one block and then be fine. So I need to then get the rail all the way up here. And I know this is up by a couple blocks. So let's see how bad that looks. Oh, that's pretty decent slope. But there's one thing that I need to check. Let me go grab a train and drive it over here onto that track. Oh no, you don't. You're not leaving before I get on the train. On the train. Yes, I boarded it. Slow down, slow down. Okay. That was close. Even when there's a train here, that looks pretty high up. That the... oh, what the heck? What the heck is that? It looks plenty high enough that even when I have the thing going over here and the train, it's probably not going to be in the way. Why is there a horse in the window? Why are you here? What is it with horses and, like, ending up in weird places in this build? Look at that. That is a monorail carriage. That's pretty cool. Now I'm actually not remembering how I did this on the other world. I might need to go back and look. Okay, guys, here. This is the design I made. I forgot this actually looks cooler than I thought. This is what it's going to look like. It's got 5 different tanks, steel fluid tanks here. And it's just the bare minimum. Got a fluid interface in the bottom here. And then obviously somewhere I have to stick train controls, even though it's not really a train. It just is a requirement. Let me just get a screenshot of this. Oh, cool. I can turn 1 barrel into 2 tanks. That's pretty epic. Thank you, game. Can actually show you the whole thing. So we have a stair here, a stair on the other side, stairs underneath, framed panels here, here, and then it's just 5 fluid tanks, then more stairs, and lastly a fluid interface. I don't know why I keep calling it a port. It's technically not. It's an interface. And then just apply the textures to the frame blocks. Sweet. And there is 1 big bucket. So how far apart can I build these anyways? Let's try another one here. Nope, that actually looks just fine. This is going to be a little bit tricky to deal with. So I have to put train controls here. I will put train controls here facing that way, and then train controls on this side. Put a train station here. And let me go get a train driver and see if this is going to work the way I'm hoping. Because I have to like stick a seat there, and I don't know if the train driver needs to be right next to the controls for it to work or not. So where is a small animal that I can make the train driver? Here you go. This chicken looks like it needs a job. Are you unemployed? Well, not anymore. So this will be a sure way of seeing if the chicken is able to access the other controls to drive in the other direction or not. Now that it's glued, let's go and assemble it. Okay, I think I got a thing for this now. It's got the correct slope. It starts here, and this thing goes all the way into the building. In fact, it curves around here, and I think it looks cool. I'm just gonna have to fix that and make it less hay Bailey. If I give this guy the schedule, I don't know if he's gonna... The conductor needs to sit in front of the control block. In that case, I will make a separate carriage for it, or a separate thing to sit on, a 5th one. That's kind of cool looking, actually. I'm not too upset about having to add this. New spot for you. Very epic. Now to reassemble. Here you go. Yay, we're going. Oh, this is cool. Oh, I fell off. Nice, and then it just goes over here, and then are we gonna go back? It's got a 5-second timer if it's working properly. Oh, yep, we're going back. And it goes over the train, and it looks, oh, and I fell off again. I don't have a seat, that's the problem. I think only complaint is it's going a little faster than I want. Arguably the hard part starts now, because this is gonna get loaded in a weird kind of way. It's not gonna get loaded from 4 different spots, it's gonna get loaded from 1 spot, and that spot needs to be right around here. Oh, good. Barely lines up. What I have to figure out now is positions for 3 other train stations that make the other buckets line up with that fluid interface, so that it stops basically at each different station for each bucket. It's going to stop right here, and look at that. The first one of these is linked with the port. And it's going to move on. Then, oh look, it stops again. The other one's linked with a port. You probably get the idea. Next one is going to also move up until it stops there. It barely links, but it's still connected. And same with the last one. Perfect. Last thing I have to do is set up the same system over on this side. I've implemented the same system in this building where it gets unloaded. It's just the reverse of the other one, and it was a lot easier because it was all on a straight line, so I didn't have to deal with a weird curve. Now each of the different buckets gets unloaded at the same spot. It's really fun to watch as well, I have to say, but unfortunately I'm gonna have to call it there. I thought I'd have more time to actually build steel systems and blast furnaces and such, but I guess that is going to have to wait until next week. Oh yes, very important, before I forget. I need a name for this chicken. This chicken can't be riding in this gondola driving the monorail without a name. So any suggestions you've got, put them down in the comments and I will choose a name for our chicken driver in the next video. I have a steel mill and a monorail for moving molten steel, but I don't have any molten steel. So today I'm gonna fix that. First, I'm gonna set up blast furnaces and coke ovens for producing lots of steel using Minecraft Crate mod. Next, I'll need to set up casting facilities and put that steel to good use making big cannons. Let's get started. Oh yeah, by the way guys, quick announcement. I saw some of you asking about this and I've put some more of the builds from this world on my Patreon, stuff like the steel mill behind me, so you can go check that out if you're interested. In order to make molten steel, we need two things other than blast furnaces. We need a blasting mixture and we need coal coke dust. So we're gonna bring two materials into the blast furnace from a train. We're gonna bring in blasting mixture and we're gonna bring in coal coke dust. Actually, that's not true. We're gonna bring in coal. So the tricky thing that's gonna kind of inform how I do everything else is how do I actually automatically put stuff in the blast furnace? And it is so far not as nice or as easy as you might hope. Simply because you can't use hoppers or other crate mod stuff to put it in there. You just have to physically drop the items in like that. And there's only one opening and one output that I found. I can apparently use smart observers to detect fluids in pipes, which I need to put to the test. Let's try this. Let us put a thing here and let's have it detect molten slag. But is it gonna stop detecting molten slag? Oh look, it does. I think I have a good idea. Amazingly, I have some tanks already, but I'm gonna need a lot more. That is 288 buckets. Okay, that's probably fine. That's better. We can actually see something without having an extremely high artificial brightness setting. So now to do stuff. I'd love to fit all the blast furnaces up here and then the coal stuff down there, but I don't know if that's actually going to be a practical splitting of it, so maybe it'll be mixed. I know I can lay out two rows here. If I want them to be all separated, that'll provide 12 blast furnaces. I think that's every blast furnace done. That's 12 blast furnaces, which is probably good. And then I'll have room down here for coke ovens. Anything else? So now I have to put pumps to attach to these tanks and then use smart pipes in order to separate which way the fluids go so that they don't get mixed up. There's just a rain of eggs coming from above me from the driver of that train all the time. Just when I thought everything was good, I realized that it is not, in fact, because I need these to be separate if I want each one to trigger its own individual smart observer. And then we're gonna have a redstone link. And then this link is going to transmit to a link up here, because if I power this, it's going to trigger all three droppers. Watch this. Oh, I heard it. I heard it go. It's all gone. Yeah, look, it's running. See, it put it back in there. Look at this. It's working now. Look, I just activated that. It actually should have started running again. Yes, it is running. But things wouldn't be so easy, and my troubles were just getting started with the discovery that I would have to have separate pipelines for every blast furnace. Why did my pipe just break? This is one of the most annoying systems I've ever dealt with in modded Minecraft. Disappointingly, after some creative testing, which was my only solution, these things are just too buggy to even automate. Effectively, you can't automate it right now, because half the time when you do it, well, actually all the time when you do it, here, watch this. I actually discovered a way to duplicate blasting mixture, so watch. There's nothing in here right now. Watch, you put in one blasting mixture, and suddenly there's two of them in here. Look, I have none in my inventory right now. Then you break it, and you get two blasting mixtures, so I don't actually know if I put two in there at once, then it's still two. But if you put one in at a time, that's a hilarious thing. It's a really slow dupe. If you put in one, then it's going to give you two. But then if you put in more than one, if I put in three, then it's going to put three in there. So I'm not going to duplicate blasting mixture, but at least in this current version you can if you want to. Sometimes it uses 1 coal coke, sometimes it uses 2. It seems almost random. I don't know why. And the fact that all of this has to go in here. Look, if it weren't like you have to toss it in from the top, and only the top in item form, and not just like a hopper or some kind of normal item input, this would not be a problem. Because it would fill it up to the maximum, and it wouldn't matter duplications or irregular usage or not. I can load it manually, and it will do fine, which is essentially what I'm gonna have to do for now. The only nice thing is I did finally find a way to make the stupid fluid routing work okay, and not like break the pipes. It was still being bad before. This system here works great when it comes to outputting the steel stuff. So let's go ahead and get the ability to make a lot of coal coke dust and a lot of blasting mixture. This will give me a lot of coke oven blocks. Let's find out how much iron I have, because it takes raw iron, and you can't get that from nuggets or ingots, meaning my current iron farm, useless when it comes to making steel. So I've got some deep slate iron, I have some iron ore. I hope this is enough. Probably not. I might have to go mining. Imagine that, the horror. Mining. Yeah, that's definitely not enough, guys. I'm gonna need to go mining. What the heck? Why was there a cow just falling from the sky? So now I mix it with lime sand, and then it creates the blasting mixture. Nearly 7 stacks. Well, let's try this, shall we? Okay, so look, I'm gonna put in a stack of coke dust and a stack of blasting mixture, and is it gonna do the thing? Yes, and I don't know how that's gonna end up working in the end. Well, it seems to be outputting now. It's not putting 2 different fluids in one pipe and breaking the pipe. Back in this part of the steel mill, we need to build the banks of coke ovens. Unfortunately, had to upgrade this with the charcoal thing, so here. Charcoal is going in. Let's jumpstart this. This is not ideal. There, we're back up, and then do that. There, cool. These are the 2 banks of coal coke makers, and it should be quite fast. Oh, and yeah, we get creosote. That's why there's tanks here. We're gonna store it, and then I need to find a way to burn it in a flare stack once it is full. Otherwise, it will back up. Also, as you can probably guess, this is gonna have a minecart rail that distributes the coal over it. Well, shall we see how this works? I'd like to see. Let's put coal in here, and then minecart there. And in it goes. I believe it should be running, yes. Yes, it is. Oh, look, it's going in. It's going in here now. So that valve just opened that, and we're sending it there. That's good. And we can already see it's dumping the creosote out here. Oh, that's nice. Lignite now gives you coal. You're guaranteed 1 coal per lignite. Before it was like a 75% chance, and lignite isn't hard to get a lot of. It's actually one of the easier things to go mining to find. In fact, I'm gonna go find some and grab it right now. If one of them is equal to coal, I can get a lot of coal really fast, because you can also insta-mine it. In fact, I just found a lignite deposit literally right here in the ground. This will most definitely fill up all of the remaining tank space. Also, why does that stop? We're filling up, along with the hoppers. Oh, look at that. It's almost full. And now it is full. We're gonna undo this last valve here, and that's gonna send it over to the flare stack. You can see the particles going. And now, is it gonna go fast enough? Oh, look at, there goes the flare stack. That's cool. So I've added the simple crushing area that is just some wheels, tiny belt, and then it sticks the crushed coal coke into here. And this is what we throw into the blast furnaces, which is what I'm going to do now, because that's essentially the coal coke automation good enough. So I have this blasting mixture, so let's go around to different blast furnaces and start loading them manually, unfortunately. Oh wait, pipe broke. Why did the pipe... Oh shoot, I haven't added the filters for half of these yet. Give me these. There, that should stop that from breaking. Now it's going the right way. None of it's breaking. Yeah, and for full transparency, I actually do this quite a bit when I need to create an item filter or any kind of filter with crate mod, or when I'm setting recipes for the workers for mine colonies and I need an item to just fill in the recipe, like if it's a stick or something, I'll just grab it and then delete it. I do that pretty often because most mods are not like Applied Energistics where you have the actual drag and drop ability from JEI without literally giving yourself the item. Yeah, so we're just gonna let this go. We can see here that it is getting filled up. Both of these are. We've got currently about 17 buckets of molten steel. The only thing that's not getting done right now is we're not loading the molten steel into the gondola. So, let's fix that. Alright, so this actually should start loading it when it comes back. Let's see, this is going to be the first time if it works. Oh yeah, it's loading, see? One of the things is getting filled up on the other side, right there. So that took like 15 buckets, and it just filled up 1/5 of it. So this can actually carry a lot of molten steel. But that is very cool, and what it means now is I need to go over here. Oh, look at that. I need to make an unloading system here, so we need to bring power over here and start casting cannons and also ingots, because it's not just cannons. Mostly cannons, though. Oh yes, we wouldn't want to forget something very important. The name for the chicken driver of the monorail gondola thingy that transports the slag. Well, kind of. That transports the molten steel. I took a look at your guys' suggestions, and it looks like the most supportive suggestion is just to name the chicken Slag. Which is why I started to say Slag. Because that's now, apparently, going to be its name. Oh boy. Hello, good chicken. I bestow upon you your new name.
Bruh.
I've painstakingly attached a lot of lights to the ceiling, to the rafters here, and it looks cool. I'm glad I did. And I've brought a shaft over from the other building, from the generator, for pumps powering over here. And the first thing I'm going to do is set up a little area to cast steel ingots. So up here, I do need to bring the steel down. I don't know, guys. Does that look cringe or does that look cool? What do we think? I'm going to bring a pipe around, and I want it to just hang on the underside of the girder. Then we'll bring it over here. I can have a shaft follow along above this, so then I can use big cog wheels to speed up the pump and make it really fast. Like when I get over here, can do just that. Okay guys, watch this. Next time the thing comes back, which it is doing right now, it is gonna make its way over. And shoot, let me close this. Yeah, before that happens. See, look, it's putting it in there. There it goes. It's draining it out. Alright, so there's 22 buckets in there right now. That's not all that we have, but that's a lot of it. If I were to undo this... Look, there it goes. It starts filling it up. Each one holds a bucket, and so now it completely filled it up. Let's shut it off again. And it starts casting steel ingots. Okay, it needed to be updated for some reason, but... Anyways, we have 4 steel ingots, so that's the ingots done. I'm going to move the steel further that way, and we're going to build a cannon casting spot. So a good place to start is over here by tearing down my old casting system, which was, I mean, it was cool, but I was under the impression that you couldn't break partially cast pieces with your pickaxe with Silk Touch. I thought you literally had to move them around using crate components. So the system did just that, and it worked, and it was cool, but it's not necessary anymore. And now it's just causing unnecessary lag here. So actually casting and making cannons is a multi-step process. It starts with casting sand, you make a mold, you pour the molten steel in there, then it solidifies, and you get an onboard cast of whatever you were making. Then you have to use a cannon drill, and you have to bore it out. Then you just get like a cannon layer. And the last step for most of them is just to cook it with some lava. Or alternatively, if you're building a bigger piece of the cannon, you have to start stacking the layers. You have to build it up and combine multiple pieces into one. And I'm going to be making 4 different cannon parts. The barrel, a built-up barrel, a sliding breech, and a chamber. Let's start with the barrels, because it's the simplest, so it'll give me an idea of how to do this. So I have to use very small cast molds. 630 millibuckets of steel. That's kind of a lot. So we start by making this kind of a thing. And let's do, I don't know if I remember how to put this. Do I then put the sand here, and then do I take that out? I do! And then it's specific to this. Deployers can interact with cannon casts. You can use them to set the mold Oh, but it looks like it uses up the sand each time. Cringe. Shoot, I dumped steel all over the ground. Oops. Here we go, watch this. Undo it. It's at 14. Let's stop that. Is that full enough? I don't know if that's full enough or not. Oh yeah, it's forming very slowly. Oh good, look, it finally turned into an onboard very small steel cannon layer. Right, and then you right click it and it deletes the sand. Okay, so I can actually pick this up, which is good. So now let's try something. I got the very small mold back, so that's nice. Let me put the very small mold there. Good. And then I put in some casting sand. Good. And then I do that again. And then it got the mold back. Nice! This is proving a lot more difficult to design than I had previously imagined it would be. But it's fun, which is good. So, let me explain what I'm doing now. This part over here is technically separate. It's a different system that is specifically for dealing with the onboard thing when it's all done. So the onboard thing goes here, then it's going to start spinning, which it's not ready to do yet. And then it's going to get bored by the drill, which the drill is going to extend. It needs water as well. Shoot, needs to go that way. So it's going to get rotational power, and then it's going to get water. Then we have a gear shift to just change the direction. And I have a fan and lava here to waft the lava over the newly bored cannon cast. So once I put that there, let's see what's going to happen. Well, it needs water to operate, so let me go add that. It just is a little bit glitched out momentarily. Here, watch. Is it going to work now? There, look, it's boring it. Now it's working correctly. And boom, it got bored. We'll undo that. Take that out. And there, I stopped the bearing, and now it should be cooking. Can I start it again? I can. So now it should be getting cooked by the lava, which was the last step until it turns into a steel cannon barrel. In the meantime, look at this. This thing finished. If I spin this, it'll take out that, and then, well, should have done that in a different order. Hang on. Let me give me that thing. Okay, and then it puts that back, and then I get 8 more of these. Then I flip that, which will cause 1 sand to have gone in there. And so look in the corner there, see it put it in. Then it forms it, and it takes the thing back. Oh look, it's a barrel now, finally. And I need to get rid of this lava death stream. But it turned into a barrel, so that's really good to know. And I am gonna grab this out of here so that I don't accidentally burn it up in the lava. And now we have a finished steel cannon barrel. That's pretty sick. Alright, check this out. I've got the second barrel casting area. Then this one is set up for the breech casting, which is... I just built basically the same system minus the lava and minus fan power in case I want to convert it to something else later. Plus it looks cool. And then over here I have the... shoot. I've got the small cannon layer casting area. And in fact, I'm going to take this out of here now. So give me it's the onboard small layer, which is bigger than the barrel one. Over here, I have the medium layer, which we'll get to that in a sec. But if we go over here, there should be, yeah, there's an onboard layer available. So let's do that and flip that. And then we're going to bore the small layer. Boom. There's the bored layer. So I have a very small layer. I'm going to actually take this, and instead of turning this into a barrel, I'm going to combine it with the... Oh wait, that was a very small thing. Never mind. That was a very small one. Versus this one. This one is the small layer, and this is the tiny layer, or the very small. So let's stop that turning. And now this is where the cool part comes in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the small steel layer there, and I'm going to put the very small layer there. And now I have to figure out how to operate this cannon press thing in order to shove the pieces together into one. Oh, there we go. Okay. Not sure why that was having problems earlier. Maybe just the attachment state wasn't right, but that did it. We undo that. then I can retract it, and then it just sits there. And it's a built-up cannon, which is exactly what I want. Or a built-up cannon barrel. Anyways, we're going to leave that for a little bit. And I have to finish building this one over here, which is for the cannon chamber, which also involves doing a built-up cannon. It's just 3 layers instead of the 1. It needs a medium layer over top of a small, over top of a very small. Okay, look at this. 3 different pieces. Anyways, here, let's start with the very small layer. We'll put it here. We'll put then the small one there. Let's activate that, and then boom, we did that. Change the mode, retract that, and then we're gonna take the medium layer, put it here, change the mode on that, and then slide it over again. And now this thing just gets to cook. And probably in 5 hours we'll have a cannon chamber. Hey, there it is. This right here is the first of many cannons that I plan to produce from this cannon foundry, this weapons factory. This one in particular will be staying right where it is as a display piece of the prowess and ability of the factory. But very quickly, we're going to be building another cannon, this time for real use, not just display purposes. In the next video, I'll be able to build the first of the rumored shoreline defenses for my colony in order to deter any pirate invasions, and if they show up, it's going to be a bad time. Last time, I set up blast furnaces to make steel and facilities to cast cannons, which I'm now going to put to good use. In the past, my colony has been the victim of pirate attacks, and what better defense than shoreline artillery? Today, I'm going to design and build a fully working battery using crate mod and clockwork. Additionally, I'll be making some upgrades to the colony itself and constructing a full bunker for the defensive battery. Let's get started. So I've already got a rough design here that I'm going to base the full turret off of. Also, it's wiggling for some reason. And perhaps I should take a moment to explain how these even work. If you're not familiar, it's the Crate Big Cannons mod, and it's kind of realistic the way you load them. You have to load them from the back, and you have to have a ramrod that shoves in like the charge, basically the propellant, and a shell into the chamber of the gun, and then it shoots. Well, you close the breech, you form the cannon, then you shoot it, then you have to unload the empty casing, which you all have to do automatically, which is why this is no easy task. It's not like, oh, we put a little hopper into the gun and it just magically works. No. It's quite the ordeal, actually, which is why it needs such a crazy thing here. And it's why I'm trying to make this design better, because you have to time it very specifically. And I'm going to build all the circuitry on the ground so that it's not a giant mess on the gun. The gun will actually be able to spin independently all the way around because of a mod that I have called Clockwork. I'll explain that later. But I can put the circuitry elsewhere because it's all connected with redstone links. I'm not going to make a full tutorial on this thing and explain every little bit of it, but I will put a schematic of the finished thing on my Patreon, so if you want the whole thing, you can go grab it from there. After doing some testing, I've discovered that with one fully loaded cartridge of propellant, I can't make the barrel any longer than 8 blocks, plus the chamber and the breech, so that's the length of the barrel we're going to have. Not being able to see channel coatings on physics entities makes this really difficult. The part now that I have to do is rebuild the circuits and make them better. There, it gets loaded in now. I could also speed that up, I probably should. Closes the breech. Oh wait, it did assemble it. No, never mind. I think if I push this, it's gonna shoot it. Nice! So now I have to program the unloading sequence, because it's controlled with 2 buttons. 1 button to load it, and then 1 button to fire it, and then unload it. Nice! Deformed, breech opened. We're getting there. Hey, there it is. You love to see it. Okay. Let's go to first run through. I should have everything programmed correctly, minus some redundancies or some audio indicators. Here we go. Get the shell out.
Huh?
Nice. So it's all working. Okay, now I've got the whole thing done, and I've been testing it on the physics bearing. You see, I got a schematic of it, and I built it, or I just put the schematic down and glued it, and it attached to the physics bearing, so I can spin the whole thing around now using the clockwork thing. So the last thing I'm going to do before we head over to the other world is build the decorative shell for these things. These are just the skeleton. It has all the working components. Now it just needs to look nice. I might have done something bad. Just a little bit. Sweet, some of it's back. I just crashed the game on purpose. And so some of it came back. Most importantly, the circuitry came back. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Now that is epic. Oh yeah. Here we are, back at the munitions factory. Or the weapons factory. Munitions would be a little different. We'll get to that all in good time. Why don't we go find a place to put this shoreline battery? Is it really a battery if it's only one cannon though? And I thought a battery is usually more than one gun, but I would not claim to be an expert. It's for defending against pirates, primarily when they show up with their pirate ship. And they haven't shown up in a long time for some reason. And I thought it's because the colony borders occupied a lot of the river here. I might trim down a bunch of the colony borders because I'd artificially expanded it so that we could just expand the colony quickly and not waste forever building watchtowers everywhere and then tearing them down just to increase it. However, I do plan on making some kind of canal passageway over here in a narrow space where I could take a ship this direction. If I put it around here, it would be able to cover this whole part of the valley. Heck, I could even put it on this. I'll survey the area a little bit more, but that seems like it might be a pretty cool idea. Gonna look at how to start building it. Gonna cast the cannons. Oh yeah, and then I wanted to upgrade the colony some. I want to do a colony walkthrough. I'd like to do a colony walkthrough soon. So I want to upgrade the town hall to level 5, which is the last level. Then I'll really be able to just do whatever I want here. It needs an awful lot of stuff. I think the most annoying being some dark prismarine. I'm actually going to have to go to an ocean monument of all things if I want enough prismarine. I don't have enough collected. Well, let's go get rid of some Elder Guardians, why don't we? When I take the time to make ammo, it sure makes things easy. There. All three are gone. There, I finally made it look nice, and that's a level 5 town hall. Thought it'd take me longer to get that, but glad I expedited the process. So, this part's pretty good now. Not to mention, the inside of this place is really nice as well. I'll show you briefly. That's technically the back door. The front door is right here. You got this nice entryway. These banners look really cool. I'm a big fan of those. There's like another little room here. Upstairs is up there. But then we've got this really nice room. It's like a office kind of. I'm a big fan of the whole design of this. Got nice banners. There's also like more rooms up here. There's even like somebody's private quarters or something. I don't think a colonist can live there, but it's still fun to have. Also, for some reason, we've got 34 colonists now, and I don't think I upgraded the houses that many times, but for whatever reason, we got a lot more people now. Anyways, let's go build a bunker and a place for the turret. So I want the cannon to basically cover that way and not much further, and then I wanted to cover all of this area. I really need to build the gun now because I need its shape and I need to rotate it 45 degrees so that it's pointing that way. which is how the bunker is basically oriented. But you'll notice here that the way I've done this is it has a very large line of sight. Now, in order to start building the turret, I'm gonna have to go on a bit of a quest. It needs a very special thing. It needs a Wonderlight Matrix, which is a fancy crafting item in order to make the physics bearing, which is what I need for the gun turret. And I need to find a Wonderlight Crystal, which you only find very rarely underground. So I need to go to some unloaded chunks if I want to find this. The nearest unloaded chunks are in right over here. Ooh, look at this. Look at this abandoned colony. This is really cool. Oh, this is new. Oh yeah, this is galena. This is lead. I forgot. The Factory Must Grow mod update added lead. This is how you get it. Well, this is a nice find because I know I'm gonna need this. So let's see if I can find some of that special ore down here. This is honestly the only way I'm going to do this with any amount of speed, because it's really rare, I noticed, when I was checking in creative mode to see how you find this stuff. So, it emits some particles, I've noticed, when you get close to it, even when you're in X-ray mode. So I'm going to have to fly around until I can spot some particles. Oh, there's some. That's the first time I've seen it exposed ever. Is it going to do the particle thing, or is it not now? It's not actually now, which is weird, but it's a good thing that I saw it. So I'm at 1913-123, or 1913-132. Here we go. Let me get this. Is it 1? Is it 2? I don't know if Fortune works on it. I guess we're gonna see. Oh shoot, Silk Touch doesn't even work on it. So I got 2 of them. Shoot, I forgot it does that. I hit it and then it just started floating. I turned off my recordings. I was like, oh, I'm gonna just mine some iron and it's gonna be done. But watch. Look, there it goes. I forgot that it does that. That's cool. It literally becomes physics entities. So I can still mine it. So I have to sandpaper this stuff. Then you get Wonderlight cubes. Then these cubes, you hit them with a metal press. And then they turn into Wonderlight matrices. Or matrices. Oh, that looks cool. Anyways, the physics bearing is super easy to make. Turntable, matrix, and the casing. And there, look at this. That is a physics bearing in survival mode, ready for a turret. So it goes right here. So it looks like I'm gonna need 6 item transmitters and 2 energy transmitters, which is bad because it takes a lot of ender pearls. So I'm gonna actually have to go to the end. That'll be the easiest way to do that. And I actually did go to the end not that long ago, but I cut it out of the videos because it was too long. All I did was go there, kill the ender dragon with my gun really fast, and then I grabbed some purple. And I went there just to get the purple so that I could get this building, the builder's hut, to a level 5. I haven't done anything there else. But how about I show you that right now, and then I can go to the end again and grab some more ender pearls so I can make all these item transmitters. Anyways, which way are we going? That way. There it is, right below me. I'm actually almost directly above the end portal room, which is kind of funny. Oh shoot, I forgot I didn't have that on. Let's just go straight down. Whoa, there's wind in the end? Since when? That's really weird, but kind of cool looking. Look at that. Anyways, I think all the crystals are done, so let's see how long it lasts. Not long. Oh wait, there's crystals left. Actually, I don't care. Goodbye. Oh, what are those particles? What the heck? Yeet. Guess I better cast those barrels now. That's the only pieces that I'm missing. Okay, I got the gun parts, so I think I've got everything that I need pretty much. So let's just go ahead and start building. Oh, that's working. Okay, I built basically all of the internal systems for it. Problem is it has no power and it has no controlling ability. So let's start with providing this power. I'm gonna turn this And that's basically the orientation that I wanted at. Another thing I'm going to need is the firing controls, which is all the redstone parts for the thing. This is the best thing about doing the schematic is I get all the stuff pre-programmed in one set. So at least I know the kinds of things I have, and then I just have to fill it in despite being invisible on the gun turret. Finally, after 3 free power boilers with campfires, it's working. But I'm gonna need to get myself one of the shells to see if it's actually rotating the right way. So how do we make a casing? Behold, a big cartridge with nothing in it. Let's see. Alright, so it spins the wrong way. Don't worry, I fixed all that. Here we go. Time to weld the cannon together. Let's see how this works. Well, we'll give it a little bit, and if it doesn't work, then I'm just gonna build it in creative mode. Oh wait, this just worked. Never mind, hang on. Hang on. It's working here. It just takes forever, apparently, and it has no indication of how long it takes. There, look, the whole thing got welded. There goes the ram head out. Okay. Uh-oh. There goes the game crash. It deleted my cannon. What the heck? So when you build it in survival and then you fuse it or whatever, you weld it and then try to form it, then it just explodes and kills your game, and then it deletes the gun. So there's a lesson for you. If you want to do this, you're probably gonna need to do it in creative mode, unfortunately. It's wiggling. Not a fan, but I've added basically all the controls for it are done. So I can spin it around now, but also if you come over here, if we push that, it'll go through a complete loading sequence, minus the actual loading of anything. And now you can raise it up as well and lower it down. I can spin it around, I can do it simultaneously. That's the firing of it. Resets the gun. It's already taken the shell out. It just mined it, and it just dropped it down. And that audio cue means it is ready to go once again. So we're gonna do that right now. Let's go craft stuff. Need to fill this up, and I need to make a high explosive shell. Obviously, we're gonna use a high explosive shell. Why wouldn't I? It's not hard to make because I have a gunpowder factory. This is actually more annoying. The propellant for the cartridge is a mix of gunpowder, magma cream, and blaze powder, which is a little annoying. So I guess this is gonna make nitro powder. So now that I have 4 stacks of this, I have to go cook it. From congealed to hardened. Then the hardened gets put into crushing things. And I have 4 nitro powders. So is this gonna work like this? 1 power out of 4. 40 muzzle velocity. 40 blocks per second, or meters per second. So that's 80. So I think I want it to be loaded to the maximum. 160 muzzle velocity. High explosive shell. There we go. And last thing I need to make are fuses. So the way you apply these is you then put the shells out on the ground like this. And then we attach the fuse to the top. And then you pick up the shells. I got powder to reload. I've got shells. Now last step is to make a backup before I shoot this and blow everything up. High explosive shell. Big cartridge, and let's push the button. We're turned the right way. It's loaded in. Gun is formed. This is an awesome sign. Oh good, are we good now? Is it working? Oh, and now it's broken, cool. For some reason, it seems to be once I load the gun and then I form it into the entity, it decides to randomly freeze the world and all of its entities after that, after a random amount of time. It wasn't doing this in the creative world. Are we good? Way to spoil the moment, game. Even so, let's go see what damage we did. I hit the side of the hill over here. That's actually kind of a lot of damage if you look at it. Here, look at this. Empty casings. Here's my empty cartridge. So let's try this again. I don't know if it's gonna break. I don't know why it was breaking before. I don't know if it's gonna do that more. So it's ready to go again. Okay, fire. Ooh. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I shouldn't, because that hill's just gone now. What I'm gonna do now is hope it's gonna work and not like freeze the game again. I'm gonna finish building the covering of the gun since all the systems inside are working. I'm gonna build a bunker here, and we're gonna hope that no pirate ships show up for their sake. Check out the finished bunker in all of its very plain concrete glory. Actually, I'm pretty happy with the design that I got, especially for the textures. And we come in here, we got two rooms. This room contains all the circuits for the gun. And over here, we've got a lookout area. Uh-oh, I did not put stuff on those blocks. That's not good. There we go. I can stick in shells and casings here. I get the empty shells here. Over here, we've got power generation. Then over here is the gun controls. So if you flick this, that actually enables the ability for the controls to do something. So if I turn that off, you'll see that it disconnects these. These blocks get shoved down, then no redstone signal can go through here. So even if I do this and I start like spamming the controls to activate it, it's not going to do anything. So I was hoping that a pirate ship would show up so that I could blow it up and make a nice demonstration of that. I even made more shells for that. But the game was unobliging. But then there was also a command that I found that is a raid all command. And you can raid it now or tonight, and you could do a pirate raid. And I was like, this is great. If they won't show up on their own, I'll just create a problem. I'll make them show up. So I tried it and it didn't work. It spawned just a bunch of pirates on the ground. No pirate ship. And I was like, So that leaves me with one solution. I guess I need a problem, so I guess I will create the problem. This is going to be the most realistic thing in this entire video. I need a problem, so let's take one of my own ships. In this case, a supply ship from the colony. I'll take my own ship and blow it up. Bruh. The game does really not want me to do this, does it? Just have a cool demonstration of the gun for the video, because it's cool. And then I'm just like, no. We will not spawn pirates. We will not spawn the pirate raid for you. And no, we won't let you place your stupid ship. Look at that, problem solved. Absolutely nothing happened. Oh no, look, it's a pirate ship. Oh, guys, it's a pirate ship in the water. Quick, get to the gun. Oh no, quick. Put the cartridges in here. Put the shells in here. Load the gun. And go. Oh, direct hit. Ooh. Well, that was fun and pretty effective as well. I noticed that once I shot a hole in the side and then I managed to get another shell through the hole into the interior, it did a massive amount of damage. Seems like a pretty good strat. If actual pirates show up, not totally the pirates that aren't just my own ship. But anyways, that is where we're going to have to end this video. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Next time, we're going to be doing more stuff with cannons and ships. But it's going to be my ship this time. A ship that's right over there out of sight. Thanks to my shoreline artillery that I built with crate mod in the previous video, I can blow up any ships threatening the safe harbor of my colony, but I realize I don't have any ships of my own. So today, I'm going to take my original colony ship and turn it into a real drivable vessel. But that's not all. I'm going to equip it with cannons and use TNT to blast a giant canal between my harbor and a nearby ocean. Let's get started. By the way, I should mention, I'm starting to release new videos in the series early over on my Patreon. In fact, this is the first one to go up early, so if you want to catch new uploads sooner, you can head over there. And by the time this one goes up on YouTube, there will be a new one over on Patreon within a day or two of this releasing. Big thanks to all my patrons, you guys are awesome. If it sounds like my nose is exploding because of allergies, that's because it is. So I wanted to upgrade the barracks again to level 3. I think they're only level 2. And I was like, oh cool, we'll go do that. And then I'm like, uh-oh. It needs these special wooden gate blocks. And I'm like, oh no, you can only build these in a mechanic. Well, I don't have a mechanic yet. I guess I'll go make a mechanic. And I'm like, uh-oh, I can't make a mechanic because I haven't researched it yet. Oh no. And then I went to research it, and then it's like, oh yeah, you need a level 3 blacksmith first. I'm like, fine, I guess I won't do this. Fine, I will upgrade the blacksmith, which is level 2. We'll upgrade the blacksmith one time. Awesome. Have fun. Setting that aside for now, let's make my ship into a real ship. So this is extremely easy, actually. All I need is an oak ship helm. So I can go in here, and I can craft an oak ship helm. With this one block, I can literally make my ship start moving and function similarly to a real ship. Let's get rid of this ship. Let's get rid of this helm. This is no good. We don't need that anymore. We've got a real helm now, guys. So let's open the helm and let's try to assemble it. Okay, it's still getting stuck on something. Let me clear out this stuff. I don't know where it thinks it's getting stuck. Maybe like right here. How about now? Nope. And now. Are we good? What about now? I hate having to demolish my dock to do this, but we'll only do it one time, and it's totally going to be worth it. There we go. Look at that. It is a ship now. Believe it or not. It might not look much different, but it is a ship. So I can open the thing, and now I am actually driving the ship. I can literally push forward, and we're going to start moving. Only problem is it sits a little low in the water, you might say. I seem to have sunk my ship. But there's a solution for that. There are things called floaters, which do exactly what they sound like. And I'm gonna put them in my ship, and it's gonna start floating. Apparently, displacement is not actually factored in by itself. You have to do this. I've drastically increased the power of the floaters in the config so that I don't have to fill the entire ship and build it out of floaters, which is cringe. So now all you have to do is put only a few of them into the ship. So I'm going to come down here to the hold, and we're going to put several floaters here. I don't know how many I need. I'm going to wait till I stop bouncing. It's really unsettling seeing the water in here. It actually feels like the ship is flooded, which I guess it is. With just a mere 5 floaters, we're now riding perfectly in the water. If we come back up here, you'll see I'm no longer stuck on the ground. I could just take the ship out wherever I want and crash it into my dirt bridge. Sorry guys, time to say goodbye to your bridge. I also need to take this thing out. Okay, we are good to go further. Sorry, colonist. There's a ship there. I know your AI can't tell, but I can. Now I want to try something though. I'm gonna make some fire charges in a dispenser. Let's see if this works, shall we? Yep, it does. That's one armament that I can put on the ship. I've even tested this in creative mode with TNT cannons, and it works a little bit, but it's not reliable enough that it is safe to use. It blows up the ship fairly often. So we can't actually use TNT cannons, but we can use big cannons, like the one up there. Actually, there are several types of cannon I can use. For example, I can use a cannon carriage, and I can use a drop mortar cannon, which is a great gun for this ship because you can move it around. It's not fixed. It's pretty easy to load. You just right click it to load the cannon, and it's just a mortar shell. Of course, we could also put fixed guns on here, which is what we're going to do. But first, before I get into that, I do want to finish equipping the ship with fire charge cannons. Good thing I have a lot of blaze rods from my blaze farm. It's also a good thing that I have a gunpowder farm. Although it's not running right now because I ran out of sulfur. But we're going to have oil soon. And then we're not going to have that problem. Alright, we're going to set up a fire charge system here for this thing. On both sides. So we'll be able to broadside with fire charges. So I think it's going to be pretty sick. Oh shoot. I'm gonna make this really fast as well. This isn't gonna be some slow thing. We're gonna have 2 observer clocks. Yep, there you go. See, that's active. So if I do this, there goes 1 broadside. 1 broadside of fire charges. Oh no, I'm taking out that tree. And then if I do that, there's another broadside of fire charges. I don't want to waste these. These are a little expensive. But now, wherever I go, if there's anything flammable that needs burning, like another pirate ship that shows up, maybe it's not within range of the gun for some reason, I can broadside it with fire charges and poof. But like I said, we're not done. That's just part of the armament. Definitely gonna want this cannon carriage, and that's for the drop mortar, which I can move around. And then I'm gonna have 2 fixed cannons. I guess I could craft wrought iron cannon stuff. I could just craft it. That's kind of weird. I guess there's no casting for wrought iron at the moment. That's fine. I don't mind not having to cast this stuff. I'm gonna have to cast other stuff. I put this here, then I put the drop mortar. Then I put the drop mortar end on the back. Then what do? Do I hit it with the wrench? Yeah, drop mortar cannon. The shells aren't bad either, other than I have to make powdered charges, which is different than what I was making last time. Luckily, I've got 16,000 white wool and a whole lot of other wool in here. So making those powder charges is not a problem. So then we craft that with that, and then we get powder charges. Look at that, that's a powder charge. That's pretty cool. So I have 7 stacks of powder charges. I'm gonna use 2 of these to make 2 stacks of drop mortars to bring or stash on the ship. The rest is gonna be for shooting mortar stones out of guns, which we're gonna attempt to do now. I'm gonna go cast some cannons now. So I need steel chambers, and then I just need some cannon barrels. So this is actually gonna take a minute to do, unfortunately. We have 52 buckets of steel, so that's pretty good. Honestly, it takes a while to make this though. When it's 3 layers just for the chambers, and I'm gonna need 4 chambers. To make it a quick fire breach, I think you just right click it. Yep. And then this thing, when it's active as a cannon, allows you to just pull the lever and then open it and then push it and then you slide the breach in. So it's just a manual breach control, which is great for guns that you're going to be operating yourself, like in vehicles or on ships. Alright guys, let's make some mortar stones. That's the last thing. Alright, that's 3 stacks. That's pretty good for now. I think I'm going to put a cannon right here and then right here. This is pretty good, I think. Well, I know better now. This thing can actually weld just fine. I don't have to freak out and think it's not going to work. I don't know what's going to happen when I form it. It may still actually break again. I don't know if this is going to be the same as if it was on a physics bearing. I guess we're going to find out, aren't we? In the meantime, here, let's put down the drop mortar. Here, so this thing will actually sit on the ship pretty okay. And I can move it around just fine. So if I like point it over there, here. Do you want to see this? I can actually do this right now. Watch. Boom. There goes the drop mortar. And I don't know what happened to it. Oh, maybe these things need... Nope. No, it's right here. It's actually still here. Look at that. There's the shell. I don't know if it needs fuses or not. Oh, it doesn't have a fuse. Shoot. I didn't think about that. Okay, let's do a proximity fuse. Let's see if this is going to make it blow up or not. Here, we have this fuse. And... Is it going to blow up then? Oh, it did blow up. Okay, so these are welded now. I hope this doesn't break the game again. Oh, it is breaking it again. Well, we have a second example. You literally, if you're gonna do this on an assembled entity, you have to do it in creative mode. If you try to build it in survival and weld it, it breaks everything. So we're back. These things are good to go. I can open and close the breach just by clicking it, which is awesome. So if I want to fire this, all I have to do is put in a mortar stone, a powder charge, close the breach, and... Shoot, give me the button. Shots away. And there we go. I don't want to blow up too much of the land here. It's already kind of bad. So let's move on a little bit. All the armament of this is done. If we get on the helm of the ship again, we can carry on toward our true destination. So we're going to try to take it out of the colony now, which is a big step. Assuming everything keeps working, we are going to take this thing out. We're going to leave the harbor for the first time. Let's raise the drawbridge. Goodbye. Go away. Well, yeah, no more bridge for the colonists for a little bit. We're gonna raise this up. Ow. Go away. I'm gonna have to dredge this stuff. Like this. If I try to drive here, it's gonna beach the ship. It's gonna be bad. We're gonna get it stuck. Nobody wants that. Same over here. I have to dredge this out. I've cleared out the channel now, so we can get through pretty easily with some room to spare. There seems to be a narrow channel and a house in between me and the ocean outside of my harbor. So let's do something about those things. Let's turn on the fire charges to start. But a lot of it is stone, and that's cringe. Mortars away. Oops. But I do have other armament that I can use against this. Let's raise it up a little bit. Let's try again with the mortar. Maybe I won't blow myself up with it this time. Please don't blow the ship up. Oh my god. No more mortar. Not worth it. Guess I'll take this out the boring way. Well, that house is super gone now. There's only about a quarter of it left, so we can carry on our journey. Not very far though, because I cannot fit through this little gap. At last, we've made it out to the ocean. But now where are we gonna go? Well, I actually already have a path picked out, and it involves going south a little ways, and then there's a river, and it's actually the river that goes next to the steel mill. I'm gonna follow that river all the way around, up back north, until we end up at another ocean, not very far from my harbor. And that's what we're gonna dig a channel to, a canal to connect the two bodies of water. There it is, the mouth of the river and the railway bridge. And here is our destination. And this is where the canal is going to go. I need to blow this up, literally, and make a canal. That's what we're going to do right now. I'm going to go make a ton of TNT from my gunpowder farm. We're going to put a ton of charges here, and we're going to blow this place sky high. It's a good thing that the university finished unraveling the mysteries of... Yeah, Mechanic's Hut. That's what that is. I'm gonna be creating a complete maze of little tunnels and staircases and stuff here on this hill, and I am all here for it. I think it's gonna be fun. And I'm definitely not coping. Not at all. Hello, mechanic. Are you ready to craft some stuff that only you can craft? You already come with some recipes. That's nice. You can also make the wooden gates, so it's good. You already have the recipes that you need. This means I'm gonna be able to upgrade the barracks now, because the barracks needed those gates. We're gonna need a lot of TNT, because this is not the most efficient way to do this. At least I don't think so. But it's definitely the coolest way. 7 stacks. That's bound to be enough, right? Okay guys, I planted probably 10, 11, 12 stacks of TNT in that bluff over there. And now I'm gonna blow it up using the gun behind me. Let's turn that on. Here we go, guys. There she goes. Oh, come on. I admit that was rather disappointing, but you'll notice I still have some TNT in my inventory. Ready to do this again? There's a lot more TNT there this time. Alright, I don't want to dig this out by hand, because if I tried to, that would be really slow and obnoxious. So I'm going to instead build a machine and do this for me. I'm just going to make a minecart contraption and run it down a minecart rail, and it's just going to be a frame with some chassis with drills attached to it, and that's literally all it's going to be. And it's going to dig everything, it's going to be awesome. Here, now let's form it. And there it goes. I probably should have done that for the whole thing, to be honest, and not even bother with the TNT. But the TNT is more fun, you have to admit. Obviously, my tracks are not functional anymore, so we're gonna have to build a railway drawbridge there, but that is gonna be a task for a different video. The last thing I can do today is take my ship through the channel. Next time, we're either going to build a bunch of railway drawbridges and some other stuff like that, or perhaps we will be making a journey to a desert in search of oil. Last time, I literally blew up part of my crate mod railway while making a canal for my ship. This is slightly problematic for my trains, so today I'm going to build a railway drawbridge over the canal. And actually, that's not all. I'm going to be upgrading my railway with 2 different drawbridges and 4 normal bridges, while also improving the rail yard and building a new vehicle to help with constructing tracks. All in preparation for expanding the rail network to a distant desert in the near future. I haven't really seen this view of the colony yet without the ship, because there's just usually been a giant sailing ship right there. You can't see the houses, but now we can actually see it because the ship is somewhere over there. It's looking cool, and it's only going to get better. First priority is fixing these train tracks so that it's functional again. So I'm gonna have to shift these rails over. So this track is gonna move on the other side of this track. This track is instead going to be what can connect here. Let's put that over there, and then this will make it a very gradual slope. I like it when I can get the gradual slopes and not the like crazy roller coaster ride things. So that should be, here look, that's a lot better. So we're gonna need to go through this with the machine soon. But let me just get the tracks set up. Alright, so we're gonna dig this out again, or on this side, and expand it. I really hope that it gets updated at some point so that skeletons can't just shoot arrows through the contraption and hit you. Boom, so that's the other turn. So that's going to link up fine with that. So let's just get this up the rest of the hill. Need to connect this somehow up to here. And it's going to be like, oh no sloped S-bends probably. Okay, that might actually be kind of better in the long run. So in order to make functioning railway bridges, since I can't actually use normal tracks and then raise them and lower them as an entity, kind of explained that a few videos ago, you have to use phantom tracks, which are invisible. The tracks don't actually leave, meaning the train could technically cross the canal even when the drawbridge is raised up, but it would just look like it's floating. So we put some iron ingots here, and then we put some phantom rail things, phantom membranes, and then you get 32 phantom tracks per craft. So that's pretty good. So that's 4 stacks of rails. That should be way more than enough. So first we're gonna come over here, because it's already close by. So let's take this. We'll make these phantom tracks. I'm gonna have to redo this whole thing here. We'll get to that later. Cool. And even though the gauge changes by like a block, it doesn't matter. The train can still go across it. It doesn't actually take gauges into account, which is nice and unrealistic. If we come over here, I can connect this with phantom rails as well. And I think it's gonna activate the trains that have been waiting, or the train. Oh yeah, see, there it goes. I don't know if that other thing is on the wrong track. It is. I'm gonna need to get it out of here. Wow, I've never seen this before. I don't know how I managed that. We are back for now. I don't know how long we're back for. You never know with this. The biggest enemy is, as usual, Minecraft itself. Oh, it's coming back. Shoot. I am blocking the path then, I think. I didn't know it was on the way back. I don't know if it's going to be able to chart a different path. Oh, come on. Bruh. Well, it may not look like it, but there's tracks here. So I can just go right across. You can just start floating. And let me turn on this. All done. I think it's safe to take this back and park it again until we need it for the next project. The trains are running again, so before I go and actually build the bridge over there, there is one thing I want to do first. I want to make a farm for dark oak, partially because the train tracks I use are made out of dark oak wood and I don't have it automated yet, and also it's going to be a little weird the way I set this up, but it may also be able to include some other saplings. Like I'd love to have a jacaranda sapling, and even include palm in there, some wood types of other things that I'd actually want. So I was going to add at least one more spinny tree farm next to the other spinny tree farms over here. I was going to cover the ravine up and go do that. Also, the cool thing is the barracks up here is almost upgraded, which is awesome. I'm hoping they're going to be able to use iron armor once they're upgraded. It's done, so we can build the 3rd tower out of 4, I assume. And I can queue these ones, shoot, I didn't mean to recall you. I can upgrade these as well, and then they'll be able to hire yet another yet another guard. I actually realize I can pretty easily just swap out one of these here and then just start growing it in one of the rows, so that I don't need to build a whole separate thing for it. I do need to build a separate thing for the dark oak though. So I think the way I can do this is I can have little pockets where it's like, oh look, there's four spots for a tree, so it could grow here. Oh, over here we could grow another tree right here. I don't know, like, probably have to do that. I could probably grow a tree here. I don't really know if it's gonna have problems or not, but since it's a 2x2 tree, I can't just spam it because I don't think it will grow at all. Maybe it would, and honestly, this is just unnecessary. I'm sure I will find out in the comments if that's the case, but I'm gonna fill this in with as many of these spots as I can. I'm gonna sit here for a second, see if this actually grows and it works the way I'm hoping, or not. We got one. It's working. I feel like it's not getting enough saplings back, but I guess we'll just have to see what it does over time. I'll check back later. Every time I make blueprints, I always lose them. It's not like they destroy themselves. I just always lose them. But fine, I'll make more blueprints. That's right. As you can see right there, that's one of them. I've got a bunch of blueprints now for the structures that we need to build. There's actually quite a few of them. There's like 3 bridges and two different drawbridges. So I think 5 things. Maybe I may even be forgetting one. We'll see. But we better get started if we want to do this. All right, first one we're gonna put right here because we were already starting on this and we got most of it ready to go. So let's position this. Ready for some lag? Well, no, I'm never ready for lag, but that is the drawbridge in a very incorrect spot. But this is the first design I've made in creative. It is based off kind of a real bridge, but then also the towers and the realistic part, it's not realistic. There's no way you would house mechanisms in here for a drawbridge. I wanted to go a little bit with a more old medieval, maybe 19th century style design. Like maybe they turned it into a drawbridge, or they just put rails on top of it, who knows. But that's why we've got almost the castle-like stuff. Anyways, let's get the material list, the depressing part. Only 7 pages, epic. I like how my weapons factory is full of animals now. Hello. Hello. Don't ask how, it's a long, complicated story, but they're here now and they're probably gonna stay for a while. Anyways, the last stuff I need requires steel frames and steel scaffoldings as building blocks. So I have 24 steel in there, but I know I'm gonna need more. So let's turn that on and let steel go into here and we'll completely fill these up. And then this is gonna cast ingots for us, which will be good. Shouldn't need more than that. So you can make the frames here. So each one gives you 4, that's pretty good. Steel scaffolding, 1 ingot to 2, so I need 32 steel ingots. Oof. I need almost double what I have right now, so I'm gonna be waiting here. Well, maybe not that long, actually. Oh, here comes the train. Look, it's going on the invisible rails. Well, not for long. We're about to transform this into something halfway decent. Alright, here's some gunpowder. Let's get the settings right. Don't skip missing blocks. That's better. Take a look at that. It already makes the banks look so much nicer, and I have plans in the future to build some cool stuff on either side of this. It's not just gonna remain the blown up stone. I even added my own rails here, you can see, using these little corner strips. It's not perfect, but anyways, let's see if this works. I hope it's not broken. Hey, it looks like it's working. Best I can tell. Awesome. I'm always scared when I do that. After some of the issues with the drawbridge I had before, where I completely destroyed one side of it upside down and broke everything. That was terrible. What the heck? And it should go right back down. All done with drawbridge 1. Let's do drawbridge number 2, the one by the steel mill. This schematic is pretty big because it's meant to fix the entire stuff here, or build the entire stuff here and fix some of the issues, including this. We need to sort this out. So that's part of what we're going to be doing. We're not going to be just following the schematic. I'm going to be fixing rails. Also going to be building the decorative stuff here. Material list. This is probably going to be longer. Here's the new bridge. Bridge number 2. The one with the very janky counterweight over there. So all the pictures I was seeing had giant counterweights, but they always had 2 of them, one on each side. But you see, it would be a little problematic if there was a giant counterweight over here. So my bridge magically works with just 1 of them, and there's absolutely no issues with it, even in spite of only 1 counterweight. Yeah, nothing strange happens. Also, it's not a multi-part bridge, it's just 1 part. And you see this thing comes back here. And there's no problems with the rails or anything like that. It works just fine. And this thing does a lot of useful things for me. It's very important to the whole thing. Anyways, if we come over here, this is what it looks like when it's raised up. It looks cool. I mean, visually it looks cool. Realistic, 1 out of 10. Looks cool. We'll give it like a maybe like a 7. It's a little janky. It disappears into the ground. But it does function as a drawbridge. Actually, what am I thinking? It says 0 out of 10 realisticness because there's invisible tracks that are here. Anyways. Alright, so my inventory is loaded with new stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and fill this in here, make it look good. And then it's going to be time to make another machine. I'm going to make a mini version of Lay's. It's just going to be enough for one track, to clear out one track. I might have to design in creative mode though. I don't know if I can rebuild this. We'll see. I should have everything on me in order to build one of these just smaller and a little bit better. Made a big mistake when first building this in that I oriented the rollers in two different directions, and I didn't realize they were directional when I was building it. So that means that they actually were not working unless you drove it backwards and forwards, which is kind of bad. Whereas instead it needs to be, well, something like this. They both need to be in the same direction, about like that. I think there's a spider under me. I knew it, there's a spider with speed under me. Great, that's everything. Let's form the train. Hopefully this works. Let's assemble it. Oh good, it did. Also, I need a name for this train. Any suggestions? Any suggestions for the name for the train? I'll take a look down in the comments and we'll choose it for the next video, but let me know your ideas. Well, now I just have half a lathe and everything's turned off, right? Okay, good. I need to go fill up on gravel and I need to get some rails. And then we're gonna need this probably. We might need the other one as well because it's gonna be time to completely rearrange this. So you can see we've got some problems here. Well, I'll come back in a little bit, but now that I have a dark oak farm, I can make a lot of rails quickly because I have thousands and thousands of dark oak logs. Also, we haven't been running out of saplings. I was a little concerned for a bit, but we were all good to go, so no problems with the farm. Already got 5,000 logs. Yay! Well, now that I've got 2 lines of track here, this is not going to work anymore. Let's extend this as far as we can. But this needs to go away. And this one needs to go away. Or go over here. But I also need to get it over to this without getting in the way. Oof. Unless I want to make it super cursed, it's not going to work. That's what I was thinking though. I'm going to have to get rid of this line of the railway yard and then move it over here, I guess. And so let's move this out of the way. Here we go. So we make this go over here, then we connect this up to this side of the track. Because the right side, it's supposed to be going that way. So this track just has to completely go away. And suddenly we have quite a bit of extra room here to do stuff. Okay, stop sitting there. I don't know why that was not working. Goodbye, train. Now that I've used that to clear out most of the stuff, I need to run through it again with the little small machine. Because there are some parts that are not so good. So if I turn this on, we'll turn on our drills. And watch what happens when I... Shoot. Go back, back, back. It should do that. Nice! So I don't have to go back or anything. And now we're gonna go build the remaining 3 bridges that are waiting for, well, they've been waiting for a long time since I built the 3,000 block railway all the way to the Scarlet Mountains. There is a bridge that needs to go right here. Another bridge that needs to go right here. No, I'm sorry, I said 3 bridges. There's 4 bridges. There's a 3rd bridge here, and the 4th bridge is this one. So, if I'm gonna do that, we're gonna need some materials, and I'm gonna need some schematics, and time. Okay, so I already should have this one schematic ready. This bridge goes over a deep valley with a river in it, and it's curved, so it's kind of a more advanced design of the bridge. Of course, the other ones are diagonal, so they have their own problems. But let's get started with this one. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's only one thing I'm missing, and it's kind of weird. There's this thing called mossy black sand, and you cannot craft it. You can only find it as a block in certain biomes. Biomes like volcanic plains, I think, is where you find it. That looks like what I need. Yep, there we go. How much do I need? I only need 20. I'm gonna get more than that so that I hopefully don't need to come back here. So the replay file kind of broke a little bit. When it saved, it was crashed the game in the middle of saving, and then what I did have just wouldn't export. But here, Here's the bridge in all of its glory. I wish there was a time lapse, sorry about that guys, but the other ones all have their time lapse. And just for a bit of context, all the bridge designs are modeled after the railway bridge that you see in the Harry Potter movies that the Hogwarts Express goes across. Some of you probably got that immediately, but that's kind of what it's inspired by. But anyways, I've got another 3 of them to do, all of which have time lapses, so let's not waste time. What's that make this video? 2 drawbridges, 4 normal bridges, plus a new railway machine? Assuming I didn't cut any of that out. Anyways, that is where we're going to have to end it for today. That's quite a bit of work, but I'm glad that I got the railway here all sorted out, given how long ago I built it. I wasn't even sure if I was ever going to get to it, but we did indeed. Next time, we're going to go far away again and deal with trains, but this time we're going to go to a big desert, and we're going to set up a bunch of pump jacks, and we're going to make an oil carrying train, a tanker train, to get oil from the desert, because we really need oil before we can do bigger things, like make bigger ships or vehicles at all. If I don't secure a supply of oil quickly, how will I continue the war effort? Huh? In all seriousness, oil is very important in real life and in Minecraft Crate Mod for the same reasons. Without it, there can be no vehicles or ships of any kind. So today, I'm going to build a 3,000 block long railway to a distant desert where I can extract oil. Additionally, I'm going to be building a new train equipped with tanker cars perfect for the job of bringing the oil back home. Things are looking pretty good at the colony, I must say. There's lots of improvements happening. I do in fact have a 3rd builder's hut now that is it's being upgraded so that it can work on other buildings nearby. We're upgrading the hospital. We need to upgrade this builder's hut. Pretty soon we're going to upgrade the barracks over there and get even more guards. We've even started planning out a railway that I've been meaning to put here for a long time to go this way. Not sure where that's going to go. We're going to have to see in the future. It would be amiss of me to forget about the drawbridge that we just built, or the big sailing ship here that we can take wherever we want, or the cannon to blow up unfriendly sailing ships or ships of any kind, in fact. But today we're going to be going a little ways away. Today we're going to be going over to this desert a ways away over here in order to get oil. But to do that, we're going to need a railway. So in order to locate oil, there's a handy device, hopefully, called, oh shoot, where did it go? Ah yeah, surface scanner. There's something called a surface scanner, and I need a surface scanner in order to help locate oil. So I need copper sheets, that's easy. I need heavy plates, you just run steel through metal press. And then I need steel mechanism. Oh, that looks annoying. What about screws? You just do that with a stone cutter. Interesting. You put this in here and then you get 8 screws. Oh, good, I have aluminum. Okay, so that makes screwdriver. So if I put that there, that turns into heavy plates. So the mechanism starts, and it's only an 80% chance, so I may have to do this again. So you start with a heavy plate, and then you deploy an ingot onto it, and then aluminum, and then screw, and then a screwdriver. Nice, it worked. And of course it has durability. Please work. Yes! Oh, and then a heavy machine casing. Oh! There. This is cool. So this thing should locate oil when you give it rotational power. So hopefully I can do it with a hand crank. Otherwise it's gonna be cringe. It said it's scanning the surface, so it'll detect the nearest one, and I know there's distance 41 blocks. What the heck does that say? Obviously it's portable, and also the reading on that thing indicates there's oil nearby, but why would I get oil nearby when I can get it from a desert? This desert, to be specific, or probably. I'm actually going to do some exploring nearby to see what I can find. Maybe there's an even bigger desert or something. I just want to kind of get a lay of the land. Been looking for this. Wild corn. I'll take that. It's for a Farmer's Delight add-on that I added a long time ago, and I just haven't found any of it. Was wondering if we were gonna find a Badlands biome and not a mesa, by the way. Definitely didn't think it was called a mesa still at one point. But here we go. I don't know if it's gonna be big at all. I'm certainly never gonna run out of poppies. Not when literally all of this is poppies. Good grief. Is that an archaeological dig site thing? Oh, what the heck? No, I don't think that's in vanilla. So this big desert area here is the only flat piece of normal desert. And it is not far. I've kind of charted a path, but I'm going to take the railway, which I'll show you in a minute from a map view. But around here, let's see how much oil we can find. I can't read the machine and also power at the same time, so let me make a water wheel, I guess. Here, let's see. Scanning. 79 blocks. 26 blocks, exactly. So I think that means basically at bedrock level. Whoa, sandstorm. Oh no, this is... Bruh. Let me sleep. Bruh, I haven't hardly been in a desert at all. Alright, well, we're gonna be looking for oil in the sand. It should be somewhere around here. And I don't think it's going to be exact. All I can really do is dig down. Oh my god, the sandstorm is down here as well. You gotta be kidding me. No deep dark. Ooh, look at what we found. That is an oil deposit. I can actually see it, and I am a little ways away yet. Ooh, fossil stone. What do I do with that? Anything cool? You can smelt it? Okay, cool. Well, here we see the oil deposit. Now, let's dig this out a bit and find out if there's any more of it or if it's just the one. What I'm interested in is whether or not it's infinite. And I kind of think it is. I'm going to go back to the surface, but I'm going to dig a way up on the way there because I know I have to run a pipe from that to the pump jack. And then we're going to look around for more oil deposits. Where's the next one? 100, no. 100 blocks again. 16 blocks in that direction, really? Oh, there's one right there. There's one right there. There's another one right there. Ooh, there's another one right there. I think we've got ourselves an oil field, if I do say so myself. 5 right near here. There may even be, I don't know if we'll find any more. But that's probably enough as well, especially if they're infinite. That might be 6 over there. So we've got a cluster of them right here. So I think we're sorted with that. We know where we're going to find oil. It's right in this region. And we're going to construct a railway now. A desert railway, you might say. Obviously, I'm going to need a whole lot of rails. And I thought I was making them, but then I had to put slabs here, which I didn't realize. So not as many as I thought. But we have a dark oak farm now. As of last time, this thing is operational. And there's 14,000. Yeah, it's working. Yeah, it's definitely doing just fine. I need lots of more rails. There's not very many in the machine right now. There's like 1,000 or something. And yes, we're going to be using the double track machine because it is a double track, although I'm sure there's times where I'm going to want to make it a single track. Another thing I want to do is make some upgrades to the double track lane machine. I'm going to add some more drills onto it, expand the drilling area, and I also am going to fix the rollers so that they both go in the same direction. The rail is going to start literally right on the other side of this roundabout here, which is, it's a very perfect roundabout. There's no problems with it at all, okay? And we're definitely not changing it ever. So we're going to be going straight in this direction. And I'm immediately going to need another drawbridge. We're just going to build phantom rails, so we're going to be fine. No more drawbridges for a little bit. Maybe bridges, I don't know. Anyways, we're going to be going over here, across some more water. Then we're going to make a turn, and we're going to be going up this way. So, follow the mountain, going this way, across this river. We're going to be hugging this cliff here. It is going to go up, start to go up in elevation more gradually. Then there's a cliff here that it's going to be following until it comes around by the village, goes onto this ridge, and then just ends up at the oil field over there. So that's the current plan for the railway. I've already built the exit ramp for the roundabout, so let's get started. If I have to build a bridge, then I'm going to use probably the same design that I built last time because, well, better to have a repetitive bridge design than no bridge design at all, and also save time. Interesting thing, this village is not actually glitched. It's underground. This is just the top of one building. And if you look down here, there is an entire village underground for some reason. And it's not a small village either. Look, there's villagers here, there's animals, there's crops, there's iron golems, there's waystones. Maybe there's something fun we could do with this. We're getting close to having to make the turn west and make the bridge over to the jungle area. This new bridge may end up taking the top spot as the most unrealistic. Train experts on a scale of bad to bad, how bad is that bridge? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at this, guys. Oh, what the heck? All the gravel's probably gone now. Because there was like a couple blocks and it's like, oh, there's a giant chasm, let's fill it. What the heck's happening over there? Everything's collapsing. I hate it when this happens. It did run out. Oh, that's so annoying. I have to go back now. Well, as we come up on the village, we're already past where the oil wells are, which is over in this area. I'm going to make a turnaround up here, but we're going to do this nice and Factorio style. We're going to have it turn around. So this is the way that it's going here. It's going basically left, that direction. It's going to come around back here, and then obviously you can go straight there, but there's going to be a turn, like a little, I don't know, like an exit basically, and then a parking spot for the train that's going to go along here, and then it's going to connect back up to this before it reaches the turn and heads back. And of course I have to fill in some of the curves here, but you'll notice even just from the map, this is a way nicer looking track. Anyways, let's go ahead and finish digging. We're almost done. I have a turnaround loop that's pretty good, and you can get to either track from it. But I will say things are going to be a lot easier here if I can go get the old or the other smaller machine and bring it over here and use it for this spot. No camels on the tracks. For your own safety, it is time to leave. Off the cliff. Goodbye. You're not off the cliff. That's the farthest well. to the tracks, so I can't make it really very close to that because we're gonna need room for the pump jack and other stuff. So that seems like a fine distance, and it's not hard to move if we need to later. But now I'm just gonna make it go several hundred blocks in this direction, really. I mean, because it's gonna be a big train, probably bigger than the other trains that we already have. We're gonna need a lot of train cars. We need a lot of oil. Here we are back at the train designing world, where I have to make a new car. I have to make a tanker car, and maybe a locomotive as well. But I need to go do some research, look at some pictures, so I will be back once I found some cool stuff. A new addition to the rail testing yard. That's the tanker car design that I've come up with, and I think it looks really cool. I'm really happy with it. Last thing I did was add those kind of supports on the upper side, and that's really what made it chef's kiss. So we are ready to build these, but what about a train for them? And I did say I was going to make another train, or at least I said I might, and I did. Behold, this is our old train. Look at the old train. Now look at this. That is the new train. It's modeled after this specific German train that apparently a ton of were made. And it's kind of funny because I was just looking on basically Wikipedia at the different steam train designs from different time periods. And I saw that one and I was like, that looks awfully familiar. And I was like, hold on, that's the same train that I chose to make in the Industrial Revolution video, or the Industrial Revolution series, the second time around. Because I just picked it then. I was like, oh, this is the coolest looking one. And it was the same logic here. So I have a much bigger train. It's got 5 driving wheels this time instead of just 3. And it's also got a bigger boiler. The inside, ironically, is smaller than the other one, but it still has doors and everything. Got spot for 2 seats. Got everything you need in here. And so I'm pretty much ready to go and build this on the other world. I'm probably going to make a lot more lag. I don't know, but I think it's going to be worth it. It's a really cool looking train. Sandstorm. Go home. There better not be a sandstorm here. Go away. Don't come back with me. Ironically, my new train is going to be too big for the for the rail yard. So it won't even be able to fit there. I can't build it there either. Also, I seem to be having issues with train signals here. Yes, no train signals here. Let me do that. And then do that. Now the train can keep going. I wonder how long that was waiting. So the only place that I can think to do is basically right here, unfortunately. Hopefully this has enough room. Here's my schematic, the first one. This is going to be not fun to get these resources, especially because I need more than double what's here thanks to the framed blocks. Yeah, obviously I need lots of train stuff. We've seen that. Need lots of this stuff. This is easy. The kind of slightly different part is I need a lot of loco metal. And you get it 1 iron block to 8 riveted loco metal. So 8 loco metal blocks from 1 iron. And then you can dye it and do stuff like that, but it's basically just iron blocks. And it's a good thing I've been letting my iron farm run for a while now, since I've been gone. Third train, gonna be the biggest train. Let's not waste time. We're gonna need to build a 10. We're gonna need 4 more cars, 5 more cars after this. Let's get going. Five tanker cars ready to be loaded with 720 buckets of oil each. Is it overkill? Of course it's overkill. But does that mean that it's any less cool? No. It only makes it more cool. So let's go ahead and assemble the train here, and hopefully it doesn't crash the game or do anything. But I even had to extend the maximum train distance to make it longer because it's such a big train. 5 cars, well, actually no, it's 7 cars, but then 5 of those. Anyways, let's go in here. It already comes with glue, so we should be able to assemble it. Why am I in here? I have to do this at the train station. Oops. I should be able to assemble it. Wow, I think it did. That was... I thought it was gonna like blow up the computer or something. That's good. What should we name it though? It's the tanker train for oil. Leave a name suggestion in the comments, and we'll have to get a conductor at some point. But for now, we just need to name the train. So let me know what you think it should be named. But anyways, that's not good. So I put... Can you not? I put campfires in here because it would be cool and realistic. You could open this up and see the boiler area. But now they're just dumping particles out, and it just looks like it's on fire and about to blow up. So I am going to remove the campfires. Very sad. Where do we want to go first, though? Well, let's just take a ride around here, around like home. And then we're gonna go all the way, obviously, to the oil field on our new scenic train route. Look, you can see on the map all the little purple things. Oh yeah, we're going. We are going. Look at that, 5 tanker cars. Wouldn't it be a new train if I didn't take it on a test drive through the colony to flex my industrial power on the poor colonists. But now we're going to go straight ahead on the tracks all the way northeast up to the oil fields at maximum speed, and we're going to see if I built a big enough off-ramp for this or not. Let's get going. Let's uncap the speed. Here, we made it, and I think we fit entirely in the spot that we laid out. Let's go look. Oh, I need to eat. It looks like we... why is my inventory filled with junk? Oh my gosh. So, if we look over here, we have made it all the way in. Don't really want to make it much longer. Probably no caboose on this train or anything like that. But I'm really pleased that we made it here. We've got spots, I think, for 6 different oil wells, which we can build. Got 5 tanker cars, got an awesome railway that we built all the way. And of course, we have an epic train with a combined carrying capacity of about 3,600 buckets of oil in one go, fully loaded. That's pretty nice. We have a new tender car design, a new locomotive. All this stuff's on Patreon, by the way, if you want to head over there and check it out if you're interested. Very important, almost forgot, would not want to forget. We need to name the train. Per the suggestions that I got in the last video, the train is going to be named Pringles. Multiple people actually suggested this. I think it's a good name. It's smaller than Lay's, and you could argue it looks a little bit like a Pringles can. Good job, guys. Next time we're going to be setting up the pump jacks. We're going to be setting up basically oil wells, adding a whole loading facility, bringing it back home, and getting ready to build an oil refinery where we can start turning it into useful products like gasoline, diesel, fuels, all that kind of good stuff. Oh yeah, and sulfur for the gunpowder farm. Last time I designed a tanker train and built a massive railway for it using Minecraft Create mod. The railway goes to a desert where I've located numerous oil wells just waiting to be tapped. Today, I'm going to be doing just that. I'm going to build an oil field complete with pump jacks, power generation, storage tanks, and a loading station to get the oil out of the ground and into my tanker train ready to be sent home. Let's get started. I can't wait to get thousands of buckets of oil. We should do that literally right now. All my tanker cars are waiting here. So the first step that we're going to want to do is dig shafts, I guess, from bedrock level, from where those oil deposits are, all the way to the surface. Like if we come over here, I already dug, where is it? I think, yeah, look, it's all the way down there. That's very far down there. But we'll have to run a pipe from that up to the pump jack. I think there's another 5 that I have to dig that are nearby. Then we have to get materials for a lot of pump jacks, which all that stuff requires a lot of steel, and I don't think I have enough steel, so I'm gonna have to go mining for some iron because I can't automate steel or iron for steel, unfortunately. It's a whole thing. We'll eventually get to that, maybe with some ways that you might not expect. Anyways, let's go down here and see where those other oil deposits are. So here's the first one. I think that this is another one. So let's get the exact coordinates. Negative 1899 and negative 1947. Am I directly over it now? Yes, I am. Where am I anyways? Oh, I'm literally right in front of the waystone. That's pretty cool. So here we go. What? Oh, what the heck? There's bedrock over it. Here we go. That's kind of weird. I guess the pipe can go through there just fine, but still. Oh, what the heck? There's a sandstorm again. Every single time. Whatever. I'm just gonna find the next spot. Although I can't see anything when there's a sandstorm. Even underground. Hey, there we go. No bedrock on the way this time. So the farthest away one is over here, and that's the front of the train. Then there's another one right there, and then there are 3 of them right here, and then the 6th one is over there. So given that all of them are infinite and they are not slow pumping them, even at a slow RPM, I think there's going to be way more than enough. So next step is going to be go mine for a bunch of iron. I found 3 iron ore. We might need a little bit more than that. No iron so far. This might be the worst cave in the history of caves. Thank goodness, I finally think this might be one of those iron veins. I have yet to see a raw iron block, which will actually confirm. Although, there's an awful lot of iron. Oh yep, there's our raw iron. Oh look, it's the gravity ore. I forgot about this stuff. Oh, there we go. Shoot! Okay, we're fine. I think I'm done now. I have a... Oh yeah, look at all this stuff that I got, guys. I have so much ore. Wow, just kidding. Yeah, I have a lot of ore. Got probably around 6 stacks of iron, which is pretty good. It's gonna get more than that when we put it in the crusher, so that's 12 stacks probably. That is gonna be more than enough steel, I hope. Anyways, let's go home. Put this stuff away. About 16 stacks of crushed iron, so that's nice. Now to make it into blasting mixture, this is how much blasting mixture I have, and I need a comparable amount of coke dust. Let's see how much we've got. Oh, we've got a lot, and I have more coal. So chuck in coke dust. There's probably some left over. And then blasting mixture, and now it doesn't render, but it's there. So it's working. The actual... Oh, shoot. There goes my jetpack. The actual turning of the stuff into steel is kind of slow. So what I'm going to do is go around here. And that'll let all the molten steel in. And then this is just going to turn into steel ingots up here in the casting basins. And over time, we will collect our steel. I don't know how much is currently in the storage tank. The very safe storage tank. Part of it is I'm going to need a ton of industrial pipes. And it's good. It looks like you get 8 per ingot of steel. That's what you connect to the actual thing at bedrock level. You connect that up to the pump jack. All of this stuff up here that I bookmarked is what you need for the pump jacks, and I need 6 or more of everything, and all of it needs steel. So let's just take a look and see what I need while I'm waiting. Looks like I've got about 800 steel or something like that. I'll probably have more soon. Oh great, so it's missing. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but it's missing the pump jack part. So let's bring this back, and that is over the shaft. So that's the right spot, assuming we want that configuration. Steel pipes. Oh yes, we need those. Gonna be using those for everything because they look cool. And yep, that's all. Industrial pipes. We need a lot of these. Wait, how do you make steel blocks? Oh, come on. That's for 6 pump jack hammer heads, these things. I'm gonna need 18 heavy machine casing things, which just means each one needs 2 steel ingots. First, you turn it into a steel casing, like this, on the treated planks, and then another ingot applied in the form of a heavy plate. I think I can do that. Yeah, I don't have to do that myself. There's my 18 heavy machine casings. Everything else needs steel mechanisms, and I think I made these last time, and it's a pain. This is the part where we take a bit of a detour, because I realized I used some concrete in my build. Not Minecraft vanilla concrete, the factory must go concrete, which you can only get from liquid concrete. It's realistic, you have to pour it, or you can put it into a formwork block and then it sits there and hardens into a block, and then I assume you collect it somehow. And I want to find out how, because I've been wanting to use this block for a while, and we're going to see just how difficult it is. I don't know how this... Nice texture. I don't know how this works. Oh wait, did it just connect? Oh, it does. So I start by mixing sand, gravel, and cement, and then it turns into concrete mixture. Let's see how this works. Oh. No heating required? Oh wait, I chucked in lime sand. I'm stupid. Oops. Concrete? Yay, concrete. So how does this work? Can I... No. I have to pump it in? So, it went in there. Awesome. Wait, so what's the point of the formwork block then? If it just breaks anyways? Is it so like you build a structure out of it and then you pump in concrete blocks? Or you pump in concrete? Can you like do this vertically? Let's do like some weird stuff here. No, it didn't go vertically. It went horizontally. Will it go vertically down though? Ooh, it will. Okay, so like if you build something out of the formwork and then you pump it in from the top and then you fill it up and then eventually it just casts into concrete. That's actually kind of sick. It's not ideal in terms of making this stuff because you can just stick it there and then it just sits there and it won't spread. But if you, I guess if you build out of this, and unfortunately that's not what's in the pump jacks. It's like, I used it on frame blocks because of course I did. It's not going to be helpful now and I'm going to not use concrete, but maybe a little bit later. Alright, let's build the pump jack. This should take a really small amount of time. Alright, so let's build this out here. Until we get right above it, we just use the parts, but then we do the pump jack head. And then I can put a girder here. And then we'll do the same thing back here till we're right above it. And then the hammer connector. Okay, that's good. So now I need to get the glue. And then we glue that, and then we glue everything else. And look at it. You can tell it's assembled because it gets the little strings. You get the string here, you get the strings in the back. That's how we know it's working. And so, all it's missing is rotational power. Imagine if I could do this with a hand crank, by the way. We gotta try this. If this works with a hand crank, that'd be really funny. What the heck? It does. I can spin it with a hand crank. Now, it's not doing anything because the machine is invalid because it's not connected to anything. But let's fix that. In here, let's get my industrial pipes, and I'm going to go down below here and go wee. Okay, here we are. Oil deposit. Up we go. That was basically almost 3 stacks. Okay, now look at that. So I could probably spin it with a hand crank again. And it should be collecting oil. Let's go look. Look, it already got a bucket. Almost a bucket and a half of crude oil, see? And then it gets pumped out of here in the pipe. Obviously, we're not going to be running with a hand crank, but that's a fun test. So let me go ahead and decorate the rest of this. And that's my pump jack design. Now we need 5 more. That's all 6 pump jacks. 3 of them over here, and then another one on the other side of the hill, and then the other one that's right over there. And of course, we have to set up lots of pipelines, and we have to set up shafts for providing rotational power. This just means I'm going to be running spinning shafts as though they were electric lines around the entire area, which is fine. Speaking of the entire area, I'm going to clean it up now, and I want to plan out where I'm going to put the giant holding tanks for oil. And I want to plan out where we're going to have the little power plant that will just burn oil to make rotational power. And then we'll start connecting everything up. And we'll build the loading station for the train. Whatever order seems best. As you can see, I've laid out some stuff, and also it's getting laggy. What a surprise, but there's a specific reason it's doing that. So, you know how I was testing the concrete a little bit ago with the formwork blocks and how you basically just pour it in and then it forms and solidifies into a shape? Well, I had a good idea of how we could do that, hence all of the broken textures, but these things are actually kind of laggy, and I would like to get rid of them before I finish building the other stuff here. So what I thought I might do is actually drive my train back home. And I was like, well, how am I going to get a lot of liquid concrete here? And then I was thinking, what do you mean? It's literally a tanker train. It's meant to carry liquid. I could just fill one of these cars up. Maybe 2 of them, I don't know. At least 1 car up with 720 buckets. We might need more than 1 car. But I could just fill it up with liquid concrete and then drive it back, unload it, and then pour it into there. And then cast that, and also I need to cast the bottom of that. Let's go do that right now, actually. This is going to be fun. The first use of the tanker train is not actually going to be oil, it's going to be concrete. Let's filter this for liquid concrete, and then I think all I need to do is add 1 cog and it will start spinning. I don't know if it's going to be able to go in there. Let's find out. So here's all my concrete mixture. Let's put that in there. Where did it go? Oops, it went in there. This hopper is in the way. Okay, that is bizarre. It put it in there when I unfiltered it. Why? Can I filter for not water? Oh good, that seems to be... Nice. Cool, so it doesn't let you filter for concrete, which is awesome. But you can filter for not water. So look, we currently have 5 concrete buckets in here, now 6. And this thing is just gonna have to run for a while. I'll be back in like 10 minutes when this is done.
A few inches later.
Finally, it filled up. That was a lot more than 10 minutes. So we're gonna go back and we're gonna find out. And I'm gonna really hope that I don't need more concrete, because I don't have a concrete factory. I have 1 mixer making it. Obviously, we're gonna need a concrete factory one day. I'm gonna have to attach pumps to this in order to get all of the stuff out. I'm probably gonna need 2. Oh, it probably is already going out now. Let's see. But very slowly. Should be going faster now, but let me try just filling this lower concrete pad instead of the entire thing first. Let's try this. Is this gonna spread? Very slowly? Oh, this is good. I don't even know how fast it's leaving. Shoot, this might take a while. Oh, no, it's leaving pretty fast. And each bucket is a block, so... Okay, it's obviously not working. Because there should only be about 260 of these things here on the ground. And it's already put in, I don't know, 3 times as much. And it's not even half full. So, I don't know what is the problem, but it's losing well over half of what's being put in. It's just wasting it. So, maybe I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, look. I mean, it's overtly cheating, but it also deleted most of my concrete. Because this thing, hundreds of buckets of concrete in it, and this should have been 260. So, I could do a... Where is it? A creative tank, and then liquid concrete. So, I could do that, and I could do that. I don't know at what point it's deleting it. But I'm going to let this bottom part fill up here. Because that definitely, I have more than enough to do that. And we're going to let that thing run. And I don't think I'm going to, I don't think I'm going to make this whole thing concrete. I will just make the edge concrete. So I will fill up the edge, which definitely would be within the amount that I brought with me. And then I'll get rid of the creative thing. Then maybe we'll just have to check back later. Maybe the model update. I don't know. It's a fine mechanic. It just needs a bit of ironing out. Alright, so now it should fill up this, which is even less. It should be even less. Oh, we got the first one. Oh, look. The whole thing is done. It's supposed to be a big concrete pad where I'm actually going to put some decorative tanks combined with some of the actual functional stuff. That's where we're going to generate the power. But we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to have a foundation here. And then we're going to have a foundation here, and I'm going to have to just pump out this concrete, delete it, and then we'll call it even, I guess, and then not do concrete anymore for a while. I just finished filling in the sand with a different color of sand. It's a lot of sand, you might say. I love sand, actually. Sand is my favorite thing ever. Anyways, what we're gonna do now is we are gonna be building the giant storage silos now. And I'm gonna build them out of the same blocks as this. But the question is, how much calcite do I have? Do I have a lot of calcite? I hope I have all the calcite. Oh good, I still have 3,000 calcite. We're gonna want that. I don't even know where I got this from. Maybe digging with the tunnel bore? I don't even know. If you look behind me, I've built all of the other mostly decorative or not necessarily decorative, somewhat functional stuff. So the most interesting thing probably is this here. I'm hoping it's going to work. We're going to see if it's going to once I get to turn the pumps on. But it's 5 rows of pipes. You can see it, each of them goes to a outlet, I guess, just to insert the fluid into the big tanker cars. We still have to obviously build tanks in here, and I have to move the fluid between here and here. Which, you know, you normally would do with this pipe up here. But there's not room to put real pipes in there, so it's going to be underground. This pipe up here is a fake pipe. It doesn't actually do anything at all. So why don't we go ahead and go back home and get the materials for some boilers. Oh, shoot. Where'd the blaze spawner go? Oh yeah, I moved them. I'm really stupid. I moved them. They're literally in my basement. Great thing is I don't have to capture blazes. You can click directly on blaze spawners and it fills it up. Put bamboo in a roller and it turns into a straw. And then you have to give the blaze burner a straw and then it can take fluid. Fuel. Like that. And then it turns into, I don't even know what that is. So here. Something like that. Maybe we want to put flywheels for decoration. That might be kind of cool. Well, that looks fun, while also retaining its functionality. And we got a flare stack in there for good measure, for no reason other than it looks good. And we're going to have insane amounts of oil. It's just missing water, I guess. So let me connect water. Let me build the other decorative stuff that goes on this pad. And then we get to the real fun part. I had no idea blaze burners passively provided power the same way campfires do. No idea. But here we are. It's turned on now because I'm pumping water in. If you look down here, there are 4 water wheels spinning these pumps down here. So that's what that's doing. I know earlier I said I was going to power the pump jacks with rotational power, and I changed my mind. We're actually going to use electricity. We're going to use the generator to generate a bunch of electricity, and then use some wires and these little electric motors and some, I guess, alternators in order to create electricity and then move it around in just one generator per pump jack. It's going to be easier, I think, and look nicer. It's kind of funny. It was like the last second that I realized I have to set up the electric generators here. So we're going to do that, obviously. But I've built this as well. And if you look in here, I have 3 different lanes, or 3 different pipes, I guess, that the 6 pump jacks are going to put into. And then it's meant to make it look like it goes in here, even though it does not actually go in there. It goes in here. You can see the 3 pipes. I would like to turn on at least 1 pump jack. This line here is the input for that pump jack. It's the closest pump jacks, which is why I want to turn it on first and send the oil right over here. Let's try this right now. Where's my hand crank? Let's grab the hand crank and start spinning this. It's pulling it out. Did it go somewhere? Oh, it put it out here. Yeah, it is working. It put it in the wrong spot, though. Oh, I just saw the little particles go. Let's see if it's going over here or not. Oh, look it is. See, it's powering this. Oh, the heat is way less than the size in the water, but that's fine. It's 65,000 stress units, so it's pulling crude oil in. Let's put an electric motor over here. Then we do that, and I don't know, 32 RPM, that's probably fine. I can put connector here, put connector there. So it's connected. Oh wait, it turned on. It already has power stored up. Look at that. Look at that, it turned it on. 60 power per tick. Oh, I saw the particles. It takes a long time to get here. Nice. Now it's on. So I can undo the clutch. We're powered up. Oh no. How is it that it doesn't burn crude oil? What do you mean it doesn't burn crude oil? The next best thing is that. Amazingly, that's the next best thing because you can't make flare stacks burn crude oil, which, okay. I've connected all of the pump jacks with electricity, so all of them are running. What we're gonna do now is find out just how big of a tank I can build. Let's see before I have to make like more than one. Apparently only 3x3 and also not very big at all because it takes a lot of tank blocks and I don't have that many. So I brought about 4 stacks of tanks with me and I was just designing this stuff in there and I used it all up almost immediately. So I am going to make another 12 stacks of fluid tanks before I start running out of copper, meaning I only have 2,000 left. That's kind of bad. That's very low. I don't need to have a copper farm. I really need a copper farm badly. I was starting to develop a system, and here you can see where we've got the 3 pipes, and each one goes into 2 rows of tanks. And then, obviously, there's 1 block gap, and we have pumps, and it goes into more tanks. Pretty sure we're going to see oil going through this pipe into these tanks now. Well, more specifically into these. Yeah, we are. Probably wouldn't know it, but I'm in storage tank number 2. Actually, never mind. You can see it on the map right there. So, oil is over here. Same way the other one is, kind of. It's set up very similarly. I think what I've done now is just transfer all of the oil that was in the other storage tower over here. There is a very long underground pipeline that does that because the pipe in the sky doesn't actually work. That means good news. There's only 1 step left, and that's to build the pipelines to all the other pump jacks. There goes some oil. Let's see. We can tell if it's working because it's draining this. It is quickly draining it. You love to see it. Pump jack number 3. 4. And there goes the last one. Now that is what I call an oil field. Fully complete. All of it's working. All the pump jacks are on. All the pumps are going. We are getting lots and lots of oil. But not in the tanker cars yet. And that is only a couple valve turns away from happening. Let's open all 3 valves, and there goes the oil. We can definitely see it going out this time. Although I'm noticing there's one tanker car that it's not going into because there's much too long of a distance without a pump. We should see it going in. And yeah, now it's going in. Going in this car. So it's getting loaded in all the cars, not necessarily quickly. Perhaps we can do something about that. No way, bros. After like, I don't know, an hour and a half or something and lots of optimizations and realizing things were not working, and while the list goes on, all the tanker cars are filled up. Believe it or not, it only took forever. Anyways, that means I get to go to bed now in real life. I hope you guys enjoyed, and if you did, don't forget to drop a like and hit that subscribe button down below. Next time, we're gonna bring this stuff back home. We're gonna build an oil refinery and start turning it into useful stuff. Thanks to my new Create mod oil field, I have unlimited supplies of crude oil, but no way of using it. So I need an oil refinery. I could build 1, maybe 2 distillation towers and call it good, but that doesn't really look like the pictures of real life refineries that I've seen. And in this series, I've tried to base things off of their real counterparts regardless of practicality. That means I need to turn this into Minecraft. Today, I'm going to design the footprint for a massive oil refinery and set up an automatic way of making concrete in order to supply the foundation. Let's get started. Now that it's been a little while, I've had a chance to look at your suggestions for the name of this train, which I could not do for various reasons last time, but now we can go ahead and do it. It needs, oh yeah, I have to do it from the station, don't I? So I don't always choose names that are the most upvoted, but in this case, it's a pretty clear winner with the upvotes. We're going to name it the Freedom Express. However, there is also a bunch of other cool ones, some runners-up that I'll put on screen, German-specific ones actually, because it's based off a German locomotive. And now we're going to take this freedom. It's loaded with an awful lot of freedom. There's a lot of freedom in here. We're going to take it back home and start using this freedom for amazing purposes, undeniably. Just think of how much democracy we can make out of this freedom. I'm going to leave the locomotive right here for now. I need to do some stuff. We have to plan out an entire oil refinery. We have a big empty space. It's got some hills. It's got some, probably a couple flowers or something. Maybe like a couple really rare species of bug that only lives here. And we need an oil refinery. So what I'm going to start by doing is I'm going to get rid of this roundabout. And I'm going to move it. It's the worst roundabout that's ever existed. Mainly because of all the weird additions I've had to do to it. So I'm going to move it so that it is directly in line with this up here. And we're still going to have, obviously, these things coming out of it, but it's going to go from right here to right here. All of this on this side is getting flattened. Maybe this is getting flattened as well. Those poor bugs, it's all over for them. Oh, look who it is. Look who decided to show up. It's the building police. Just like wandering traders, they show up when you change too many blocks, from what I understand. Oh, I can buy a spider egg. That's fun. It's going to be Halloween soon. Maybe I need this for the Halloween special. Thanks, bro. This has actually been so annoying making this, to the extent that I'm going to make it into a schematic so that I never again have to figure out a roundabout by scratch. And this is about the tightest roundabout you can make while still having space for diagonals to come off of like here, not just the parts of the Minecraft grid, but also the diagonals. And it's much too small. You would never see this in real life with these size trains, but this is Factorio train design, not real life train design in this case. This is exactly what I would have in Factorio. I realize in the long run that keeping the tunnel here may not be the greatest idea. I'm likely going to end up removing it and sending it to the rail yard and clearing out most of those existing rails. You know, things are getting grim when you have to pull out the Photoshop file and start scribbling on it to make plans. I haven't done this in a long time, actually. And no, the tracing the paths in the other videos doesn't count. This is where the fun begins, or ends. think I've got a plan here. This is the rail that I started. That's all the way over here. It's going to go through here. We're not going to be dealing with this. Just need to know where it's going to be. It's going to go around here, have a bridge, and it's going to come down here in 2 different lines. And that's where we're going to pick up any fluids that we want, like diesel, gasoline, pick up any items, deliver items if we need to. And then, of course, these 2 rails, this part goes away. These 2 rails go into a diagonal rail that goes around here, hugs the lake, and connects back to this track before the roundabout. Then, of course, we've got the single track that's going to be for the train. So it's going to come around here and connect back down and go out that way. Then, of course, it's probably kind of obvious what the magenta is. It's just holding tanks for stuff. Dark green is going to be, well, it's kind of a secret, but it's related to the parking lot. And then the orange is not what we're going to be dealing with today, because the orange is, I'm going to try to put a power plant there. Then the yellow is just general oil refinery area, which is going to be a mix of functional distillation towers and then decorative distillation towers and everything else that's decorative, kind of like what we did with the steel plant. So that's the plan. Now is the fun part, where we get to go over to survival and see if it actually ends up lining up the way I'm hoping. I think the big issue is that there's a big hill here. This whole thing is hilly. Yeah, and we're not building an oil refinery on a hill. That's not gonna happen. So all I can really do is start by taking off the tops of these hills. Let's not waste more time with words. Let's grab a lot of backpacks, a lot of XP for fixing my shovel. Maybe I'll even go get another red pickaxe. And let's start mining. It's been flattened a lot. Within range of my digging machine, my track laying machine, Lay's itself, the original one, not the small one, not the wherever it is, Pringles back there. This one I can use to take out all of the remaining stuff here that is the wrong elevation. I'm gonna just build rails as I go, and then I'll take them up later, and that'll allow me to clear this out super fast. Well, it's flat now, so that's good, but now I need to get the tunnel bore out of here. It needs to go somewhere else. It was just a very temporary spot, but I needed somewhere to put it off of the rail out of the way, and this was where it was. Yeah, I made an unloading station here, but it's kind of bad. I can make a much nicer one somewhere else. So we're going to move the tunnel bore over to the rail yard, where it'll have to live for a while. I hate that it unnames trains when you deform them. Now I know it was Boris, I just don't know how we spelled it. Oh well. Not sure why it freaked out the CPU so much there for a little bit, but we're good now. Hey, it really can fit in one lane, who knew? And so the cool thing is I can get rid of these tracks now. I can reroute them over to here. All of this actually ends up going away in my new design. This goes down here, and then we're going to have the 2 tracks that come in from that side, but there's some stuff I have to figure out first before I can just do that. Realized the train station for this was much farther up than I had initially thought, so that's okay. I can go over here now and connect this. Don't need that anymore. That's how I know I'm actually playing this like Factorios, having to go back and multiple times tear down old things and rebuild them in different ways, hopefully better. Usually better. I like to think that they are better. Everyone agrees, in fact. Now, if I give the schedule back to this train, it should be able to re-navigate and go back. It's been sitting here for a very long time. And it's off. Immediately going to full speed, not wasting any time. Well, have a good train ride. Now I have to figure out what to do. Yep, I really did flatten the entire area. Some places are flatter than others. That place is down there. It's about 3 blocks below the rest of it. And I don't mind because all of this is highly flat. And that that sounds weird. And so this is where a lot of the big storage tanks are going to go. There's not going to be a lot of fancy stuff that goes in this spot. And not to mention the train tracks, which is the thing I want to do now. And it's going to be the last thing that we do before going to the creative world to design the entire thing in creative, basically, because there's no way I'm doing this in survival. Not gonna happen. So the important thing, well, one important thing is to take the train and drive the train over to, well, that way, and then figure out how much farther I need to make the track, and then I have to make the track curve around and then build the other two. So the train has quite a bit more that it has to go before it even leaves the roundabout and the curve. Alright, how's that? We're just barely off the curve, and the last tanker car is all the way back there. Yikes. And now this one connects over to here, so that the train can get back to where it needs to go. Perfect. So that's everything I'm going to do now in survival. Let's go over to Creative World and start filling this up. It may seem like a massive area, and I'm not saying we're going to fill everything today, but I think I'll be surprised at how quickly it fills up. Now we can see that this looks much more similar to the Photoshop file. I used the same colors, by the way, and then I added some for other things. The orange area is a future power plant, which we're not going to be getting to anytime soon. This is another electrical area. It's pretty obvious what the magenta wool is. That is where storage silos are going to be functional and decorative. And then pink wool is where it's storage silos or ground, but the ground is going to be kind of artificial dirt, not just like natural Minecraft grass. Where there is a purple outline, a purple border, that's where the ground is going to be some version of concrete and road, as opposed to natural grass. And I should mention, the ground in these areas is going to be concrete plus whatever I choose for the road as well. There it is, all the foundation. And so we are ready to go to survival. Well, kind of. Yeah, I have schematics. I made 3 schematics of this. It's not all one giant schematic. And I'm going to have to get a lot of resources. Because if you look at this, a lot of it is concrete. The bad kind of concrete, not the vanilla type. So that's going to be the big challenge of doing this. And then there's lots of things like dirt and whatnot. That's not really a huge deal. Also have a schematic of the wool, so I can bring that with me if we want to put that back down. We probably will. We're going to go over to the survival world now, figure out just how much of this I need, taking into account frame blocks for the first time. Very exciting. And let's go make some concrete. Glad I did it the way that I did, because look at this comparison. Look at how much different it is compared to what we were just looking at. It's the same spot, just missing everything. Oh, there's a piece of dirt here. I wonder if that lines up with this piece of dirt somehow. I didn't even, if that's true, I didn't even mean to do that. But does it look like it's lined up now? Yep, it's lined up in the right spot. So schematic number 1 of 3. Here we go. This is where we find out how bad it's gonna be. 5 pages. Okay. 1100 concrete exactly. That's a lot. 1300 light gray concrete. Oh, nice. And then 43 stacks of white concrete. You might say that it is over. And that's 1 of 3 schematics. And so what we're gonna do, since this is such a large area and a crazy number of blocks that it has to place down, I am going to make 2 other schematic cannons, and we're gonna run all 3 at the same time. In fact, there may be a setting for this. Gameplay schematic cannon between shots. Higher equals slower. Shots per gunpowder. Okay, I don't care about that. What if we doubled the speed of the schematic cannon? If it's weird or laggy or causes something, then I'll like revert that. But let's save it. We'll cut it in half. So it's going to be like tens of thousands of blocks total. That would literally take hours, and there's nothing to be gained from that because I'm just sitting here doing other stuff, not even on the game, and it just makes the time lapse take longer to render. So we're gonna go make some more material checklists and more schematic cannons, and I'm gonna look at what I need, and then we will build a concrete farm. Cool, that's the second one. Let's print up some materials. This one's gonna be even more concrete, I bet. 2,000 normal concrete. I'm going to need a lot of concrete. If I'd known I would need this much concrete, maybe I would have chosen a different block. But here we are. Let's get it done. Where are my drills? Here. Let's start with 2. I only store 1 stack of drills. So I know I could do chain drive, drill, hopper. I have 12 scaffolding. That's awesome. That's just great. More drills, and then we could do chain drive and then drill. If I don't do a lot of this, I'm gonna be here forever, and that would be bad because then I would never have there would be no more video uploads. So we're gonna do that, and then more chain drive, and we're gonna spin it very slowly so it barely takes any power. So I'm gonna need 2 pumps, and of course I have to make the actual way to create the liquid concrete, which I have to pump in here. Nice, it works. I was very much hoping that would work. How about let's keep going. Okay, guys, let's see if this monstrosity is gonna work. It's very temporary. As you all know, I only build temporary things. Nothing is ever permanent. So I've got some storage drawers. That is limestone. If I put limestone up here, it will get sent into the crusher, into the miller, and then it's gonna go into here as lime sand. Next up, where is my clay? That's not my clay. This is my clay. Clay balls go in here, and then that gets turned into cement. And there goes our cement, which goes into here. And now if I grab my sand and my gravel, we are getting some lag, by the way. Let us put our sand here and our gravel here. And now we turn into concrete mixture, and then it goes into here, and then it starts making concrete, and then it gets removed, and somewhere around here it put concrete down. Yeah, look, there it goes. And I guess we're gonna see if it's fast enough to maintain it or not, and if I have to add another one of these in order to produce it. Hopefully not. It's nearly pushed the concrete to the end here because I've added 3 more of them. Yep, we have 4 now. 1 was definitely not enough. But these are all going now. It honestly barely uses any cement, which is interesting. It uses it very slowly. This stuff, yeah, it gets used faster. So I'll have to refill the sand and gravel occasionally. But this is about as good as I'm going to get without making an actual concrete factory. By the way, we have about 460 concrete right now. That's not very much. Not at all. But obviously concrete is not everything. There's a lot of stuff here that is not, which I'm gonna have to make even so. So that's what I'm gonna do now. I'm going to collect these materials. Lots of it's simple stuff like gravel or dirt. Some of it's a little bit worse, like cyan, terracotta, okay, whatever. And then I'm gonna come back when I'm done with that, and hopefully there'll be, I don't know, 20,000 concrete or something, however much we need. That's not too big of an ask, right, guys? 3 cannons and a lot of materials. And amazingly, it's still not everything that we need. Oh yeah, and there's also just like, I don't know, 90,000 dirt sitting here waiting to be used. We don't actually need 90,000, but it kind of feels like it. There's a little bit that's missing. We have gotten a lot of concrete. It's not even in this, oops. Here, like, we've got lots of concrete. That's all quote full of concrete. However, we don't have the concrete yet for the middle, and unfortunately the middle needs the most concrete. So if we look at this, I still require 4,000 white concrete, 1,200 light gray concrete, 3,000 gray concrete, and then 2,000 or 1,800 normal concrete. That's kind of bad. How much do we have in here right now? Oh, good. We've got 2,000. So, look, that covers the normal concrete. So, that's good. But we still need a lot more. So, I will be doing a combination of AFK and maybe building more of this tunnel, which is really boring because I never finished it. I will be back in a little while once this thing has made a lot more concrete.
12 seconds later.
I'm gonna break free of my chest prison. Here we go. Do we have enough concrete? It's been a long time. 4,758. How much did I need to white the concrete? Ooh, only 4,200. So that's good. That was the last concrete that I need for the last section. So I think we finally have gotten everything. I just have to turn this stuff into white concrete now. Hang on. We've got 3 schematic cannons ready to go. I'm going to have to sit here and babysit this, especially, I mean, it can only pull from 4 chests at once. I mean, maybe from the bottom. I don't know if it can. Maybe I should actually try that. Let me just try with like one of these things and see if it can grab the dirt from underneath it. Because if it could, that would be very nice, because just the volume of dirt that it needs is quite significant. Time to activate a time lapse, and I hope it doesn't break. Come on, replay mod. Please be nice to me this one time. I don't want to spend forever making it work. And here we go. Oof, it's already missing dirt. I'm hoping that made for a nice time lapse. I don't actually know yet. You guys already know. I will know soon enough because I will shortly be on my way to do battle with replay mod. Always my favorite part of making videos. But hey, look at this. Look at this very flat area. It's done. The foundation, the footprint of the oil refinery is done for the second time, this time on the survival world, which is the important time, obviously. This is quite the area I've created. And honestly, it was almost biting off more than I could chew this time, given how much concrete I needed. Concrete maker came in clutch, that was good. Next time, we're going to have to make the actual oil refinery part. I'm hoping I can do that all in one video. I better be able to. I don't want to make it 3 videos. We got other stuff we have to do. In the last video, I brought my crude oil home using a tanker train and proceeded to lay out the foundations for a huge refinery to turn the oil into fuels and chemicals. This is exactly what I need to do today. To start, I'm going to design a working refinery using Create Mod based off of the existing plans that I have from last time. Once I have a design, I'll need to collect the materials and assemble them into a plant in survival. And by the end of the video, I'll be refining fuels to power my first vehicle, which you, the viewer, will have a hand in deciding on. How do I even start? Start the video, start talking, or start building this thing? I mean, you guys have seen the pictures. I've shown you the pictures. You're going to see them again. It's pretty horrific. That doesn't look very Minecraft friendly. There's not very many cubes. See, even the weather agrees. It's funny, I forgot for the second time that the things are unloaded from the bottom and they're loaded from the top. Obviously it's Create Mod, there's no rule against that, but look, I'm trying to make it realistic. I almost started to lift the truck up, you might have seen it in the time lapse there. And I just looked at it and I was like, no. No, it's no good, we're not going to do that. I will just deal with it on the ground. Then we'll build like some decorative pipes that look like they're coming up and out, and then they go up, and then they go up to this pipe, and it's going to be a whole thing. You may or may not have noticed that I'm trying to color code the tanks. Not that those are a good example, they're all the same color. That's a different color, and that's green over there, and those are also different colors. And I am attempting to do that because theoretically they're going to hold different fluids or gases in some cases. So over here I've made a color key for all of the different things that I will be dealing with at the oil refinery. There's actually a lot, more than you might think. It's kind of cool. So obviously we got green, we got crude oil. That's what that stuff is over there. You can see that's green. Gas is going to be yellow. Then we've got diesel, which ends up being red. Here we go. We have kerosene, naphtha, lubricant, heavy oil, and then we've got some gases. We've got propylene, ethylene, which will just they're gases that you'll get. I think we get both of those from naphtha. And then we've got air, which there's just a block. There's an air intake block, and it's just a fan, and it just creates air, which is kind of cool. The air you actually turn into neon, which is fun because you can make neon lights, and it looks really good with shaders. Like I'm talking really good. And then we got plastic, liquid plastic. I don't know, maybe I'll find a better block for that. It's kind of The liquid plastic you get from the propylene and the ethylene. And then of course we've got napalm. Can't forget about that, can we? Which just comes from gas and aluminum. That would mean then that is a gas tank and then a diesel tank over there, because those are meant to kind of help be fuel supplies for the power plant that are going to go over there at some point. And so now I just have to figure out the coatings for the rest of these. I've got about 8 remaining. I've done everything easy, which may seem a little bit silly, and I've done a little bit of the hard stuff as well, like build this area here, which I'll explain a little bit, and I have a design for a distillation tower. And it's funny, like I mentioned, that's the mod's distillation tower. That's the functional part. We obviously have that. It's inside here. I'll show you how, but this is my design. I've also built the 6 pipelines coming out of the 6 storage tanks here. Of course, there's only 5 cars, but we don't talk about that. I'll build another train car if I really need to. It's kind of annoying. I wish I could put them next to each other without having to either spam brackets or put windows in them, but this is what I got. And most of the time, they're not going to be directly next to each other. We've got a very splendid parking lot. It needs a little bit more work, but I'm pretty happy with it. We've even got some flowers. It's not an entirely barren industrial park, but all the tanks are color coded. They correspond to the colors that I showed you earlier. We'll get more into that later once we start connecting pipes. But this distillation tower here, I'll show you what I got. So it has the fully functional thing. It is a little hard to see, but if we look down here, we've got the blaze burners, and there are pipes everywhere. But this is the mod's distillation tower. Here you can see from the top. This one has 6 outputs. Sometimes I only want 5. And so that just makes it even easier. I have 1 less pipe. And then there are 6 different pipes that come down here. That was not easy to do, but it actually looks kind of dope from the side. And then I'm going straight into flare stacks. But I have to admit, it's fun to watch. Like, I like the particles. And so now I want to position these elsewhere. And I don't know if I want that right there. I probably don't. That's just where I randomly built it. But I'm not going to cut it out yet, just in case. We want 2 of them over here for sure. What if I positioned it? Let's start by rotating, and there'll be room for other stuff. Maybe it's just fine where it is. I don't feel the need to remove it right now, especially because I may be rearranging this stuff anyways once I add the other buildings and pipes and all that. Maybe it will make more sense to do it differently. Over here, let's add 3 more though. I probably am going to maybe 4 more. Let's start with 3. And maybe we want this one to be elevated, like it's stuck on top of something. So we'll have 1 there, and maybe we'll have 2 like right next to each other, or directly, not like literally right next to each other, but very close. Yep. So there, we'll do 6 of them that correspond with the 6 tanks, which is frustrating because I have 5 cars, but 6 pump jacks. So wish I had planned that out a little bit, but whatever. It's a little bit triggering. Starting to get there. I now obviously have these flare stacks, which are quite significant. Also, you might have seen I started working on these pipes, and I successfully achieved a design that when you first look at it, you can't really tell what you're looking at, other than that it's a crazy number of pipes, which is what I was going for. So mission accomplished. May not look like a lot has changed, but what I just did took hours. And that's because I've added all the functional parts. It actually works now. It is a working oil refinery. I mean, mostly. It doesn't have like the plastic automation. It doesn't turn naphtha into the things that turn into plastic. Yeah, that's the only thing that's not there. But it has 6 working distillation towers. All of them are structured about the same. These ones are, and all of them actually burn something directly at their base just because I thought it looked cool. It looks a little bit like it's on fire, like it's about to blow up. It's not, but it kind of looks like that. This flare stack right here specifically burns extra diesel and gasoline. And it also sends it from these pipes here. You can see I've color coded. That's gas, that's diesel. It gets sent to these things. So right now I'm not putting any tanks or anything into here. Then this stuff gets split up. 4 of the oil lines go that way, then 1 there, and then obviously 1 over there. Same deal here. It gets sent over to this spot. Underneath all of these, by the way, is quite the nightmare of pipes. You'll notice some of them are worse than others. It got pretty nasty at times. Would not recommend. But then over here we have a big main pipeline bus, I guess. We got the 4 oil lines and then the other 3 products. They go over here, get connected to another distillation tower. Of course, by that point, we've actually run out of 2 of the oil lines because one of them went here. The other one went right there to that tower. The heavy oil goes over here. And this thing is actually fully working now, and it's the only part that's kind of got the decorative stuff in addition to the functional stuff. This is the napalm maker. It takes the gasoline here from that pipeline there, and it combines it with aluminum, and it turns it into napalm. And when, you know, this thing is actually almost completely full of napalm, which I think is very cool. That's what this does, though. We have a very nice vent right here. It literally just has some smokers under it. I discovered you can dye the smokestacks, and then it makes different colored smoke, which is awesome. We're going to have quite a few more of these within reason because particles are bad. The heavy oil does go over here. I've connected up all the outputs to every storage tank as well, which is great. This tower is actually making naphtha, and it's sending it right over there. Right now, all the naphtha is getting burned in that flare stack. Over here, excess kerosene and excess LPG gets burned at the top of that. And over there, we have another one that burns excess gas and diesel. Oh yeah, and that's burning excess heavy oil. All that's left is, like I mentioned, a little bit of stuff with the heavy oil, and then all the stuff with the naphtha. And then a whole lot of decorative stuff. I'm going to start building that decorative stuff now. You can see I already laid it out. That's kind of important. I need to get that done. And I have to admit, I'm getting a little concerned by how many steel pipes are in here. I wish I could say it was fully done, but probably unsurprisingly to many, it is not, in fact. Oh, wow, I'm disembodied now. It is not, in fact, fully done. It is as done as it's going to get in this video, meaning it works as an oil refinery. It refines oil in 6 different distillation towers. It also stores all of the products of it. It has a power plant for it that will run it as long, or at least for a while. It eventually will become a backup because I'll eventually have like high voltage lines. I mean, I've already got the electric lines in here. They're just not doing a lot. Eventually we'll run it with electricity, which will be pretty cool. But for now, we have these engines. I actually copied 2 of the engines from my oil refinery, or not the refinery, the oil field, and moved them over here. But basically, I realized there was no way I was getting this video done. It's a shame. I wish I'd gotten it all done, but the remaining parts, the remaining subsystems are just going to be added as I have time and as it makes sense in the following videos. There's not going to be like a 3rd video where I do only this. I've also got it sorted out here with the tanker train. So the tanker train can come down here, it kind of gets unloaded, and it gets sent to the different storage silos. However, there is one problem. The problem is not with this. This all works fine. The problem is with the train itself. Remember how a little while ago, a couple videos ago, I brought a tanker of liquid concrete over to the oil field, and I was like, I'm gonna unload it. 700 buckets, that would be 700 blocks. That was my plan. And when I unloaded it, it produced a very small number, like maybe 200 blocks, maybe less than that. And I thought it was a glitch with concrete for some reason. I was like, oh, the concrete system is broken. Well, I was wrong. It's not broken. I mean, not any more than like the texture. The texture is a little bit whatever, but the concrete is mostly fine. It's actually a problem with Crate Mod itself, because when I unloaded the tanker cars here, 720 buckets in each one, what did I get out of it? Well, I got like maybe 130 crude oil buckets. I got about a seventh of what was actually in those tanker cars. And so I was like, this is bad. Obviously it wasn't just the concrete. So I went and I looked it up, and sure enough, other people had the same problem. They're like, so when I unload my train, it just voids a bunch of the fluid, and is this problem fixed yet? And it's like from 2023, and I'm like, uh-oh. So it turns out that that is just a problem with Crate Mod itself. Hopefully it will get fixed soon, because it basically makes tanker trains redundant, which means the backup plan is the kind of cheesy item, well, not item, but the cheesy fluid teleportation system, the equivalent of the item transmitter. It's, yeah. There's a disturbing number of cows here. The cow farmer has been going to town with the cow breeding. Normally there's like 3 of them, and I keep having to move them back, like airdrop them back with the leads because they wander away. Now there's a horde of cows. I don't know why there's so many cows. I guess they've been getting tons of wheat. I don't know where they got it from. But they're not killing them enough. So I'm going to help out a little bit. Besides, if we want to get more than 50 colonists, we're going to have to turn in a ton of steak again for the upgrade. It's kind of random, but funny. No frames. The frames went away. Let's go. Frames to frames. We have no frames. Let's put this away. I want to see what this is. I ended up splitting it into 2. Anyways, so let's go over here, right where we were building before, and we will put this. And oh boy, material checklist. What do we got? 18 pages. Oh no. Oh boy, here we go. Oh no. 1,600 steel pipes. Uh-oh, I just crashed my game with the second schematic. Oops. Oops, I haven't even seen how many metal pipes it needs steel pipes. Uh-oh. Nice, I rejoined the world, and it lagged so much because I'm holding the schematic that by the time I get actually to do anything, I blew up. Let's see, what's the verdict on this? 27 instead of 18. Right, so that's not quite double what I needed before. So now we're gonna have to do something. Something not very ideal. I didn't want to cheat and spawn it in. I'm not gonna do that. And I don't have a giant bucket wheel excavator yet that I can just go destroy a mountain with. Maybe one day. So the next best option is add a new recipe. That's more likely. That's what I like to see. Here's my new recipe for creating blasting mixture that allows me to use my iron farm. Now it takes double the amount of iron that it did before normally to make one piece of blasting mixture, and it takes lava and a higher percentage of lime sand, so it's significantly more difficult, and this is basically the best thing I can do for now. Well, I'm trying to automate it here where I already had lava to make coal, but I realized some issues with the nuggets. Maybe I'll have to switch it to 2 ingots instead. We'll see. I'm gonna let it run for a while, and I'm going to also collect other stuff while I'm doing that, and hopefully it'll have a lot of blasting mixture when I come back. I wish my iron farm wasn't a lag machine. I think it has something to do with the particles. Anyway, speaking of iron, I've been making steel, and I think a little while ago there's like 800, 900. There's like 800, 900 blasting mixture. I've since taken some of it out and started turning it into steel, but it's still working. Or is it not? Oh, no, it ran out of iron. Never mind, I need to put more iron in that. So I've almost gotten everything that goes along with the first section, the first half of it. And I'm also busy trying to craft this, but I'm crafting all of it that I have to do at once. So I'm busy trying to craft 36 distillation outputs. It's really slow here because you have to do it with mechanical crafters. So I'm gonna be here for a little while. Then I have to go and get some stuff from far away as well. That means the last things I need are those steel pipes, of course, which is just running in the background. I started chunk loading it. But they also need things like white sand and white sandstone. And it turns out those only come from a couple very specific biomes. I think 2 biomes, in fact. One of which I have located at 10,000 blocks away. Apparently, according to the wiki, it's in a Mystic Grove. I really hope it is, because 10,000 blocks is far, even with a jetpack. Now, we're still 8,000 blocks away. so that's unfortunate. It's 2 villages right next to each other, by the way. That's pretty cool. There's another village right there. There's like a triple village with like a right angle here. That's kind of cool. Ooh. Ooh, that's really nice. Floating island area. I haven't found one of these. Ah, that's a Mystic Grove. And I see the white sand. That's good. And the water's purple. Okay. I'm going to assume I have enough for this. And if I need to come back, I can, because I have a waystone. But let's go home now. I am ready to keep going. Digging out this pit basically equated to 16,000 calcite, which is a little more than I need. So, and that's for both of the sections, by the way, not just the first one. So I think the only thing that I don't have, or I haven't crafted, is the steel pipe. So we're gonna go see what the status of that is right now. 25 and a half stacks. So there's about 1,000 steel ingots here. So 2 stacks of steel makes 6 stacks of pipes right there. So what we just made, we've just made 12 stacks of steel pipes. So 2 more, suddenly this will get us to 24 stacks. And we need about 26. So we need about 2 more stacks. So that right there is more pipes than I need for the first one. But that doesn't take into account the next thing. And I think we need a lot more. I'm very pleased to report that we have everything now. In fact, everything is complete. It's all in these chests right here. This big tower of chests, and then of course over here, got some extra stuff here. But we have everything we need, and apparently there was way more stuff on the other side. Actually, that's not stuff that we need. There was way more elsewhere, but we've got lots and lots of chests full of stuff. Look at all those steel pipes. I had to do some AFKing, but eventually we got all of it, which is very nice. So I think we're ready to go. I think these are configured the right way already, which is always a good thing. We definitely want to protect block entities this time. I definitely didn't accidentally delete a storage drawer with 80,000 dirt in it while running the last schematic in the last video. That definitely didn't happen. Behold, the Democracy Factory, where freedom gets refined into democracy. The one issue is there's no freedom here yet. I have to teleport the freedom from the freedom field over here. Also, we don't have any rotational power, so I'm going to start by teleporting some of the oil to these generators to run them temporarily until I can give them diesel. I also have to add water down here to start up the pumps and that stuff. So let me go ahead and do that real fast, and then we'll go over to the oil field. Let's see, if we go maybe right here, right by the pump, we're gonna make this crude oil 2. And so now we're gonna change over the output. Let's get rid of this and move it. So the output's gonna go into here, and it's gonna send the crude oil over. Alright, all the other ones are done, and I've got a teleporter here, so it's actually already speeding up. You can see, that's good. Problem is, it's meant to be superheated, and it's not right now, so I have to add the extra blaze burners, but then we'll be all set. And there we go. Are we at 65,000? We are. So we can do this. It'll shut it off, but then that'll spin everything. Everything is actually powered on. The last step is for me to activate the distillation towers, because crude oil might be going through them, or maybe not. Maybe the valves are closed. And more importantly, there's no fuel in the blaze burners for the distillation towers, and that comes out of the output, so I have to jumpstart it somehow. I'm going to try to put crude oil into it, maybe with a bucket, if that'll work. Hopefully it will. Please. Oh my goodness, it works. Oh, and look, it seems like it's already refining. Is it? Yeah, the whole thing worked. I only had to put 1 bucket in and it turned it on. Okay, that's really good. So I didn't, look, let's get another bucket. Let's get another bucket. Let's go over here. Where is it? if I put this in here, we should see the whole thing go. Yeah, there it goes. It's on. There goes the kerosene. It's probably already going into here because these have tanks. Yeah, it's got gasoline already. I don't know why it didn't make a window. Oh, yep, there it goes. Look at all the particles. Ooh. Last one is on. I think, yep. Let's get out here before creepers blow up. There's actually already 100 buckets of like heavy oil in here, which is really a lot in a short amount of time. 114 buckets for some reason. It just means it's going really fast with all these. And I could even bring the train in now. We're going to do that just for fun. We're going to lose most of the crude oil, but look, we didn't go to all that trouble to make a train and an oil yard and all that, loading it, just to leave it sit around and not do anything with it. Here we go. We should actually be being unloaded right now. Let's go take a look. Should be happening in real time. Is it going? Yep, it is. Look. I have a lot of new resources that I didn't have at the start of this video, namely fuel like diesel and gasoline, which is very useful for certain types of vehicles, like tanks. And that's what we're going to be doing in the next video. However, there a little bit needs to happen in between videos, actually, from you guys. So there's a lot of different tanks that exist. Believe it or not, there's more than a couple. I'm no tank expert. I've seen the ones that everyone has seen. So what I was going to actually do, instead of just picking one myself to build, I thought that I would actually do a poll, and I would pick some of like probably 4 well-known kind of famous tanks, I guess, to put in the poll. And then have another option where it's just like comment a different design down below. So basically, you guys can go vote on the poll, vote for the one you want, or if you have a different one, you can suggest it in the comments. By the time this video goes up, you're already going to see that poll there. Just go to the community tab on my channel, there'll be the poll. You can vote in it, and then whichever tank wins is the one that I will use as a basis for the tank that we build next time. Just in time for Halloween as well. We're going to need a tank on Halloween, probably. I have no idea why, though. You can actually find the Oil Refinery now on my Patreon if you want, and then once it gets finished here, I'm just going to update the file there, so it'll be the completed version eventually as it's done here. But if you want to grab it, you can go over there. Last time, I made a poll asking you guys which tank I should build now that I have an oil refinery for making fuel. 1 week later, with over 20,000 votes, the answer is quite clear. In a stunning, unanimous turnout, the tank has won with over 100% of the votes. Just kidding, the real winner is the American M1 Abrams with over 11,000 votes. Massive surprise, the first thing we're going to be doing is working more on the oil refinery, because I wasn't finished last time. But I'm only adding a small section of it right now. It's a very important section which I do need for this video. You see, I have a gunpowder farm over there. Problem is, well, all the ammunition takes a lot of gunpowder, unsurprisingly, and it needs sulfur. And I ran out of all my sulfur, but the nice thing is that you can make sulfur from heavy oil. It only takes a little bit of it as well. So I've added another section to the oil refinery right here. This is the section that deals with heavy oil. So the most important thing, obviously, is right here where, let's turn this back on. It'll send the heavy oil into here. It should. And then, yep, see, it starts, let's see if we can actually see this. There we go, yeah. It starts all of these things, and that's just what produces the sulfur. And it even produces bitumen as well, which we can make into asphalt if we want to. And so it comes off of here and gets sent up these conveyor belts. If we go over here, this is all stuff that's new. I've included in the schematic that I'm going to go and assemble in the world. It drops it off to a train loading area. That's the sulfur part taken care of. The other thing that it does some other stuff here. We have another distillation tower here where it takes the heavy oil and it turns it into diesel and lubricant. Here I've got a station where I can get lubricant buckets, and then I've got a station over here for crafting the 3 things that you need lubricant for. You need it to make engines, small engines. These types of engines, I think it's a gas engine. I'm not going to need anywhere near as many materials for this as the other ones. Thank goodness, otherwise we'd be here all day and we wouldn't be making tanks. No, go the other direction. I've got to do this fast before it just crashes the game. How is it still 15 pages? Not that any of these are big numbers, but still, it's a large variety of things. That's fine. I got all the stuff, and it only takes less than 4 chests here. It's way less than the other ones, so that was nice, not having to spend hours gathering things. There have been a few problems, but we're here now. It's got the new section, and it seems to be working. So I have to go add the train station for this so I can pick it up and put it in the train. And then I need to figure out a stop over there. The only way I can get the train over there right now is if I move the tanker train, because I haven't built the rails to go from basically right here through the village and then around with a bridge on this peninsula. I haven't done that yet. So it basically, the train has to go through here. This train, haven't used it in a while. It was supposed to be more for the colony moving stuff around, and then it kind of didn't end up working out how I was hoping. Things not integrating as well as I wanted, but I'm close. I'm really close. Somewhere around here is where it goes. There. Now it should have worked. Should be connected to the second boxcar. Yeah, see, it's getting loaded already. Of course, now I have to program this train with a new schedule. Although, I should probably add the last station before I try to make a schedule. There, I see it connected. Oh, look, see, it's already unloading it. Oh, let's go. It's already 1500 and the whole thing is filled with stacks of this stuff, and it's actually restarted. Oh, the whole thing restarted on its own. I didn't think it was going to do that. I thought it was like actually broken for some reason, but no, I designed it better than I thought. Yeah, see, it's making it. It's got the dirt turns into nitrate, if you're wondering, since it has been a while since we made this. Here you go. Off you go. Have fun on your schedule again. This is where the fun part and the hard part begins. It's time to design a tank. In this case, with the pretty much very, very decisive pull, we're going to be building an M1 Abrams tank. Oops. I was noticing that the tracks appear to be, well, one track, it looked like about 3 of one track widths would fit in the middle, which, well, our tracks are 1 block wide. And so that would mean that the middle to this scale would be basically 3 blocks wide. So this here is over 5 meters wide, meaning that this is not 1-to-1 scale. This is actually going to be much larger than 1-to-1 scale. And I'm looking at this thinking it's still really small. So I have a couple cranks right now. I can spin this and we start moving. It's very cool. And I can do this, and this is how I can attach a rotating turret onto this. And it's going to be a real challenge to put everything in here. I may have to scale everything up beyond this. Another slight issue is that the cannon is a much too large for a tank caliber. There's nothing in between autocannon and then basically naval artillery, or just artillery in general. Now, I will mention, I'm paying attention to other people on YouTube who do tanks and who made the track work mod or are associated with that, like Corson, and I've seen that with their mods, some of which still seem to be private. I've been looking at CurseForge pretty frequently. Haven't seen it added yet. It looks like they have added a medium caliber, like a tank caliber, that's not autocannon and it's not basically naval artillery. But there's also a lot of cool stuff that goes with that mod that they use for their videos that will hopefully be available. But I'm kind of stuck for the moment using the largest caliber. As you can see right here, I'm building the smallest possible tank. This is actually the tank that we're building in this video. There, I have built the tank. That is the... Oh. Moving on. The vast majority of all the systems have to fit in a 1 block tall area because we have to have the turret be able to spin around, and it's not going to be easy. So the clutch, which is this, needs to be powered on by default, and that will obviously stop it from turning. So we could actually add a creative motor here right now. Oh, that's a problem. That's conflicting with that. So let me move this back by 1 block. Put a shaft there instead, and then we'll put the clutch there. Oh, and now we can see that it starts moving forward slowly. That's a clutch. We also have a gear shift here so that I can set it into reverse. So by default, I don't know if I want it in reverse. Let me put a lever here. Okay, so it's now going in reverse by default. That's annoying. So let me change this to the other side. Okay. Then if I change that, we start going in reverse. So if I do that, it'll start turning in that direction, so that's good. So to go the other way, I would want to change that. That suddenly makes us turn left. So normally that's off, and then that's on to go forward. So there's a lot of controls that have to go into making this work. We've got the basic mechanics of how it can move around, how we can change the direction and all that stuff. Now let's figure out what kind of fuel this engine uses. I don't actually know. Alright, let's try with gasoline first. Put the gas in there. Hopefully it's getting pumped in now. It is not getting pumped in then. Okay, what fuel does it need? Does it need diesel? Or is it going to be kerosene? Yeah, it uses kerosene. Interesting. Now, I doubt that's the actual fuel that the tank would use. I assume, maybe it actually says on here. Oh, it says it can use a variety of fuels. I just looked it up. It says it could use jet fuel, which is kerosene, gasoline, diesel, or marine diesel. So it's actually not unrealistic then that we use the turbine engine, and then it can use kerosene in this case. So if I do that, that should start the engine. Yeah. The hardest part of this engine is going to be dealing with the pumps that have to run all the time. And they have to be basically 1 block tall. I can't make it any taller than that. Can I change the speed of the engine with an analog lever, I wonder? Oh, you can. That's nice. So I have this controller here, and I can actually drive this with the controller, which is pretty cool. I can just push the forward button, and I can push like left and right, and it will turn it left or right. It has a little bit of problems going back, like I can't turn it a different direction going back. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to have room to make a system that would make that work properly. But all this driving does, in fact, work. Now, there's just one problem that I'm trying to deal with. When you have these things, when you have anything that is... Unfortunately, these seem to be counted as a full block. They're not counted as slabs. Its hitbox for affecting what can rotate and what can't rotate is basically a full block. This thing is trying to rotate, but this thing is in the way. So watch, if I removed this, even though, yeah, it could fit there, I guess because it's got that antenna or something. I don't know what exactly the reason why that is a thing, but see, that'll start moving again. But if I put that back, then it stops. And the same thing is down here, it's treating it like a full block. So it has issues trying to go, when it's trying to climb up a hill, it has big problems because of that thing. I have to move both of these. Both of these basically have to be somewhere in here. And I'm trying really hard to figure out a way to fit it in here. Oh yeah, I should also mention the engine's working as well, which is nice. It was quite difficult to fit the engine in here, but you can see I got it all fitting with basically no room to spare. Here, I finally have expanded it another time. I think I've added 2 or 3 blocks onto this from when I started. But it allowed me to fit everything in here properly. Anyways, this is the most exciting thing. Watch this. It now has no problems going up blocks. See, look at that. It just goes right up the hill, no problem. That looks really cool. Well, here we are. I've made a system that can spin the turret around pretty reliably. I guess I will take this out of here so you can see what I did. Well, I can kind of show you. This is its own physics entity, so I can actually leave it basically like this. This is the last hard thing that I'm having to sort out. Then once it's actually working, hello. I didn't know you were there. All I'm going to have to do is just make the decorations on it, and then we'll have a working Abrams. Not you. You don't get it. I'm going to run you over probably. There we go. So it stays put. Oh my god, that was annoying. So I've done some sus things, like I increased the amount of stress capacity that a handle can create. Now it can create several thousand stress capacities so that I can do this. That I can spin it and make this go up. And by the way, this is all part of that same physics entity there. I can control the turret. I can spin myself in the turret in here. So this is pretty epic. There we go. We can go all the way to the other side as well. And while I'm in here, I have almost no room, but I have access to this lever to form the gun. This lever will fire the gun, and then this will raise it, or this will raise and lower the gun. That means that it actually is about as functional as it's going to get. You know, even over here, we even have an autocannon that I can use. So this is one is just literally like a turret. It's meant to be one of those heavy machine guns on top of it. Now I'm gonna go leave the world, make a backup, and then I'm gonna test fire the gun there. The fact that going off Wi-Fi just resets your skin to a default skin is the dumbest thing ever. It's like, hello, it's a file on my computer. Maybe I just didn't look and I can change it manually. Again, I guess, now that it's offline. I don't know. But I'm on no Wi-Fi right now and it's like, yeah, you don't have a skin now, even though it's literally just a file on my computer. So, we're back on the survival world and I've got some schematics. And you'll notice that I have made desert camo for this. That's the one we're going to be making. It's probably the most iconic one. So that, you can see, is the color I chose. Let's move this up slightly. Tracks are not easy to get. Suspension tracks and turbine engines are not easy to get. The sprocket tracks are not easy to get. These things are actually kind of annoying. Like, look at that. Like, it's a lot of mechanical belts. And then these things, it's even more mechanical belts. Right, I'm making sprocket tracks. I have to use 18 belts for this, just to make it, but luckily it makes 2 sprocket tracks per craft, and each one takes 9. Okay, that should be the right thing. Come on. Hey, there we go. 2 sprocket tracks. So let's do that again. Alright, last step, turbine engine. So I only have to make 1 time, and then it gives me 2 of them. So 1 for the front, 1 for the back. So that's good. So engine base, of course I have to do it here. Let's see, turbine blade, screws, screwdriver, then lubricant, and then the mechanism. And so then I just stick the engine base in here, and it goes through this 6 times. Okay, we got the ship helm. So I can put this anywhere here, and it should work basically right away. It's not attached to anything else. Nope, it is good to go. Let's assemble the tank. Oh, there we go. Okay, kerosene. Can it fill up, please? Hey, yeah, kerosene. And I am going to stick it, some of it right there. Oh, there we go. I just had to replace it. That was weird. It's on. Oh, look, it's even putting out exhaust now. That's cool. Then set that there. And we should see it turn the other way. Yes. Oh, look at that. Forwards, backwards. That's the control setup for that. Let me put a block here. Now we're going to click that. And suddenly it's a physics entity. And then I'm going to spin this around until it is facing that way. That's what we like to see. I need to figure out how many cannon pieces I need, so let me look at the next two schematics so I can go over to the cannon foundry and start casting all of them, which is going to take a while. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Did it kind of like change the suspension? Yeah, it rebalanced it out. That is cool. I haven't actually seen it yet with the full desert colors. So here, I can actually use the turret. I'm still not sure what it's going to do yet, whether it's going to start freezing the game or not if I leave it assembled too long. It's still possible. So I need some ammo for the tank. And again, no munitions factory yet. Well, I guess I could shoot that hill. Why not? Let's do that. Here, let's assemble. Okay. Oh, no. Immediately? An immediate crash. It's never done that before. Usually it's got a delay. Well, I hope I didn't remove any of my progress. Oh my god, dude. Still, the big unresolved problem, and it's often specific to this world. Like, I solved it temporarily last time by deleting most of what was in the entities folder for the world. I didn't immediately trip it that time. So I'm hoping that eventually that gets resolved soon, because like, it's really sucks not being able to leave these things assembled on contraptions. Like, the big problem before, we had it with the turret first, the artillery turret by the colony, and then the ship that I had the cannons on. I assumed it would be a problem here. Just, I really hope it doesn't do it constantly, like immediately. Okay, so that did okay. So let me try to use it then. Nah, I can tell it just broke. Oof. Obviously, if anyone has any ideas as to what the issue might be, that would be amazing. If you could let me know. It seems probably unresolved at the moment, but it severely limits what I'm able to do in survival. Particularly on this world, like I've said, it's not always been an issue on other worlds, so... And I can't just go around deleting my entity folder literally every day. Believe it or not, after all the technical difficulties, we made it. We have a working tank minus some... I wish I didn't have to add a qualifier. Man, please fix it. Please fix the mod. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed, and if you want, you can find this schematic on my Patreon. Next time, we're gonna probably have to start working on some sort of copper farm or working on the colony. We need to get some more infrastructure built, and it's gonna be Halloween soon. I just made a working Abrams tank using Minecraft Crate mod, which means my colony defense is better than ever. However, the colony itself leaves a lot to be desired. I need to fix that. New and improved buildings, new decorations, retrofitting roads for vehicle use, custom autumn trees, and most importantly, a huge train station are just some of the upgrades I'll be making to my colony in today's video. Let's go, guys. I got my skin back, but even more importantly than that, nobody really cares. The tank is not broken anymore. None of the cannons on any of the physics entities are broken. It all actually works without crashing. You'll notice here, this thing is formed. I can click it, and I can even start shooting. Well, no, I can't. I haven't set the fire rate. Oops. Hang on. Let's change that. Oh, there we go. I saw that up there. Cool. And even better, this gun down here. It's actually working. Bye. It's nighttime. I need to go home. Got stuff to do. Let's hop in the tank and drive home. There's no way I don't have enough kerosene for this. I'm unable to drive my tank much farther than this direction, which is a problem because, well, what good are roads and pathways if you can't fit tanks down them or even cars? Like, see that giant graph over there on the left? That tells me my iron farm is on. In case anyone's wondering, in case I forgot, how could I forget? I'm gonna buy a new computer soon. I finally have a reason to, other than being yelled at in the comments, which, I mean, it's a valid reason in of itself. You know, it's getting long past time when your own viewers are like, yeah, you should buy a new computer. It's like, yeah, I agree. I should do that. Oh, look at that graph. Look at how much it speeds up. Now it's really, now we're cooking. This kind of size is okay. It can fit the tank. That's pretty good. But there's not exactly roads over here. By the way, is it normal to have about 8,000 particles existing at any given time? That feels like a lot more than you would want to have. And I'm trying to figure out the best way to turn that down. I don't even know what causes that. You'd think it might be like the smokers or something. And yeah, they cause a lot, but I tested them and it's like under 100 or something. This is 8,000. I don't know what's causing it. There's something weird with Create Mod. I assume that's causing that to happen. Obviously, I've done some performance busting between now and last time, and it seems to have helped a little bit, but not as much as I want. I don't know what I just took damage from. Wow, there we go. So we are going back to work on the colony now that I've done enough with the performance to make this area watchable again for a while. I want roads that can fit vehicles, meaning like one lane is a minimum of 7 blocks wide, minimum. And so these are not really roads by that definition. This is 4 blocks wide. Then it goes to 5. It's still way too small. So this is like a path. Even these railways, they're technically only 5 wide, and that's technically too small. And I'd also like to, if not literally build it today, because there'll be other videos where we do roads and stuff, also at least prepare to have a big road system of tunnels. Because that's the only way I can really make this work, is to use tunnels. Like right now, I do want to retrofit some of these areas to be suitable for vehicles. So this is only 5 blocks wide. That means I need to get rid of this. It is not good having this divider here. It's kind of bad for vehicles. Or at a minimum, I need to keep it only a slab tall. I need to not have these taller areas here if I really want to have a lane divider that's elevated for some reason. I also want to upgrade this right now because it overwrote part of my bridge and part of the road here, as you can see. And I want it to be the last level so that I won't have to worry about it overriding it before I fix this. So let's come in here. Let me just upgrade it to level 5. Has he started working on it? I don't actually know where he went. Come on, where are you? You're supposed to be working on it. Oh, he's busy traversing back and forth. Okay, well, you got 31% done. I'll leave you alone. That's pretty good, bro. Nice job. Let's keep going. Oh, shoot, normal rain. Yeah, I forgot I removed the weather mod. I don't know, maybe I'll leave it removed, maybe I won't. I honestly don't know which is more annoying, tornadoes or vanilla Minecraft rain. We got another... It's funny watching just like a big conga line of guards go wandering around. Gonna call on that builder over there to build the school, which I've got sitting here. which is going to look really nice once it's added alongside everything else. This is a level 3 now, and it just keeps getting taller and taller each level, but I'm hoping that I can assign more couriers to it, because it got... Oh, I think it might have. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, I think it can get 2 of them per level, so it should be able to have 6 now. We've got 5 going. And I noticed... I wish I'd realized this sooner, but there was actually like these nested structures in here that I could just build. Like, I think I can build this, and it will assign a new courier here. Now that all the builders are done doing what they're doing, we're going to go over to a different world, and I'm going to go make some autumn trees. So I have these tree designs here that I made a while ago that I thought I'd be using sooner, but they've just been sitting here. And now it's time to use them, of course, with a different type of leaf. I made it when it was still summer. It is not summer now. Who knows when you're actually watching this, but we're going to be using, let's see, we have orange, red birch leaves, red oak leaves, and then there's golden ones as well. In other words, all the fall colors right here. Look at my absurd number of trees. I had to clear out all of the other schematics in the folder, and now it's just trees, and those aren't even the normal trees, those are just the fall trees. It's because there's 3 different colors, and then there's 3 different leaf types, and then 7 different tree designs, so that's a lot. Nice thing is they're all just made from normal oak, birch, or acacia leaves. Bad thing is, though, I have none of the above. Let's go see if my tree farm generates some quickly, though. I just spent forever getting the Silk Touch villager again after the other one, I don't know, like, wandered off into oblivion sometime in the past. So I can harvest leaves Yeah, maybe this isn't a great idea. This is probably slower than destroying a forest, but it also doesn't involve destroying a forest. That's probably a good start for now. I don't really know how many of the leaves they actually take, so let's go print up some schematics. Well, more importantly, turn them into the right color. So how do I do that? I bet it's going to be the botanist workbench. Yeah, so see, I can select the different leaf colors from here. There's actually quite a few different, which is nice. Maybe we'll use the frosted or something when it's winter time. Me when no seasons mod installed. Whoa, what is that skin?
I'll take care of it.
Oh, you're a teacher. Okay, that explains the wig or whatever that is. Well, that's a lame tree. Maybe it gets better, but I've got some even better trees myself. Like that. Look at that. So, I'm going to find out, where do we want to put these? I got a couple here. Can I put like more than one at one time? See, we got that. We got that. Oh, yeah, I can. That's cool. And we got a small one. How about I change this out? How about I take out these trees here and replace it with like some larger trees? That will actually look pretty sick, I think. And I want to make this into a nicer area. I'm really not happy with how it looks. It looks junky. My stupid farm's here that I need to move. Is this the small tree? Yeah, that's the small tree. I know where I want this already. I wanted to put a small tree right here growing out of some kind of garden area. What kind of materials do we need here? Look at that one page. Oh, yeah. Oh, but it needs almost 8 stacks of birch leaves. And that's one tree. That's kind of bad, actually. So I turn all of this into golden birch leaves. This is going to look nice. It better place these as well in a manner that doesn't let them despawn. Otherwise, I'm going to start doing things like world edit in creative mode, and it's going to get really sus. Ladies and gentlemen, spooky season has arrived. So now I've replaced these 2 small trees here with full-size 1-to-1 scale trees. I built the other courier's wagon here, so I think that means we've got 6 couriers working here, which we do. That's so good. You don't know how long it took me to realize that the warehouse, you get 2 of them per level, and I was just like sitting here waiting forever for 2 couriers to run around and do everything, but now we got triple that. Bruh. What the heck? They already got run over by the train. I'm sure I'll hear about that at the next city council meeting. Somehow the level 2 school looks worse than the level 1 school, so we gotta fix that, obviously. But they've been demanding some paper, so here, have some paper. Here you go. Hopefully that helps with something. I'm busy trying to retrofit the areas around here to make them more homogeneous with their designs instead of a bunch of different, like, random things that don't necessarily go well together. So you can see I've made this more of a basic wall here, which I think is going to look better. We're adding it on the side, and I'm going to put street lamps on it. I need to come up with a street lamp design that is unified across everything. There's another workshop building up here. This is the stonemason, so I can get them to automatically craft recipes with stone. I don't think we have anyone yet, though, because a bunch of people got run over at once with the train. So now those are the people in school, the replacements. Like here, I can add just like a really common recipe. Like here, we could do just stone bricks, super common. Now it can do stone bricks, so that kind of stuff. I'm actually going to build that builder's hut up there so that there's a builder close by to over here, because, well, what do we have over here? This is the graveyard. I haven't mentioned this yet, but I stuck this over here forever ago. And I would love to build this. It's almost Halloween. We need to have a graveyard. It actually serves some purpose with the colony as well. I think if you, with enough fancy upgrades and research, you might be able to revive colonists, which would be cool because the train runs over a lot of them. How isn't that ironic? The Undertaker was killed by a spider. How did you even manage that? And now who's gonna put the Undertaker in the graveyard? Check it out. I've done a lot since you last saw. Hopefully those time lapses didn't break. You never quite know with replay mod. But I've got a lot of decorations done. I added a bunch of the kind of finer details everywhere, like lampposts and banners. I added more trees, so that's very nice. I'm actually really happy with these trees. The only problem is I'm going to have to switch them over at some point, either to winter or normal tree colors. But right now we get to have nice fall colors. Finally got this part done, so that's cool. It's a much nicer park. It was really junky before. It was just the original terrain mostly. This thing is level 5 now, so that's nice. And I'll point out that is a gold block framed. It took 2 stacks of gold blocks to make all those. Oh yeah, and then over here I kind of showed a little bit. I tore down the courier's hut that was here. Mainly because it was, ooh. Oh, we have 50 citizens now, nice. So that's what I was going to talk about here. This is a house, so it added another house slot. I upgraded a house over there. But the courier's hut was like extending out into the road here, and I would not be able to fit a tank or a car through there. But now, it's plenty big enough to fit a tank, which is the important part. Tearing down the courier's hut is not an issue because there's this building over here which adds like a ton of courier huts in one thing. It's only a level 1 and it already supports 3 couriers. This courier's hut I may tear down as well because, again, I'm not going to really need it. And I wanted to put a road that goes through here that would fit a car or a tank. And right now, there's no way a tank can fit through here, so I'm probably going to tear this down later. But there is another, the most important thing that I've done since you've seen, is I have a schematic. And it's right in front of me. I have a schematic for a train station that goes here that I went and designed. And it's already positioned correctly. I don't want to spoil it too much. But I am ready to go ahead and build the train station. I think the colonists walk over here, place maybe 3 blocks, and then just leave again, and then spend 5 minutes rummaging in their storage drawers or whatever they have over there to store their stuff. It's quite egregious, not gonna lie. So I have everything that's ready to go. It took me way less time to gather thousands of materials than the colonists took. But over here I have all of my stuff, and it is even more overflow in my inventory. So It's ready to go, but I was wanting for that to be finished because part of it is caught in the schematic and I don't want it to mess that up. But we'll have to see. I also need to drive my tank out of here because otherwise it's going to get stuck and we don't want that. As long as I get it over here, it should be fine. I'm surprised it's fitting here. But yeah, it's not going to get stuck now. None of this is getting built up near it. And I've made it so that yes, you can drive the tank through here, out that end, and also out that end where there is not a tunnel yet. But someday, there will be. I didn't try to build it to be Halloween themed, but I think it fits in perfectly with the Halloween theme, even though it's in its default state, you might say. There's one thing that I haven't done yet. You see, I actually added clocks to this thing, and it's working clocks because there's a simple thing called a clockwork bearing, and it is right here. And if you give it power, oh, it does not have power. That's right. It might be helpful if this thing had water. Water? We can see that the clock actually moved on its own. It was already ready to go. It already had those things glued. It has two separate hands. The big hand there, it's the hour hand. Then the small one that's moving right now is the minute hand. So right now it just moved to what I think that's probably 10 o'clock. But by the time the moon is directly overhead, that will also be reading at midnight. Just like a real clock, you might say. And of course we have one on this side as well. So that's pretty cool. I really like this view as well. There's a lot more that I want to clear out here in the future and do with this road. I'm excited to get to it, and I want to add more trees and stuff here. Just not something that I was going to do now. But we have this side of the platform. This is a little bit junky, and I'm going to fix it up more once this is a level 5, which it's not. It's a level 3. At least it's done. But we've got this part. I wanted to make it kind of connect to this, so it actually looks like it's not a full overhang, but it still kind of looks like it's meant to be there. And it's not that different from this build. I purposefully chose the building blocks for this to be somewhat similar to that, so it's not radically different. But if we come in here, I hesitantly describe it as Art Deco-ish, what I was trying to go for. And I think it looks really good. I'm not sure if that's actually what you describe it as, but I am happy with the result. I especially like this part here, how we've got, let me get like a torch or something, how we've got this chandelier, it hangs down here, then you can run underneath the track, and you can get over to the other side. Since there's not an elevated area, instead we have this spot, and ooh, this just looks really cool. And during the daytime, hopefully we'll see a train come through here pretty soon. If not, I can go call one to come through here and we can watch it. I don't actually have a passenger train yet, which is the funny thing. I've got basically every train type except for a passenger train and any kind of armed train. Lots of people keep asking me to do an armored train. We will sometime. Speaking of armaments, I stuck my tank up here on the roof to get it out of the way because it was having some major issues. I'm going to try to drive it in here. It's a little bit stuck right now, but it's plenty big enough for the tank even to move around. And the tank is a lot bigger than cars, and it's even bigger than other tank designs I might make later. So I'd say that's a fairly oversized vehicle even for these roads, and that thing can fit in here. And I'm especially happy with this. It's just going to go back into the mountain eventually and be part of our road/highway system. Come on, just a little more. We're almost there. Let's go see it even fits in here. Ooh, what time is it right now? It looks like it's 1 p.m. In Minecraft, of course. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm pretty happy with that train station behind me. It's probably going to end up on Patreon at some point, along with a bunch of other builds. Like, I do get people asking for some of the buildings, and I don't really want to, like, I'm not going to, like, charge money for them. I'll make them free for, like, the $1 tier or something. I think that's as close to free as I can make them. But some of them that are very specific to spots on this world, that's not really just something you could put anywhere. I will add soon, including this one. While everyone was initially excited about the opening of a new train station, recent reports now say otherwise. We keep seeing these things get off the trains. We don't know what they are or where they came from. The local guard has reported multiple deaths and say they've requested the help of the colony's only crate mod tank. Unfortunately, we just found out the request has been denied due to inadequate transportation infrastructure. Join us for more local news at 9. A very fine evening, everyone. My tank could use a little bit of work, though I realized it doesn't have any lights. And when it gets dark out, you can't see very much if you're near it. But this should help because I can turn these on and off if I want. We're running low on ammo. We have no ammo. That's not good. I don't have any ammo for my gun either. We should try to fix that. Let's go make some ammo. You all good, Maverick? Haven't seen anything, have you? Seems pretty fine. You guys don't mind if I sleep in the barracks tonight, do you? I kind of want some company. Yeah, I think I'll hang out with you guys tonight. Hey, do you think you guys can, look at my house? There's something in my house. Like you, Lorenzo, can you go to my house? What about you? Somebody, please look in my house. I don't want to go back there. Here, come with me. You're gonna stay right there. I make sure nothing comes out of my basement. Stop looking at me. Yo, what happened to my dirt farm? Excuse me, there was a dirt farm contraption here. Like, what? I don't have a shotgun. I only have the Sturmgewehr, and a shotgun might be helpful. And they're not too hard to craft. It's nothing compared to this thing. Oh, I already have a stock. That's helpful. Do I have any of the other stuff that I need? I need a wooden handguard. Do I have a wooden handguard? Oh, I do. Stuff just came out of spamming sawmills a while ago. I need a barrel and I need a receiver. So I just need those molds. Not the bolt action upper receiver. That's... no, lower receiver. Nice. Whoa. Since when did it get so dark out? And that is why we make bullets. Lots of bullets. Nice day, huh? Are you building something, by the way?
What can I do for you?
You need a shovel. Why are they not sending you a shovel? Oh, because you're asking for that, and they don't make that because you have such a bad builder side. Oh, okay. Speaking of which, are they ever going to finish the university? There's still only 70%. They didn't even finish that last time. They spent the entire last video trying to build the university, and they still haven't got it. Yes, please. I will take that. There we go. I don't know why it wasn't working on the other side. I literally put the paper in the deployer and it was like, no, not going to do it. Here we go. Though this is going to make shotgun casings. Oh, I get it. It doesn't have power. It was actually working fine. It's just me who didn't give it power. That explains a lot. So I was going to do... Let's do half of these as slugs, and then the other half we'll do as buckshot. Is it getting nighttime again? I really don't want to deal with the night. Although this will help. There we go. So we got two types. We've got slugs and buckshot. I'm certainly feeling safer now. If I am I safer? I mean, that's... I don't know. You wanted shovels. Have some shovels. And then I need to get you, once you're done building whatever you're building over there, it's a house over there, I think. Then I need to get you to upgrade yourself so you can use not trash shovels. I did mention last time that I wanted to get rid of this courier set, and we're going to do that now. Because I want to put a tunnel in here. That's one of the things we got to do today, is that tank is kind of stuck where it is, and I'm getting tired of just floating it around with this very unrealistically, because this is the most realistic video out of all of them so far. I'm tired of floating it around. I want to drive it around, and this thing is in the way. So build options. No, we're gonna deconstruct it. I'll come back in maybe 5 hours and find it deconstructed, hopefully, unless the builder, unless Alan or whatever his name is, unless he gets like eaten by the rake or something. Why are you all in here, by the way? You're not supposed to be here. You're gonna get run over. No, 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 no. Herobrine, stop playing freaking music in my ears. Oh, no wonder. This thing is like, oh my god. Already you're just like... Good job, guys. Honestly, I don't know if the shotgun is that good. You know, we're going to bed. Oh, come on. most terrifying thing on my world has got to be the iron farm, given how much lag it produces when it's on. This is well known, I mentioned this in the last video, and I actually want to retrofit it because it's been kind of in the back of my mind for a while that I could probably do this, and somebody suggested in the comments that I swap out the belts here, which is the super laggy part. I swap out the belts for, I think, just a couple fans, and then the items sitting on depots. I might actually have a iron farm I can leave on now. I'm pretty sure this is what you guys had in mind, and this was what I was thinking of for a while, where it just takes entire stacks at a time and washes it, so that there's no longer 18 belts and a million fans and tons of items and particles. Honestly, it seems to be about the same speed as well, so that's nice. In other good news, they finished the university. I know, it's amazing. It only took a video and a half for them to build that thing right there. Why don't we go look at it, actually? I don't know how safe it is in here. Do they still have like a giant door in the back for no reason? I don't know, but we've got lots of offices now. There's even like a library here. Potted plants even. You'll love to see it. Oh, come on. Get him, guys, get him. Good job, boys. As I was saying, the university is much nicer on the inside now. We got a colony banner. Cool. Got a splendid upstairs, more study rooms. I don't know if we get dormitories at some point. Maybe we do. Oh yeah, we do, kind of. We have like an attic here. The best part is I get to upgrade this to a hamlet, meaning I get 100 max citizens. I just need to get a bunch of steak. I think I was cooking it already. Well, that means going to my house. Something terrifying has come to my attention. The clock hands are inverted. The first hand here is actually it's the hour hand. And I had just built it as the long one because I was like, well, the next one will be the short one, so the minute hand. And I'm like, is that right? It doesn't seem right, but I don't know. And no, it's not. This actually is the correct way to do this. So that the long hand here is the minute hand, then the short one is the hour hand. It just seemed weird to build it that way because then this is the longer one on the outside. But I'm also dyslexic about that kind of thing, so it's kind of par for the course. The colonists seem to be back to work. Suppose they're not concerned. They're actually working in the rain now, and they are building 2 barracks, a builder's hut, and also a courier's compound thing. Look how far the storm clouds go. I've never seen this before. How big is this storm? But I do know that with our level 3 university, we can come over here and we can unlock, or we could start researching this, which takes 2 hours. Well, get to work. Try to stay safe. There's things out here, and this storm isn't going anywhere. Either way, now does seem like a good time to get to work. Building underground. Building roads for the tank and other vehicles, because it's stuck here, and I might need it. So, back into this hill here. If we go this way, we encounter the mausoleum. And if we go even a little bit further, we encounter the railway. So the space in here, do we have enough room for a 2-lane road, basically, between here and the tracks? 18. That's not actually that big for a 2-lane road. That's not ideal. Currently at level 72. What level is over here, though? Where we were going to have another spot, or another entrance, where I tore out that courier's hut. 64. So we'd have like 7 blocks of space. Is this just 72 up here? This is probably 71, yeah. If we come around here, I had planned to have an outlet for the road by the iron mill near these other factories, and this is where I was going to do it. But this is at level 72. But what I would, or could do, is have it slope down here, slopes down to that level, and then just stays at whatever level it can fit under the train tracks. Thinking a slope down of basically 3 blocks per slab, taking us underground, starting right here. So that would be slabs, and then that would be slabs, and I just don't have any on me right this moment, which I will solve, obviously. But if we get down here, I think this is the highest I could go before it would hit the track. So I don't know if that's as high as I want it to be or not, which I'm going to try. I'm going to try digging out here and then see what the arch looks like. Look at that storm in the distance. That's the one that was near us for a long time. The one that actually was over us for forever went somewhere over there, I think. That might even be it. It's not coming back. And since my research finished, we have more colonists now. Things are looking pretty good. 51 citizens out of 53. That's pretty nice. It may be dark, but I've got a tunnel started over here. I've learned a few important things. One of which is, well, this is how big double lane tunnels are going to be. The other thing is that spiders aren't very... There's not very many mobs. These guys are not that big a deal. Look at that. It's just some silly spiders. So we've got this here, and we've got another tunnel here. I cleared this out so you can drive past the factory. And then we can go over here, and this goes to the bridge. So that's pretty cool. Then you can get over to that side of the colony. But the issue now is connecting up the train station over there to this part down here. And I think that since it's this big of a tunnel, I'm gonna build a contraption to dig that for me. Maybe Herobrine can help. He's been kind of watching the whole time. If you made it this far, that's pretty crazy, but I appreciate you watching, and I hope you enjoyed. Not to spoil anything, but I aim to please, and apparently everybody in the comments really wants a wide variety of military vehicles. Anyways, I've been Sbeev, thanks for watching, I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you next time.